Chapter 1 My wife's childhood sweetheart is back. It was 11 o'clock in the morning in Tianhai City, a megacity in China. Other workers had been busy all morning, but Chini had just opened his eyes while lying on the soft big bed. He turned over habitually and reached out to touch his mobile phone, then picked up the phone to see if there was any message from the bank. Today is the day when his wealthy wife Su Xiaowan transfers money to him. When he saw that there was no bank information on his phone, he wanted to get up first and then call his dear wife to ask what was going on. After all, he had made an appointment with his friends today to go to the Red Horse Club together in the afternoon. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, he noticed that his wife had sent him a message on WeChat. The WeChat in this time and space is similar to the WeChat that Chini used in his previous life, both of which are instant messaging software. So he quickly clicked on the message and started reading. My wife is going to talk to her childhood sweetheart today. How come I don't know when my wife's childhood sweetheart came back? Chini said to himself while looking at the screen of his mobile phone. Just as he was deciding whether to call his wife to ask what was going on, his phone suddenly received a photo from an unfamiliar number. Oh my God! Why would my wife go to a club with her childhood sweetheart? Doesn't the group have a place to entertain clients? The background of this photo looks like the corridor inside the Red Horse Club. Then, Chini frowned and said to himself, what on earth is the other party thinking by sending me this kind of photo? Since Chini died suddenly at his workplace in his previous life, he secretly swore in his heart when he was dying, if there is an afterlife, he must find a rich woman to be his wife, and then he will enjoy life well. In his previous life, Chini could only rest for 3 or 4 hours a day since he entered high school. When he was in school, Chini studied very hard. After graduating from university, Chini started working very hard and doing overtime to earn money. When Chini was 30 years old, he finally bought a house in the city where he worked. But before he could start looking for a girlfriend, he died suddenly at his workplace one night while working overtime. So in his previous life, Chini never held a woman's hand until his death, let alone anything else. Chini quickly put on his clothes and washed up, then he ran to the first floor of the villa. Butler Su, who was working on the first floor, walked up to Chini quickly when he saw him and asked, "Sir, do you need to eat now?" "No need. I have to go out for something," Chini answered as he walked towards the door of the villa without stopping. However, when Chini walked to the door of the villa, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Butler Su and ordered, "Butler Su, after Nian Nian gets out of school this afternoon, you drive to pick her up. I may not have time." At this time, Chini had already made up his mind. No matter what the other party was planning, he had to go to the Red Horse Club. On WeChat, his wife just told him that she was going to meet her childhood sweetheart today to discuss something, but she didn't tell him that they were meeting at the Red Horse Club. This inevitably made him start to have wild thoughts. He wants to eat free food, but he must also have the dignity of a man. "Yes, sir." After Chini heard this, he nodded gently to Butler Su, then turned around and walked quickly towards the garage. Soon, Chini drove a luxury car out of the garage and drove quickly towards the Red Horse Club. Although Chini drove very fast, since he lived some distance from the Red Horse Club and it was almost noon, all the roads in Tianhai City were crowded. By the time he drove to the Red Horse Club, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Mr. Chin, you're here. I'll make arrangements for you right away." After seeing Chini, a waiter in the Red Horse Club who knew Chini quickly walked up to Chini and said respectfully, "Don't think that Chini spends money like water in the Red Horse Club, but he is not arrogant. He respects everyone in the Red Horse Club. Therefore, Chini is very popular among the waiters in the Red Horse Club." Chini looked at the waiter standing beside him, then he asked in a low voice, "Which box is my wife in?" "Mr. Chin, I haven't seen your wife come in today, but I can help you find out." The waiter replied without any surprise in his tone. From the waiter's words, we can see Chini's usual attitude towards people. After Chini heard this, he nodded silently to the waiter. When the waiter saw this, he immediately understood what he meant and turned around to ask if Su Xiaowan had ever been to the Red Horse Club. The Red Horse Club has always advertised itself as a business club, and it also does a good job in business hospitality, so many companies use the Red Horse Club as a place for business negotiations. However, for a frequent customer like Chini, he knew very well that the Red Horse Club also ran another business, but most people didn't know about it. Even Chini's wealthy wife Su Xiaowan only knew that the Hongma Club was a commercial club, and she didn't know that there were other hidden services in the Hongma Club. About a few minutes later, the waiter came to Chini and whispered, "8th floor, 808. After Chini heard this, he patted the waiter with satisfaction, and then said, "I have something to do today, you can arrange it for me next time." "Mr. Chin, you're welcome." It's my honor to help you, and this is what our team leader told me. Please tell your team leader that I will remember this favor. After Chini finished speaking, he walked quickly towards the elevator door. Soon, Chini arrived at the 8th floor, at the door of box 808. He first put his ear against the door and listened for a while, but unfortunately the quality of the door of the Red Horse Club was too good and he could not hear any sound from inside. Then he knocked on the door. If anyone else had dared to stand outside the door and eavesdrop so openly, the waiter in the Red Horse Club would have called the security guard to control the person by now. Just when Chini and others were getting impatient, the door of room 808 was finally opened from the inside. As the door of the private room was opened, Su Xiaowan, who was sitting on the sofa inside the room, turned around and looked towards the door. When she saw who it was, she stood up quickly in surprise and asked, "Husband, why are you here?" After Su Xiaowan finished speaking, she looked at her husband's face carefully with a guilty conscience. At this moment, she thought to herself, I remember that she didn't have time to tell me that my husband was talking to Iboheo at the Red Horse Club. How did my husband find this place? After hearing this, Chini did not answer Su Xiaowan. Instead, he walked around the man who opened the door and walked towards Su Xiaowan, looking her up and down. At this moment, the more Chini looked, the angrier he became. He found that there was a wet spot on Su Xiaowan's clothes, and the wet spot was very suggestive. At this moment, Su Xiaowan also noticed her husband's gaze, so she immediately explained in a low voice, "Husband, this was during lunch, and I accidentally spilled tea on myself," Su Xiaowan said as she tried to pull Chini's hand. Chapter 2: The Tacit Understanding Between Husband and Wife. When Iboheo saw that Chini ignored him, his face changed, but he quickly returned to normal. He closed the door of the box first, then walked slowly towards Chini, stretched out his hand to Chini who was one step away from him and said, "Mr. Chin, we have met in the video." After Chini heard this, he looked at Iboheo, but did not respond, nor did he make any move to shake hands with the other party. Seeing this, Iboheo had no choice but to continue, "Mr. Chin, I just returned to China yesterday. Today I came to Shaowan to discuss business cooperation. I didn't expect that we would meet here by chance. But, why are you here at this time?" As Iboheo spoke, he looked at Su Xiaowan's expression. When he found out that Su Xiaowan didn't think that way, he immediately changed the subject and continued with a puzzled tone, "Mr. Chin, did you come to see Xiaowan on purpose? You are not doubting." After Chini heard this, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. The reason why he was so angry was that Su Xiaowan did not tell him in advance that she would meet Iboheo at the Red Horse Club. He thought that his wife was discussing business with Iboheo in the group reception room? Su Xiaowan, who was standing next to him, thought to herself that something was wrong after hearing what Iboheo said. "Boheo, I called my husband over." Having said this, Su Xiaowan looked towards the door anxiously. She knew that as long as her secretary Li Jiqing came over at this time, everything could be explained clearly. After all, there are only her and Iboheo in the box now. Just when Su Xiaowan was thinking about explaining to Chini herself, the door of the box room was opened from the outside, and then Li Jiqing appeared at the door. When Li Jiqing saw Chini was also in the box, she was stunned for a moment. But she reacted quickly and greeted Chini with a smile. "President, the contracts have been printed," Li Jiqing said as he quickly handed the contract to Su Xiaowan. When Chini saw Li Jiqing suddenly appear at the door of the box, his sanity immediately returned. So, he took the contract from Su Xiaowan's hand and was about to take a look at it. At this time, Iboheo said, "Xiaowan, this contract involves commercial secrets, you." After Su Xiaowan heard this, she wanted to refute immediately. But Chini stopped him with his hand. Then, he looked at Iboheo and said, "Mr. E, my wife hasn't said anything yet, why are you talking so much?" After a pause, Chini continued, "And what else? Didn't you just say those things to make me misunderstand my wife? If you really want to do good for me and my wife, you should have explained that Li Jiqing was also with you." After saying this, Chini was very glad that he had read a lot of novels about green tea men and green tea women on tomato in his previous life. For Chini, as long as Su Xiaowan's body has not cheated yet, everything is fine. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, however, it is necessary to determine as soon as possible whether Su Xiaowan has cheated mentally. If she has cheated mentally, then he must divorce as soon as possible. He is very clear about the destructive power of childhood sweetheart. He knew very well in his heart that if he kept licking the dog, he would end up with nothing. These are all the experiences he gained from reading online novels and news in his previous life. After hearing this, Iboheo glanced at Li Jiqing implicitly. Then he thought to himself, she came at a really bad time. Thinking of this, Iboheo looked at Chini and said with a smile, "It seems that Mr. Chin has a deep misunderstanding of me. If I have time, I will talk to you again." Having said that, Iboheo looked at Su Shaowan again and asked, "Shaowan, can we sign the contract now?" Without waiting for Su Shaowan to reply, Chini said, "I'm afraid this contract cannot be signed today. I need to go back and review it." After Su Shaowan heard this, she quickly explained, "Boheo, you see, I was so happy that I forgot. All contracts of Yuan Group need to be reviewed by my husband before they can be signed. Otherwise, we can sign them another day." Li Jiqing, who was standing next to her, watched Su Shaowan telling lies without blushing or beating her heart, and she secretly gave Chini a thumbs up in her heart. The only person in this world who can force Su Shaowan to bow her head and surrender is probably Chini. Chini is a handsome man who is good at talking. Every time he comes to the company, he can make the female employees of Yuan Group very happy. Seeing that Su Shaowan said so, Iboheo had no choice but to accept this result. Soon, Chini, Su Shaowan, and Li Jiqing walked out of the box one after another. When the three of them walked towards the door of the box, Iboheo, who was standing inside the box, kept looking at Su Shaowan's back with complicated eyes. He didn't withdraw his gaze until Su Shaowan's back disappeared from Iboheo's sight. Don't look at the fact that Su Shaowan is already 28 years old and she has a 3-year-old daughter. However, surprisingly, Su Shaowan still maintains a stunning figure and appearance. Her figure has not changed at all due to childbirth, and her slender waist is still slender, as if the years have not left too many traces on her. Her appearance is like a beauty forgotten by time. Her delicate facial features are like a carefully crafted work of art, with every detail just right. Time seems to have only made her more mature and more charming, but it cannot erase her innate charm. Therefore, Chini always looked at Su Shaowan's back. He can understand Chao Mengda more deeply every time. On the other side, Su Shaowan walked out of the club and sat in the passenger seat of the car driven by Chini in a depressed mood. Su Shaowan's car was driven to the company by Li Jiqing. After the car drove smoothly for a while, Su Shaowan finally couldn't help but ask, "Husband, how did you know that Iboheo and I were in the Red Horse Club?" "Someone sent me a message?" Chini said calmly. "Who?" Su Shaowan thought that her husband had hired someone to monitor her. "I don't know him." As Chini spoke, he took out his cell phone, opened the message, and then handed his phone to Su Shaowan. After Su Shaowan took her husband's phone, she quickly took out her own phone, wrote down the other party's phone number, and then she wrote a message and sent it to someone. After doing all this, Su Shaowan put down her phone and turned to look at Chini, who was driving seriously. "Husband, it's obvious that the other party wants to alienate the relationship between us. Also, do you really not trust me? I told you in advance that I'm going to meet Iboheo today. I also thought that the person behind this wanted to alienate the relationship between us. But what I can't understand is why you came to the Red Horse Club to discuss things? There are places in the group to receive guests." Don't think that Su Shaowan was on Chini's side just now and did not lose face for Chini in front of Iboheo, but Chini still had doubts about Su Shaowan. "Today, Iboheo called me and asked me to go to him to discuss cooperation matters, but when I was halfway there, he told me to come directly to the Hongma Club, so..." Su Shaowan said helplessly. Su Shaowan knew that what she did today was wrong. She should have told her husband in advance that she was discussing something with Iboheo at the Red Horse Club. After listening to Su Shaowan's words, Chini thought to himself, could it be that the person who sent him the photo was arranged by Iboheo? Chapter 3 Analysis at the dinner table. On the way home, Su Shaowan suddenly heard her husband's stomach rumbling. So she turned to look at Chini and asked softly, "Husband, didn't you have lunch?" Let's find a place to eat first." "No." Chini then asked in a sour tone, "Didn't you have lunch with your childhood sweetheart?" "Hey. Husband, you know I have no appetite when I eat with other men. I only ate a little at noon, and now I feel hungry." Then, Su Shaowan pointed in the direction of a high-end restaurant and said, "Honey, let's go over there for dinner." After Chini heard this, the anger in his heart immediately disappeared without a trace. However, he did not show it, but turned the car around without saying a word. Seeing this, Su Shaowan immediately took out her cell phone and said, "Honey, I'll do the navigation." "No, I know the place. My husband is really amazing. I think you have been to all the high-end eating, drinking, and entertainment places in Tianhai City." Su Shaowan looked at Chini and said with a smile. After Chini heard this, he shrugged and replied cheekily, "I'll just take it as you're praising me." 10 minutes later, Chini and Su Shaowan found a quiet spot in the hotel lobby and sat down. He just returned to China yesterday, and you dare to sign a contract with him today? Sheeny said as he flipped through the transfer contract for a piece of land in his hand. Of course not. When he was abroad, the E Group started negotiating with the Yuan Group. The E family and the Su family are both well-known families in Tianhai City, so Yi Boheo and Su Xiaowan have known each other since childhood. However, after Yi Boheo graduated from high school, he chose to study abroad, so Su Xiaowan and Yi Boheo stopped meeting each other. Why doesn't the E Group seek cooperation with the Su Group? Logically speaking, the future commercial value of this piece of land will definitely be higher than it is now. If we sell it to the Su Group, the price offered by the Su Group will definitely be higher than that offered by our company. Sheeny frowned and asked in confusion without raising his head. Sheeny knew very well that if he wanted to continue to live off his wife for a long time, he had to ensure that his wife's company did not go bankrupt. The Su Group is the company from Su Xiaowan's maternal family. Originally, Su Xiaowan could have competed for the position of heir to the Su Group. But in order to marry Qin Yi, Su Xiaowan took the initiative to withdraw from the Su Group. Later, Qin Yi's mother-in-law couldn't bear to see her daughter suffer outside, so she spent money and effort to help Su Xiaowan establish the current Yuan Group. As for Qin Yi, whether in his previous life or this life, he was born in an ordinary family. Hubby, don't worry, this is my mom's recommendation. Mother-in-law? Qin Yi looked up and asked doubtfully. Then, Qin Yi continued to ask, what price did mom pay? After Su Xiaowan heard this, she immediately recalled it carefully, and soon she shook her head and said, it seems that I didn't pay any price. Don't worry, mom is the vice president of Su Group. Maybe the E Group sold it to us at such a low price just for mom's sake. After Qin Yi heard this, he snorted coldly and said, Face? How much is Face worth? Have you forgotten that the reason why E Group developed overseas business is because E Group's domestic business has shrunk in recent years? Let us not talk about E Group selling this land to Su Group. Even if it was sold to other companies, E Group could still make an extra 500 million yuan. At this point, Qin Yi stretched out 5 fingers of his right hand, shook them at Su Xiaowan, and continued with a stronger tone, 500 million. At this time, the hotel waiter came to Qin Yi's table with the food. Therefore, Qin Yi and Su Xiaowan both tacitly stopped talking. However, Su Xiaowan was already beginning to think about what her husband had said. She knew very well that her husband was lazy all day long and was hated by everyone, and he also loved eating and having fun. But she knew that the person in the world who least wanted Yuan Group to go bankrupt was her husband. She also knows that her husband is very capable in some aspects, but they are all buried by his lazy character. After the waiter finished serving the food, Su Xiaowan spoke up, I have investigated the land privately, and there is nothing wrong with it. And our mother has also secretly investigated the land, and she didn't find any problems either. When Qin Yi heard this, he touched his chin and said unconfidently, is our mother's face so big that it can be worth 500 million? At the same time, he thought to himself, if my mother-in-law were the chairman of the Su Group, then it would be reasonable for her face to be worth 500 million, but now my mother-in-law is only the vice president of the Su Group. Moreover, my father-in-law doesn't like to fight, so he has been teaching at the university and has never participated in the management of the Su Group. If it weren't for my mother-in-law's strong character, I'm afraid my wife's family wouldn't be living as comfortably as it is now. Husband, since you suspect there is fraud, I will find a reason to refuse to sign the contract tomorrow. Su Xiaowan said with some reluctance in her tone. From Su Xiaowan's tone, one can tell that she is unwilling to give up the contract. After all, this piece of land can bring huge profits to Yuan Group in the future. After Qin Yi heard this, he did not respond, but analyzed the reasons while eating. After a long while, Qin Yi put down his chopsticks, looked up at his wife, and whispered, if there is nothing wrong with this piece of land, then there is probably only one reason why E Group sold it to us so cheaply. What's the reason? You. After Su Xiaowan heard this, she pointed at herself with her right index finger and asked, me? Then, Qin Yi continued, many years later, Yi Boheo still couldn't forget the white moonlight in his heart, so he was willing to sacrifice the interests of the E Group in order to pursue her again. Before Qin Yi could finish his words, Su Xiaowan reached out to interrupt her husband and said, Husband, how could you have such a ridiculous plot in your mind? It's a pity that you are not a screenwriter. Your rich imagination and creativity seem tailor-made for the profession of screenwriter. I have reasons and evidence. I heard that Yi Boheo confessed to you when he graduated from high school. Qin Yi retorted unconvinced. That was a long time ago. And I rejected it directly at that time. I only have ordinary friendship with Yi Boheo. After a pause, Su Shaowan continued, "Hubby, you want to dig up the past, right? Well, let's talk about what happened when you were in college." After Qini heard this, he quickly interrupted Su Shaowan and said, "Okay, no more talking. Let's eat. I'm almost starving." After Su Shaowan heard this, a victorious smile immediately appeared on her face. Chapter 4: Conversation between husband and wife. After a quick lunch, Qini and Su Shaowan drove directly back home. In the bedroom, when Qini was about to check on Su Shaowan, his cell phone rang at an inopportune time. When Qini saw the caller ID clearly, he felt guilty and wanted to hang up the phone. However, at this time, Su Shaowan was looking at Qini with ill intentions. Without waiting for Qini to hang up the phone, Su Shaowan quickly snatched Qini's phone, answered the call, and turned on the external speaker. "Brother E, I'm at the Hongma Club. When will you arrive?" As soon as the call was connected, a male voice was heard from the phone. "I have something to do today. You guys can handle the business talks on yourselves. I won't be there." After Qini finished speaking, there was silence on the phone for a while before a voice came back, "Brother E, I know." As soon as he finished speaking, the person on the other end hung up the phone. After Su Shaowan saw the other party hang up the phone, she immediately put down the phone, then stood up and looked at Qini and said, "Okay. I thought you knew which box I was in because you paid the waiter in the Red Horse Club. I didn't expect you to be a frequent visitor to the Red Horse Club. That's not right. The Red Horse Club is a business club. What are you doing there?" "Of course it's for business talks," Qini answered sincerely. "Stop lying to me. Do you think I can't tell whose voice is on the other end?" Li Yanqing, the youngest son of the Li family, is definitely a man who only likes to eat, drink and have fun. Then, Su Shaowan looked at Qini and continued, "Don't I know you? You will take the initiative to attend business meetings unless the sun rises from the west." Seeing that he couldn't argue with Su Shaowan, Qini pounced on Su Shaowan without saying a word. "Honey, I really didn't have time to tell you. I was talking to Yi Boheo in the Red Horse Club." At this time, Su Shaowan leaned against the head of the bed, hugged Qini's arm and said gently, "Did you not have time to tell me, or did you deliberately not tell me? You can tell me with practical actions in the future." Qini replied with a stern face. Su Shaowan did not expose her husband's thoughts and continued to ask, "Husband, can you tell me now what you did at the Red Horse Club? Is there any other hidden services in the Red Horse Club?" Qini knew that his wife was smart, but what he didn't expect was that his wife could actually associate other aspects with just a few words. It's not Su Shaowan's fault for thinking about other things. The main reason is that Su Shaowan understands her husband. "Wife, you think too much. I went to the Red Horse Club just to discuss business." Then, Qini looked sad and reminded her, "Wife, you haven't transferred the money to me yet? Humph. You didn't serve me well today, so you won't get any pocket money this month." Su Shaowan snorted coldly and said. After Qini heard this, he immediately became furious. This was a matter of man's dignity. Before Qin Yinyan came back from school, Su Shaowan finally transferred the money to Qini. However, Su Shaowan also decided to find someone tomorrow to investigate whether the Red Horse Club has any other hidden services. She knew that her husband would never have an affair with other women and that he was absolutely loyal to their marriage. Afterwards, Qini and Su Shaowan walked downstairs while talking. "Wife, how's the investigation going on with that number? A virtual number. I can't find anything useful." As they were talking, Qini and Su Shaowan came to the living room on the first floor. After the servants brought 2 cups of tea, Qini took a sip of the tea, then looked at Su Shaowan and asked, "Wife, could the person who sent me the photo be Yi Boheo?" After Su Shaowan heard this, she retorted hesitantly, "Hubby, I don't think it's him." Then, Su Shaowan was afraid that her husband would misunderstand her words, so she quickly continued, "Of course, Yi Boheo is also a suspect." After hearing this, Qini was not angry. He was very sensible. "Wife, who is the biggest suspect in your mind?" After Su Shaowan looked around, she whispered, "I suspect it was those people from the Su family. You know, as long as the Yuman group is still thriving when I'm 30, I may still be able to compete for the position of heir to the Su group." After Qini heard what his wife said, he lowered his head and thought for a while, then looked up at Su Shaowan and analyzed, "If I follow your line of thought, can I understand that some people in the Su family want to see me and you become enemies, and then take the opportunity to bankrupt Yuman group?" After a long while, Qini looked at Su Shaowan with a smile and asked, "Wife, if someone in the Su family bribes me with money in the future, do you think I should accept it or not? Why don't you take the free money?" As soon as the words fell, Su Shaowan and Chini smiled at each other. Then, Chini warned in a serious tone, "Wife, it's not that I'm petty. I think Iboheo is also very suspicious, so you have to be more careful in the future." "Yes. I understand, hubby. I will be careful with him in the future." "Hey. He's your childhood sweetheart. Do you really believe what I say?" After Su Shaowan heard this, she looked at Chini with loving eyes and spoke in a tender tone. "Husband, if I don't trust you, why would I marry you and have children with you? I can tell who is most important to me. Trust between husband and wife is the foundation of love." At this moment, Chini was so moved that he almost shed tears. But he still said stubbornly, "Wife, I love money very much. Aren't you afraid that I will sell you out for more money in the future?" After Su Shaowan heard this, she nodded and continued, "You're right. So I have to work harder to make money. Otherwise, I might accidentally push you to another rich woman." Chini looked at Su Shaowan seriously, then patted Su Shaowan on the shoulder with a serious look, and said encouragingly, "Wife, come on. My future wealthy life depends on you." At this point, Chini changed the subject and asked jokingly, "Wife, when will you agree to let me have a few mistresses?" After hearing this, Su Shaowan was not angry. Instead, a smile appeared on her face, but the smile was not visible in her eyes. She looked at the face of her annoying husband for a while, then slowly moved her eyes downwards. "Hubby, I can agree now. But I'm afraid you won't be able to do it in the future." After Chini followed his wife's gaze, he suddenly felt a chill somewhere, and then he immediately put his arm around his wife's shoulders and said with a smile, "Wife, I was just joking. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" After Su Shaowan heard this, she immediately warned, "If you make such a joke again, be careful of my big fist." As she spoke, Su Shaowan demonstrated her soft little fist to Chini. After playing around for a while, Su Shaowan started to ask about serious matters. "Husband, are we really going to give up the commercial housing development? I'm a little reluctant." "Wife, believe me, there is an oversupply of commercial housing in China, and it won't be long before a crash occurs. Let's quickly sell off those bad commercial real estates while the prices are high." Speaking of this, a thought suddenly flashed through Chini's mind. Chapter 5, Qin Yanyan is taking advantage of both sides. Seeing that her husband still insisted on selling those commercial real estate plots with bad locations, Su Shaowan stopped persuading him. "Husband, I will ask the group to speed up the process tomorrow." "Well, wife, you must have been pretending to obey me before." "Hubby, I just want you to think about it again. After all, you rarely come to work at the group, and I'm afraid you made this decision on a whim." "Honey, I'm really angry when you say that. I admit that I'm lazy, but I have contributed to the development of the group." Chini would not be like the male protagonists in those brainless online novels in his previous life, who would secretly try their best to help the female protagonist develop her company but would not tell her. Now, if Chini helps his wife a little, he has to talk about it in front of his wife for 3 days before he will stop. When Su Shaowan saw her husband pretending to be angry, she picked up her mobile phone and transferred another sum of money to her husband. When Chini saw that another sum of money had arrived in his bank account, he immediately stopped arguing with his wife for the sake of the money. Seeing this, Su Shaowan asked in confusion, "Husband, I gave you my bank card before, why don't you want it? Why do you insist that I transfer money to you every month?" "Wife, I am a man who is committed to living off others. If you give me all the money in the family, then who will I live off?" Chini said with his neck stiff. After hearing this, Su Shaowan looked at her husband. She didn't know how to respond. Sometimes, she really admired her husband's shamelessness. At this moment, she could only give her husband a thumbs up. As they were talking, Qin Yanyan returned home from school. "Hey! Mom and Dad, why are you at home instead of picking me up from school?" Qin Yanyan trotted over to Qin Yi and said while hugging his calf. "Dad and Mom were talking about something just now and didn't have time to pick you up. Next time, Dad and Mom will definitely pick you up from school," Qin Yi said as he picked up his precious daughter with difficulty. "Dad, have I gained weight? I see it's hard for you to hold me." After hearing this, Su Shaowan, who was standing nearby, smiled secretly and then immediately spoke. "Nian Nian, come down quickly. Your father has been very active just now and needs to rest for a while." After Qin Yanyan saw her mother nod at her, she immediately got off her father. "Mom and Dad, I want to watch cartoons," Qin Yanyan said as she walked towards the TV to get the remote control. After Qin Yanyan walked a little further away, Qin Yi sighed in a low voice, "Ah. I love to eat gigolos, but I also hate gigolos. At this point, Sheeny looked at Su Xiaowan and continued, especially your 2 bowls of soft rice. At first, Su Xiaowan didn't understand the meaning of her husband's last words, but when she followed her husband's gaze and looked at her chest, she immediately understood. Pay attention. My daughter is still next to us. After Su Xiaowan finished speaking, she took the remote control handed to her by her daughter, turned on the TV, and selected a program. Then the family of 3 sat on the sofa and watched cartoons together. In the evening, after Chini and his family of 3 had dinner, Chini and Su Xiaowan played with Nian Nian for a long time before they coaxed Nian Nian to sleep. The next morning at around 10 o'clock, when Chini woke up and went downstairs, he found that his daughter was watching cartoons alone in the living room instead of going to kindergarten. Nian Nian, why didn't you go to kindergarten? Chini came to Nian Nian, squatted down and asked in a low voice. Dad, I feel a little uncomfortable today and don't want to go to kindergarten. Mom has already asked for leave for me. After Chini heard this, he immediately touched his daughter's forehead nervously and asked with concern, Nian Nian, are you feeling better now? Dad, I've recovered a long time ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be watching cartoons by myself. After hearing this, Chini was still worried, so he went to ask Butler Su again. Sir, the family doctor has already examined the young lady. She will be fine after a day's rest. Chini finally felt relieved after hearing what Butler Su said. At noon, after Chini accompanied his daughter for lunch, he began to fool his daughter. Nian Nian, do you want this kind of children's toy? Chini asked in a low voice while pointing at the children's toys on TV. Think. Okay then. Daddy's going out later, don't tell Mom. When I come back, I'll buy you this toy. After Nian Nian heard this, she bit her thumb and thought for a while, then she replied softly, Dad, can you give me money? Nian Nian knew very well that even though she liked the children's toy on TV very much, toys were not as important as money. And more importantly, if she gets the money today, she can ask her father to continue buying her toys tomorrow. After hearing this, Chini discovered that his daughter was just like him, a miser. Okay. Chini replied helplessly. After saying that, Chini skillfully transferred the money to Nian Nian's own account. It seems that Chini and Nian Nian have done this kind of thing many times. As for the servants in the villa, Chini was not afraid of what they said unless they wanted to lose their jobs. When Nian Nian saw that her father had driven away from the villa, she immediately called her mother using her children's watch phone. Soon, she got another sum of money from her mother. In order to cultivate Nian Nian's awareness of respecting other people's privacy from an early age, Chini and Su Xiaowan made sure that only Nian Nian knew the password of her exclusive account. If Chini had seen this scene, he would probably spit out his father's blood. Then comes another sentence, how come I gave birth to a little cotton jacket that leaks air? On the other side, in the president's office of Yuan Group, Su Xiaowan was looking at the investigation report on the Red Horse Club. She flipped through the pages with her brows furrowed. She had never thought that the Red Horse Club had that kind of service. At this moment, Su Xiaowan looked at the investigation report in her hand and whispered to herself, did my husband cheat on me? After saying that, Su Xiaowan denied herself and said, no. My husband will not betray me. My husband is just a little lazy. He likes to eat a lot. He likes to have fun. He likes to look at beautiful women. As for other aspects, my husband really has no shortcomings. It took Su Xiaowan a long time to convince herself that her husband had not betrayed her. However, she also decided to have a good talk with her husband tonight. She knows. The most important thing between husband and wife is communication. Chapter 6 Qin Yi's Circle of Friends. Just when Su Xiaowan was daydreaming, Li Jiqing knocked on the door and walked in. Boss, Mr. Yi is here. Let him in. Soon, Su Xiaowan and Yi Boheo sat opposite each other in the tea room in the office. Xiaowan, what does your husband say about the contract? After Su Xiaowan heard this, she looked at Yi Boheo a little embarrassedly and explained, Boheo, I'm sorry. My husband said yesterday that he needs to think about it again. Xiaowan, why did you listen to that lazy guy? I know that guy works for 3 days and rests for 2 days. He probably didn't come to work today. When Su Xiaowan heard Yi Boheo belittling her husband, she said in a bad tone, Boheo, he is my husband and my daughter's father. You should respect him. I don't want you two to have conflicts in the future. After all, you are my friend since childhood. Xiaowan, I'm sorry, I just want to stand up for you. After seeing Su Xiaowan defending Qin Yi like this, Yi Boheo immediately warned himself in his heart, don't be too hasty, you have to plan slowly. At this moment, Su Xiaowan's mobile phone suddenly received a message. So she quickly opened her phone and took a look. After taking a look, she calmly put down her phone and continued chatting with Iboheo. On the other side, Shini was sitting in a hidden box in the Red Horse Club, watching the beautiful woman dancing in front of him with great interest. Brother E, you didn't reveal the truth yesterday, did you? Li Yanqing asked in a low voice. After Qin heard this, he did not answer Li Yanqing's question, but said irrelevantly, I'm afraid my wife already knows that the Red Horse Club has this service. Ah. Then how are you going to go out and play in the future, Brother E? When you get to the mountain, there will always be a way. Qin then continued to ask, how are you doing with the things I asked you to help with? Brother E, just ask him directly. His name is Jiang Juinjia, and his father is the head of a powerful department. Li Yanqing said as he pointed to the person sitting on the other side of the sofa in the box. Then, Li Yanqing continued, he loves to play as much as we do. Qin looked in the direction of Li Yanqing's finger, then picked up the drink on the table and sat down next to Jiang Juinjia. Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied with today's arrangements? Qin took the initiative to clink glasses with Jiang Juinjia and asked. Then, Qin explained, Jiang Xiao, I'm sorry. My family is very strict, so I can only drink with you. Jiang Juinjia smiled after hearing this, not caring that Qin's glass was filled with a drink, and asked, I heard from Master Li that it was you who arranged this today? Yes. If young Master Jiang is not satisfied, just let me know so I can make improvements. After Jiang Juinjia heard this, he quickly waved his hands and said, Brother E, you misunderstood me. I am very satisfied with today's arrangement. I didn't expect that there would be only 3 of us in such a large box. Although Jiang Juinjia is a playful guy, it does not mean that he is a stupid son of a landlord. He knew very well that Qin and Li Yanqing invited him over to play today because they must want his help with something. However, he was very clear in his mind and knew what he could help with and what he could not help with. He definitely won't help with anything that goes against principle. He knows the seriousness of the consequences. If his father falls, he will be nothing in the eyes of outsiders. As long as young Master Jiang is satisfied. Qin said as he followed Jiang Juinjia's gaze. Then, Qin continued in a low voice, Master Jiang, I can arrange for the twins tonight, you don't have to worry about anything. After Jiang Juinjia heard this, he put down the wine glass in his hand, looked at Qin and asked, Brother E, tell me. What is the matter that you asked young Master Li to come to me today? Master Jiang, you are indeed a straightforward person. Even if you don't want to tell me the news, I will definitely make you my friend. After a pause, Qin stated his purpose, Mr. Jiang, I just want to know when the subway will be connected to the southern district of Tianhai City? And are there any other plans for the southern district? After Jiang Juinjia heard this, he replied cautiously, Brother E, this information can be found on the official website. Master Jiang, I want to know the exact time. This. Jiang Juinjia looked at the dancing twins with an embarrassed look on his face. After a long while, Jiang Juinjia finally spoke, Brother E, I heard that the finances are tight. It is very likely that all plans will be postponed. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Qin finished the drink in his cup in one gulp after he finished speaking. Brother E, you must not tell anyone about this. I only heard it from hearsay. Even if you tell others, no one will believe it. Jiang Juinjia just thought Qin was more down to earth than a gigolo, so he told Qin some inside information that most people couldn't possibly know. As for the financial situation, only those at the top know the specific current financial situation. Mr. Jiang, just keep it in your mind. I won't tell anyone. Qin promised. Brother E, why are you suddenly concerned about urban planning? Jiang Juinjia asked puzzledly. Hey! Master Jiang, living off others is not good. I also want to earn some extra money. I have finally saved some money, and I also want to make some investments and earn some money. After hearing this, Jiang Juinjia patted Qin's shoulder with some sympathy. He heard from others that although Qin was not alive and son-in-law, all the property in the family was provided by his wife Su Xiaowan. It is conceivable how low Qin's status is in the family. And up to now, Qin is still a low-level employee in Yuan Group. You should know that Qin graduated from one of the top 5 universities in the country. Brother E, listen to my advice. If you want to invest in land in the southern area of Tianhai City, you must not act rashly within 3 years. Unless you have a lot of money. As soon as Qin heard it, he knew the meaning of Jiang Juinjia's words. The government's plan will definitely not change, but as for when construction will start, I'm afraid there won't be any movement within 3 years. Don't be fooled by what is being said outside. The roads in the southern district of Tianhai City will be repaired in a year, and there will also be a subway. Master Jiang, I will remember your kindness. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Then, Xini continued, I will find someone to arrange a room for you to rest at night. Brother E, I can't spend the night outside. When Xini heard it, he immediately understood it, and then said with a smile, Mr. Jiang, I understand. I will arrange it now. About half an hour later, Xini came out of the Red Horse Club alone. At this time, Xini looked at the time and found that it was almost time to get off work. So he drove home quickly. Chapter 7. Xini was kept in the dark by his daughter. When Xini returned home, Qin Yanyan immediately ran to Qin and whispered, Dad, you're finally back. Mom just called me and asked me why you weren't with me. When Xini heard this, he immediately became nervous. Then he asked carefully, Daughter, how did you answer your mother? I said Daddy went to the bathroom. My daughter, you are really Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. After hearing this, Qin Yanyan shyly imitated the actions of the characters on TV and rubbed her fingers at her father. At first, Xini didn't understand what his daughter meant. It was not until he saw his daughter staring at his phone that he realized that his daughter wanted benefits. Nian Nian. You really are Daddy's biological daughter. You love money as much as Daddy does. As Xini spoke, he picked up Qin Yanyan and walked towards the sofa in the living room. Half an hour ahead. At that time, Qin Yanyan was sitting alone on the sofa in the living room watching cartoons. At this time, Su Xiaowan's call came to Qin Yanyan's children's watch phone. Mom, Dad hasn't come back yet. Qin Yanyan whispered to the watch phone as soon as the call was connected. Okay, I understand. Remember not to let your father know about this, otherwise you won't get any benefits from your mother in the future. Mom, don't worry. My dad doesn't doubt me. But you. Qin Yanyan embarrassedly stopped talking halfway. Little money grubber, I get it. I'll transfer the money to you after I hang up the phone. On the other side, in the president's office of Yuan Group, after Su Xiaowan hung up the phone, she quickly transferred another sum of money to Qin Yanyan's bank account. After transferring the money, Su Xiaowan opened the photos that Mo had sent her this afternoon. The photo clearly shows her husband following several very beautiful women into a private room in a club. Although she didn't know which club it was, she guessed it was most likely the Red Horse Club. After all, she had been to all the clubs like that in Tianhai City because of her husband. At this moment, Su Xiaowan looked at the photos on her phone and said to herself angrily, Husband, if you can't satisfy me tonight. Humph. Humph. You're dead. After saying that, Su Xiaowan looked at the time. She knew that her husband should be rushing home at this time. But just in case her husband isn't home when she gets home, it would be better for her to leave work a little later today. This is not because Su Xiaowan is afraid of Qin Yi, but because Su Xiaowan does not want to face her husband awkwardly. At home, when Qin Yi and Qin Yanyan were playing on the sofa in the living room, Su Xiaowan suddenly came behind her and hugged her when Qin Yanyan was not paying attention. Mom, you scared me to death. I thought human traffickers came to my house and wanted to steal me away. Nian Nian. Your imagination is just like your father's. Nian Nian is my daughter, she is not like me, who else does she resemble? Xini had already noticed Su Xiaowan coming to the living room, but in order to cooperate with Su Xiaowan, he deliberately distracted Qin Yanyan's attention. Otherwise, how could Qin Yanyan miss seeing her mother coming back? Su Xiaowan hugged Qin Yanyan, and she asked about Qin Yi's clothes intentionally or unintentionally. After she found that her husband's clothes did not have any peculiar smell, she finally let go of her worries. After Su Xiaowan and Qin Yi played with Qin Yanyan for a while, Su Xiaowan signaled Qin Yi to go to the study with her. Coming to the study, Qin Yi crossed his legs and looked at his beautiful wife, and asked jokingly, My dear wife, what do you want me to do? Although Su Xiaowan is not extremely beautiful, if the appearance and figure are scored out of 100, she can still score 90 points. However, for Qin Yi, he felt lucky to marry such a beautiful wife like Su Xiaowan. I asked someone to investigate the Red Horse Club today. Su Xiaowan said bluntly. Although Qin Yi knew that his wife would investigate the Red Horse Club, he didn't expect that his wife would act so quickly. Wife, I was wrong. But I was just watching with appreciation, I didn't do anything else. Explain yourself. Why did you go to such a hidden place? Why don't you go to other transparent clubs? Wife, I have my reasons. Sheeny said as he helped his wife sit down. He doesn't want to tire his wife out, as she is his breadwinner. After Sheeny saw his wife sitting down, he continued to explain, "Wife, that's because the identity of the person I invited out to play is more sensitive." After Su Shaowan heard this, she said with a fake smile, "The main reason is that you are afraid that I will know it." Wife, don't you know the principle of seeing the truth but not speaking it out? After Su Shaowan heard this, she sighed helplessly and said, "Hubby, I don't understand why you have to go out with those who have no weight in your family. If you were looking for those who are the heirs of the company, I wouldn't say anything to you. Wife, my identity means I can only hang out with those who have been abandoned by their families. Don't underestimate the connections of those people. Sometimes the information they accidentally reveal can help our group avoid unnecessary losses." Without waiting for Su Shaowan to refute, Sheeny continued to explain, "Wife, even if I shamelessly make friends with those heirs, they will not tell me the truth sincerely. Instead, they will make fun of me." After Su Shaowan heard this, her face immediately turned cold and she said, "They dare." At this moment, Su Shaowan exuded the aura of the eldest daughter of the Su family. Sheeny looked at his wife's reaction and felt warm in his heart. He felt that his efforts were not in vain. Although he also satisfied his curiosity in there. After all, the women in the club are all very beautiful. Some of them are prettier than his wife. It can be said that in the past few years, Sheeny has seen all types of beauties in person in this life that he had seen on the internet in his previous life. Although he did not take further action, he still felt satisfied. Sheeny went forward and hugged his wife, then said in a serious tone, "By the way, wife, I got accurate news today. There will be no construction in the area to the south within 3 years. Let's quickly sell the land in our hands at a high price now." Then, Sheeny continued, "We will take advantage of this opportunity to sell at a high price, and then when some company's capital chain breaks in the future, we will take the opportunity to buy at a low price. The area south of Tianhai City will definitely be developed vigorously in the future." When Su Shaowan heard her husband's affirmative answer, she immediately thought of the land transfer contract currently being negotiated between Yuan Group and E Group. If it is true as her husband said, then if Yuan Group buys the land from E Group, I am afraid that Yuan Group as capital chain will be broken in the future. Chapter 8, Husband and Wife Conspiracy. Thinking of this, Su Shaowan asked cautiously, "Husband, do you think the E Group knows about this news?" "They shouldn't know. Although my mother is very dissatisfied with me, she won't cheat us." "Do you think the E Group will know information that my mother doesn't know?" Sheeny expressed his own opinion. After Su Shaowan heard this, she shook her head and retorted, "Hubby, our mother is only the vice president of the Su Group. If we talk about being well informed, our mother is still not as good as my 2 uncles." At this point, Su Shaowan continued, "Husband, after I asked someone to investigate the Red Horse Club today, a strange number sent me photos of you going to the Red Horse Club this afternoon, and you even entered the box with a beautiful woman in your arms." "Impossible. Bring your phone here and let me see it." Sheeny immediately retorted excitedly after hearing this. At this moment, Su Shaowan looked at her husband with a smile and handed her mobile phone to him. After Sheeny took his wife's phone and looked at the photos inside, he became a little uneasy. "Isn't this a photo of him going to the Red Horse Club today? Is it possible that the secret of my little cotton padded jacket is about to be exposed? No, I absolutely cannot let my little cotton padded jacket be exposed. Wife, I admit that this happened, but it happened a few days ago. And I didn't hug the woman into the box." Sheeny defended himself with a guilty conscience. "Yeah. I know. If Nian Nian hadn't told me that you didn't go out today, I would have really thought that this was a photo taken today. After all, the clothes in the photo are exactly the same as what you are wearing now." After Sheeny heard what his wife said, he immediately felt relieved. After all, he had passed this stage without any danger. "Honey, I have 2 sets of this outfit. You may not have noticed. I've been playing with Nian Nian at home all day today." "I know." At this point, Su Shaowan immediately changed the subject and asked, "Husband, the matter is very clear. It should be someone in the Su family who wants to destroy the relationship between us." Su Shaowan didn't want her husband to know that Nian Nian was on her side yet, so she didn't want to continue discussing the clothes. She knew very well what kind of clothes her husband had. After all, most of her husband's clothes were chosen by her personally. How could she not know if there were clothes of the same color? Sheeny was secretly happy when he saw that his wife believed him. However, when he heard his wife so sure that someone in the Su family was behind it, he immediately lowered his head and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he looked up at his wife and said, "Wife, I agree with your point of view, but I still think that Iboheo is a suspect." "Honey, Iboheo came to see me this afternoon. I received this message when I was chatting with Iboheo. If it was him, I should be able to see something strange on his face. But when I picked up the phone and put it down, his expression didn't change at all, and I didn't think it had anything to do with him." After hearing his wife's analysis, Sheeny thought for a moment, then said, "Wife, let's do this. The Su family accounts for 80%, and Iboheo accounts for 20%. We will focus on guarding against your two uncles in the Su family, but we can't leave Iboheo alone." "Okay, I agree with my husband's suggestion." Su Shaowan replied immediately after hearing it. After a pause, Su Shaowan returned to the topic, "Husband, are we still going to sign the contract with the group?" "Sign? Why not sign?" "Hey! Husband, you also know that our group's funds can't last more than 3 years. Weren't you just advising me to sell the land in the southern district of Tianhai City?" Su Shaowan asked in surprise. "Wife, do you think the land price in the southern part of Tianhai City will drop within half a year?" "No. After all, the official website has announced that roads and subways will be built in the southern area in the second half of the year." "That's right. Since there is no problem with the land, after we buy it, we can just find a reason to sell it to other companies at a high price as soon as possible, right?" After Su Shaowan heard this, she immediately understood and said, "Yes. It would be best if we could sell the land to the Su group." "Wife, aren't you afraid that our mother will be implicated?" "Don't worry, I will tell Mom the truth. She will know how to avoid falling into the quagmire of the South District." After everything was explained, Sheeny and Su Shaowan walked out of the study one after another. However, when they were about to reach the restaurant downstairs, Su Shaowan whispered in Sheeny's ear, "I will check your homework tonight. If you don't satisfy me, humph. I have reason to suspect that you have done something to let me down." After Sheeny heard this, he immediately ran to the kitchen and stewed a bowl of nutritious food by himself. The next morning, Sheeny was dragged by Su Shaowan to the passenger seat of her car to go to work. Since Su Shaowan had told Iboheo before that the contract needed to be reviewed by her husband, Sheeny had to be present to sign the contract this morning. Since the establishment of Yuan Group, Sheeny has been working as an ordinary employee in the administrative department. In the past, Su Shaowan had beaten and scolded Sheeny, but Sheeny was unwilling to take on the position of vice president. In the end, Su Shaowan had no way to deal with Sheeny and had to let her husband do what he wanted. She can't quarrel with her husband every day over such a small matter. "Brother E, why did you come so early today?" "Brother E, here's a piece of chocolate for you to eat. It'll make you feel more energetic." "Brother E, do you think I can meet my boyfriend tonight dressed like this?" As soon as Sheeny arrived at the office, a group of female colleagues immediately surrounded him. Because Sheeny is handsome, speaks humorously, and is the president's husband, he has always been popular among the group's young female employees. "Are you allowed to chat during working hours?" Suddenly a stern voice came from the door of the administration office. Everyone looked over and saw Su Shaowan looking at them with a dark face. "Sheeny, come to my office." After Su Shaowan finished speaking, she turned around and left the administrative department's office domineeringly. Sheeny looked at his wife, who had the image of a strong woman, and he said proudly in his heart, "Even though she is a strong woman, she is still dominated by me." When Sheeny arrived at Su Shaowan's office, Su Shaowan immediately said, "Is this why you don't want to leave the administration department?" "No. I just like working in the administration department. The things you saw just mean that I'm very popular with the employees. Don't think too much about it." Sheeny would never admit that the reason why he was willing to stay in the administrative department was because there were so many beautiful women in the department. Chapter 9, The First Conversation Between Childhood Sweetheart and Current Boyfriend. Su Shaowan looked at her husband, who was lying with his eyes open, and she immediately thought to herself, "I am not bad looking. Why can't I win the heart of this playboy husband?" Su Shaowan knew that her husband was just having a blast, otherwise, she would have divorced her husband long ago. "I'm too lazy to bother with you." After saying that, Su Shaowan handed Sheeny a lot of thick documents and said, "Let's see what the appropriate price is." Qin Yisheng took the document helplessly and started reading it. "No need to look, it must be the information about the land that Yuan Group purchased in the southern district of Tianhai City last year." Since Sheeny had already found out the bottom prices of the companies that could purchase the land, he quickly modified the prices in the document. He also made an annotation on which company would be better to find. More than half an hour later, Su Shaoan looked at her husband who had modified the price so quickly, and she was secretly envious. Su Shaoan would never think that her husband was randomly changing the prices. Those changed prices were definitely investigated by her husband. "Honey, you are so awesome." Su Shaoan looked at the revised price and said with admiration in her tone. "Honey, I'm not bragging. If you had allowed me to go to the club openly, I would definitely be doing better than I am now. Hubby, I find you're really good at climbing up the pole." As she spoke, Su Shaoan wanted to stand up and hit Qin. At this moment, Li Jiqing knocked on the door and walked in at an inopportune time. "Miss Li, could you please make me a cup of tea?" Qin said to Li Jiqing with a smile. "Okay, Mr. Qin." After finishing speaking, Li Jiqing looked at Su Shaoan and said, President Yi has brought people to the conference room." "Okay, I got it. Tell the relevant personnel to go to the conference room." Since Yi Boheo brought the employees of E Group to sign the contract, Su Shaoan also had to make arrangements according to formal business procedures. The contract signed at the Red Horse Club last time was just a letter of intent between the two companies, but it still has legal effect. Soon, Li Jiqing brought a cup of tea and placed it in front of Qin. Then Qin began to drink the tea slowly. Su Shaoan stood by, looking speechlessly at Qin, who insisted on finishing the tea in the cup. She sighed dotingly. About 5 minutes later, Su Shaoan and Qin walked into the meeting room one after another. Since both parties had discussed the details in advance, they signed all the transfer documents quickly. Qin saw that everything was over, so he was about to leave the meeting room and return to his office seat. At this time, Yi Boheo walked quickly to Qin and said, "Mr. Qin, are you free? Let's go to the cafe downstairs for a cup of coffee." "Okay." Qin agreed immediately. After hearing this, Yi Boheo was stunned for a moment. He thought Qin would refuse. "Mr. Qin, I'll wait for you in the cafe first." After Qin heard this, he nodded slightly. After Qin finished his makeup, he slowly walked downstairs to the coffee shop. As he walked, he screamed with excitement in his heart. At this moment, he had already simulated in his mind what was going to happen. After all, he had read a lot of melodramatic online novels in his previous life, especially the novels about brainless green tea men and green tea women in red persimmon. Soon, Qin found Yi Boheo in the coffee shop. Then, he walked towards Yi Boheo with great vigor and confidence. He had already decided that if Yi Boheo dared to throw coffee at him, he would knock Yi Boheo down with one punch. "Mr. Qin, you're here. Come and sit down. I don't know what kind of coffee you like, so I didn't order any for you." Yi Boheo warmly invited Qin to sit down. Seeing this, Qin thought to himself, this is not the right start. I am ready to kill, why doesn't he follow the routine of the novel? Is it possible that my experience in my previous life is not suitable for this time and space? I can drink any kind of coffee, Qin said as he answered. While waiting for coffee, neither Qin nor Yi Boheo spoke, but just looked at each other. After all, the two of them had only met in videos before, and even when they met last time at the Red Horse Club, it was just a quick glance. After Qin took a sip of coffee, Yi Boheo said, "Mr. Qin, I know it's a bit rash of me to ask you to come here today, but I still want to talk to you about something." "Okay, go ahead. I'm all ears." At this moment, Qin shouted in his heart, "He's coming." He finally couldn't help it. "I was wondering how could all the online novels I read in my previous life be in vain? Mr. Qin, I know you two are very loving. But couples still need to support each other, don't you think?" "Yes." When Yi Boheo saw that Qin agreed with his point of view, he felt a little relieved. Then he continued, "Mr. Qin, I believe you also know that Shaoan broke up with the Su family in order to marry you. Don't you want your wife to return to the Su family?" "I want to. But I'm just an ordinary person, there's nothing I can do." Yi Boheo saw that Qin was interested, so he continued to strike while the iron was hot and said, "You can do it. And I will help you." "Well, why are you helping me? I heard that when you were in high school." Before Qin could finish his words, Yi Boheo interrupted him and said, "That happened a long time ago. I guess you also heard the exaggerated stories from the younger generations of the Su family. You have to know that the reason why those Su family juniors told you about Shaoan's past is to alienate the relationship between you and your spouse. You must not be fooled by this. After all, Shaoan has not completely lost the qualification to run for the successor of the Su group." Then, Yi Boheo continued, "I admit that I confessed my feelings to Shaoan when I was in high school, but I was young and ignorant at that time. I later realized that my feelings for Xiao Wan were limited to brother and sister love. When Qin Yi heard this, he was a little dumbfounded. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if he was judging others by his own standards. Mr. E, it seems that I am too narrow-minded, Qin Yi said as he picked up the coffee in front of him and clinked the cup with Iboheo in the air. After taking a sip of coffee, Qin Yi looked at Iboheo and continued to ask, "How are you going to help me?" When Iboheo saw that Qin Yi was interested, he immediately said sincerely, "Mr. Qin, to be honest, the land in the South District is 400 million higher than that of the Ewing Group. But I still convinced all the senior executives of Esher Group to sell the land to Ewing Group. On the one hand, it was because Xiao Wan's mother found me and asked me to help Xiao Wan, and on the other hand, it was because of the friendship that Xiao Wan and I had grown up together." After Qin Yi heard this, he wanted to ask Iboheo indirectly about his opinion on the Southern District Development Plan. But he changed his mind and decided not to take the risk in order not to alert the enemy. Chapter 10. Qin Yi's good days are coming to an end. At this time, Qin Yi deliberately lowered his head and remained silent for a while, then he asked, "How are you going to help me?" "First of all, you should work hard. Then, I will personally help you contact the project and make Ewing Group develop rapidly. In this way, you will not be looked down upon by the Su family." After Qin Yi heard this, he immediately replied anxiously, "I want a project with high profits." After hearing Qin Yi's answer, Iboheo said with disdain in his heart, "How could Su Xiaowan like this guy? It seems that all women are appearance-oriented. I heard that Qin Yi is also very good at talking. Mr. Qin, everything must be done step by step. And those high-profit projects often have higher risks. If you encounter such high-profit projects in the future, you must think twice before acting." Iboheo preached at this moment. Qin Yi said that on purpose just now. He just wanted to test whether Iboheo had other intentions. However, after listening to Iboheo's words, his doubts were reduced by half. As for the other half's suspicion, it is a consideration for humanity. He doesn't believe there is a free lunch in the world. In his previous life, he had seen a lot on the internet. For the sake of profit, couples, children, brothers and sisters and other close relatives could become enemies, let alone outsiders who had no blood relationship. And his wife in this life is a living example. Mr. E, listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. Mr. E, I will rely on you in the future. Let's exchange phone numbers now, Qin Yi said attentively. Good. After both parties exchanged numbers, Iboheo continued, "Mr. Qin, don't call me Mr. E anymore. I'm a few months older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Hao." "Okay, Brother Hao." Qin Yi then continued, "Brother Hao, you can just call me Qin Yi from now on." Good. Afterwards, the two sides chatted for a while before parting at the entrance of the cafe. Qin Yi looked at the figure that was gradually receding, and he whispered to himself, "Either Iboheo really wants to help me and my wife, or he has big plans." However, in Qin Yi's opinion, he still tends to believe the latter reason. When Qin Yi returned to the company, he went straight into Su Xiaowan's office. "Honey, how was your talk?" Su Xiaowan stood up and asked immediately after seeing Qin Yi walk into the office. "Oh. It's different from what I imagined. I'm ready to give that green tea guy a slap in the face." Qin Yi sighed. When Su Xiaowan heard what her husband said, her face turned dark. She really doesn't know what's going on in her husband's mind all day. What green tea man? Green tea woman. The god of war is back. The miracle doctor is coming down the mountain. Slap the faces of those who look down on others. The child of destiny. Wait. 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 Sometimes, she really wanted to take her husband to a psychiatric department. "Husband, be serious. This is in the company. If the employees hear you talking, how can I establish my authority in the company?" When Qin Yi saw that his wife was a little angry, he immediately corrected his attitude and recounted in detail the conversation between him and Iboheo. Finally, Qin Yi asked, "Wife, do you think Iboheo really wants to help me?" After Su Xiaowan finished listening to her husband's story, she said with a serious look, "It's hard for me to judge. If Iboheo knew that Qin Yi told Su Xiaowan about their conversation, he would probably want to die." After a moment of silence, Su Xiaowan looked at Qin Yi and said, "Husband, you can continue to act stupid and approach Iboheo. Let's see first whether Iboheo really wants to help us." After Qin Yi heard what his wife said, his face immediately darkened, and then he asked in a deep voice, "Wife, am I really so stupid in my usual behavior?" After Su Shaoan heard this, she immediately held back her laughter and retorted, "No. How could my husband be so stupid?" At this moment, Genie rolled his eyes, glanced at his wife, then lay powerlessly on the sofa in the office and stopped moving. "Hubby, don't fall asleep. It's time for lunch." "No. By the way, we need to take Nian Nian to our parents' house for dinner tonight." Then, Su Shaoan continued, "Also, your parents, my parents-in-law will arrive in Tianhai City tomorrow afternoon." "What? How come I don't know? How did they get here?" "Hubby, don't worry, I'll arrange a special car to pick up my parents and bring them to Tianhai City." Genie's hometown is in a county town near Tianhai City. It is neither far nor close to Tianhai City. It takes more than 6 hours to drive there. After Genie heard what his wife said, he immediately covered his cheeks with his hands and said, "Isn't this going to kill me? How can I sleep in from now on?" Genie's mother Suijing would really wake Genie up whenever she saw him sleeping in the morning. She would do it with all her strength without reservation. "Husband, our parents will only stay in Tianhai City for 3 days. Just be patient with it. It's just that during these 3 days, you'll be fine as long as you get up with me. Otherwise, you'll be beaten." Su Shaoan consoled him. "Wife, how about?" Before Genie could finish his words, Su Shaoan interrupted him and said, "Don't even think about it. I won't sleep in with you." In Genie's opinion, as long as his wife sleeps in with him, he doesn't have to worry at all that his dear mother will wake him up with a feather duster in the morning. "Hubby, it's only 3 days, just bear with it." After a pause, Su Shaoan said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, our daughter didn't learn from you to sleep in, otherwise, I would have been driven crazy by you and your daughter." "Wife, haven't you heard that being able to sleep is a blessing? You are the only one with too many crooked ideas." With this interruption, Genie's sleepiness completely disappeared without a trace. In the evening, Genie drove Su Shaoan and Qin Yanyan to the home of his parents-in-law. "Grandpa and Grandma, I'm here." Qin Yanyan shouted at the top of her voice as soon as she arrived at the villa. "Oh, my precious granddaughter is here." A middle-aged woman who looked similar to Su Shaoan walked towards Qin Yanyan in a graceful and elegant manner, speaking gently. Because Su Shaoan's parents only had her as their only daughter, they loved Qin Yanyan from the bottom of their hearts. Su Shaoan's father is Su Xingxiang, the eldest son of the current chairman of the Su Group, and her mother is Qi Mani, a member of the Qi family in Tianhai City. Although Su Xingxiang and Qi Mani had a business marriage, they still had an emotional foundation. Otherwise, Qi Mani would not have tried so hard to protect Su Xingxiang's interests in the Su Group. It is precisely because of Qi Mani's strength that Su Xingxiang can teach safely in the university and keep his family rich. After Qi Mani picked up Qin Yanyan, she glanced at Qini and said with some dissatisfaction in her tone, "You have nothing to do all day, why don't you bring Yanyan to see me and your father every few days?" "Mom, you're wrong. I'm very busy these days. If you don't believe me, ask Yanyan." After Qin Yanyan heard what her father said, she immediately said, "Grandma, my father is really busy these days." Qin Yanyan said this, but she secretly thought in her heart, "Dad is busy sleeping all day." "Oh. In order to prevent Dad from being lectured by Grandma, I learned to lie at a young age. My conscience hurts a little." Chapter 11. Returning to Su Shaoan's parents' home for dinner. Qini saw that his daughter was talking to him, so he immediately raised his eyebrows at his wife. Pointing to his wife, "Look, my daughter is my little cotton-padded jacket." When Su Shaoan saw her husband's cute side, she couldn't help but smile. Even though Qin Yanyan said so, Qi Mani still didn't believe that Qini was busy during this period. Over the past few years, she has gotten to know her son-in-law very well. He is capable, but too lazy. Thinking of this, Qi Mani looked at Shan Yanyan in her arms and thought to herself, his surname is Qin after all. However, Qi Mani still loves Qin Yanyan from the bottom of her heart. "Mom, let's go into the house quickly." At this time, Su Shaoan spoke at the right time. "Okay, let's go into the house quickly. The food is ready," Qi Mani said as she carried Qin Yanyan into the house. Without waiting for Qi Mani and the others to enter the house, Su Xingxiang also hurriedly walked out of the house to the villa yard. "Why don't we talk inside? You have to stand in the yard and talk. Aren't you afraid that Nian Nian will catch a cold?" Su Xingxiang said as he tried to take Nian Nian from his wife. Seeing this, Qi Mani quickly moved away from her husband and continued walking into the villa. When Su Xingxiang saw that his wife didn't let him hug Nian Nian, he smiled at Qini and Su Shaoan, and then immediately followed his wife to the gate of the villa. When Qin Yanyan saw that her grandfather didn't hug her, she immediately waved at him and shouted loudly, "Grandpa." After hearing this, Su Xingxiang quickened his pace and walked into the house. "Hubby, you don't know that before Nian Nian came, my parents would always hang around me every time I went home." After a pause, Su Shaoan pointed at the three figures who had disappeared at the entrance and continued, "Look now, my parents haven't said a word to me yet?" After Qin Yi heard this, he sighed and said speechlessly, "When Nian Nian's grandparents come tomorrow, my situation may be even worse than yours." After Qin Yi finished speaking, he walked towards the living room dejectedly. After Su Shaoan heard what her husband said, she immediately felt much more balanced. It can be said that Su Shaoan has much more face in front of Qin Yi's parents than Qin Yi. When Qin Yi and Su Shaoan walked into the villa restaurant, they saw Su Xingxiang and Qi Mani sitting on either side of Qin Yanyan. One of them was helping Qin Yanyan pick up food, while the other was holding a towel to wash Qin Yanyan's hands. When Qin Yi and Su Shaoan saw this scene, they were no longer surprised. So the two of them looked at each other, then found their own seats and sat down to eat dinner. "Dad, Mom, this dish is delicious," Qin Yanyan said as soon as she saw her parents sit down, pointing at the dish she was eating. "If it tastes good, eat more," Su Shaoan replied lovingly. "Old Su, remember to ask the chef to make more of this dish next time." Seeing that Nian Nian liked it, Qi Mani immediately put down the towel in her hand, looked at Su Xingxiang and gave him instructions. After hearing this, Su Xingxiang said him and immediately recorded it on his mobile phone. "Dad, Mom, you guys are doting on Nian Nian too much," Su Shaoan reminded them worriedly. At this moment, her heart was filled with worry and fear, fearing that Qin Yanyan would become spoiled, willful, and lawless in the future because of excessive pampering. After all, love can sometimes become a kind of harm. If it is not properly guided and restrained, endless pampering may very likely cause an originally innocent and lovely child to lose himself and embark on a path of no return. "We have the financial strength, why should we feel wronged?" Qi Mani said without raising her head. Then, Su Xingxiang also said, "Your mother is right, we have the conditions, why should we wrong Nian Nian?" At this time, Qin Yi quietly tugged at Su Shaoan's sleeve and whispered, "Don't worry, Nian Nian won't become what you imagine in the future." "Don't you still believe in our genes?" Seeing that her husband said this, Su Shaoan had no choice but to continue eating with peace of mind. When Qi Mani saw that Qin Yi could pacify her daughter with just a few words, she knew that her daughter's life was doomed to fail in Qin Yi's hands. Fortunately, Qin Yi is not a Phoenix man, and he also graduated from a prestigious university, which makes Qi Mani not have much resistance to Qin Yi. As for the fact that Qin Yi was rather lazy, Qi Mani was now slowly able to accept it. Afterwards, everyone ate their meal in silence for a while. Su Xingxiang looked up at Qin Yi and asked, "Xiaoyi, your parents will come over tomorrow, and our two families can get together tonight. Where do you think is suitable? I can make arrangements." After Qin Yi heard this, he looked at his daughter eating the food on the table with relish, so he said, "Dad, how about we have the dinner here tomorrow night?" "I agree," Qin Yanyan said with food in her mouth without waiting for others to express their opinions. "Little foodie," Su Shaoan muttered after rolling her eyes at Qin Yanyan. "What? Do you have any objections?" Qi Mani looked at Su Shaoan with unfriendly eyes and asked. "Mom, what can I say? If you have no objection, just follow Xiaoyi's suggestion," Qi Mani said with finality. Ouch. Qin Yi saw that his wife was scolded and was afraid that she would be in a bad mood, so he hurriedly and attentively picked up some food for her. At this point, the topic of tomorrow's dinner ended, and everyone started talking about family matters. When Qin Yi first started dating Su Shaoan, he thought that big families like the Su family would have the habit of not talking while eating or sleeping. What he didn't expect was that unless there were guests eating together, Su Xingxiang and Qi Mani would not talk while eating or sleeping. As for other times, Qin Yi does not have to follow any rules when he comes to his father-in-law and mother-in-law's house. Therefore, every time Qin Yi came to his father-in-law and mother-in-law's house, he did not feel any depression. Soon, everyone finished dinner and settled Qin Yanyan down to watch cartoons alone in the living room. Then, Su Xingxiang and the other three went to the tea room on the first floor to talk. "Xiaoyi, Shaoan, your mother and I asked you to come over for dinner tonight because we have something to say." Su Xingxiang spoke only after seeing that everyone had calmed down. "Dad, go ahead." Although Su Shaoan said this, her eyes were actually looking at Qi Mani. She knew that today's conversation must have been arranged by her mother Qi Mani. As for her father Su Xingxiang, he is just a spokesperson. Although Qi Mani is in control of the overall situation of Su Xingxiang's lineage, Qi Mani will always establish the image of Su Xingxiang's male master no matter what the circumstances. Otherwise, there would have been problems in the marriage between Su Xingqiang and Qi Mani long ago. Chapter 12: Qin Yi's mother-in-law's plan. Although Qin Yi, who was sitting next to him, did not respond, when he heard that his father-in-law had something important to say, he immediately sat up straight, then looked at Su Xingqiang and waited for him to speak. Xiaoyi, Xiaowan, this is what's going on. Your mother and I want to give all the shares of E1 Group to the two of you. After Su Xiaowan heard this, she immediately asked, Dad, Mom, have you encountered any difficulties? Xiaowan, don't think too much. E1 Group shares will be in your hands sooner or later, this is just in advance. Su Xingqiang said this, he turned to look at Qin Yi and said, Xiaoyi, your mother and I were indeed on guard against you in the past, so when we established Yuan Group, we didn't give you any shares. Don't blame me and your mother. Dad, what are you talking about? It's normal for you to do those things. If you didn't do that, I would have doubted it. How could I be angry with you? After Qi Mani heard Qin Yi say this, she immediately spoke up, Lao Su, I said Xiaoyi could understand what we did at that time. Then, Qi Mani looked at Qin Yi and continued, Xiaoyi, you don't know that your father has been brooding over that incident all these years, saying that I shouldn't have refused to give you the shares of Yuan Group. At this moment, Su Xiaowan also held Qin Yi's hand to express her guilt towards Qin Yi. Seeing this, Qin Yi immediately smiled helplessly and said, Dad, Mom, wife, I really have no opinion on what happened back then. Really, I swear. You really don't have to feel guilty about me. This was not just Qin Yi's polite words, but his true inner thoughts. He was not angry at all about not giving him shares in Yuan Group. As long as his wife gave him money to spend every month, what opinion could he have? After Qi Mani heard Qin Yi's words, a shrewd look flashed in her eyes. Afterwards, Qi Mani looked at Qin Yi and said, Your father and I are going to transfer your father's shares to you, and my shares to Xiaowan. In the future, you will serve as the chairman of E1 Group, and Xiaowan will continue to serve as the president of E1 Group. In the future, you will be responsible for Yuan Group's external affairs, and Xiaowan will only be responsible for Yuan Group's internal affairs. What? Qin Yi stood up in surprise and looked at Su Xingqiang and Qi Mani and shouted loudly. Then, Qin Yi immediately said, Mom and Dad, please transfer all the shares to Xiaowan. I don't want any shares. I think my current job is very suitable for me. Hey! Xiaoyi! It seems that you are still angry with me and your father. Qi Mani said with a sad tone. When Qin Yi saw this, he immediately felt that today's dinner might be a hangmen banquet. His mother-in-law wants to force him to shoulder the burden of the family. Thinking of this, Qin Yi looked at his wife pitifully. Without waiting for Su Xiaowan to speak, Qi Mani glared at her and said, Xiaowan, do you really want Xiaoyi to be so mediocre for the rest of his life? Mom, actually my husband has helped me a lot behind the scenes. And after all these years, my husband may not be able to adapt to the new job. Su Xiaowan was not saying this to excuse Qin Yi, but Qin Yi did give Su Xiaowan a lot of useful advice and information in private. Qin Yi saw his wife speak for him, so he immediately said, Mom, Xiaowan is right. I have been used to a life of luxury over the years, I definitely can't adapt to high-intensity work. After Su Xingqiang heard this, he immediately pointed at Qin Yi with a trembling finger and said, Boy, you haven't improved in all these years, except that you are more shameless than before. You can even say such things now, you really open my eyes. Dad, I'll take that as a compliment. After hearing this, Qi Mani patted the tea table and said in a somewhat unkind tone, Xiaoyi, can't you be more considerate of my daughter? Don't you know that women are very passive when talking about things outside? When Qin Yi heard his mother-in-law say this, he immediately felt that his mother-in-law might be hiding something from him and his wife. At this moment, Qin Yi sat back in his seat, lowered his head and thought for a while, then he looked up at Qi Mani and asked, Mom, do you feel any crisis? When Qi Mani heard Qin Yi's question, she was shocked. She knew that her son-in-law was smart, but what she didn't expect was that her son-in-law could associate other aspects with just a few short sentences. At this time, Su Xiaowan also reacted. Something must have happened on her parents' side. After all, her parents had never forced her husband to stand in the front before. Dad, Mom, tell me the truth. Otherwise, I will check it myself. Su Xiaowan said with a cold face. Seeing that her daughter and son-in-law were all thinking badly, Qi Mani sighed and said, Forget it. Originally, I wanted to wait until Xiaoyi was firmly in the position of chairman of Yuan Group before I told you the truth. After a pause, Qi Mani continued to explain, Xiaoyi, Xiaowan, you know that over the years, even though your father has never worked at Yuan Group, he can still sit firmly in the position of chairman of Yuan Group. You should know why. Mom, no matter what, my dad is the eldest son of the Su family. Those investment institutions will not give consideration to the other party. Besides, you are the vice president of Su Group. So even if my dad teaches at a university and is the chairman of Ewing Group, people outside dare not have any opinions. Su Xiaowan said analytically. After hearing this, Chimani nodded gently and continued, Xiaowan, you are right. But that was in the past, things have changed now. Your dad has already received a reminder from the school leaders. Your father now has to make a decision between the two. You also know that your father's greatest wish is to teach and educate people. After a pause, Chimani looked at Su Xingqiang tenderly, and then continued, and now my situation in the Su Group is also very delicate, so my suggestion is that you should not think about running for the position of heir to the Su Group in the future. You and Xiaoyi will run Ewing Group well in the future. After the two of you have full control of Ewing Group, I will also withdraw from Su Group. At this moment, Su Xiaowan's face became a little ugly. Then she took a deep breath and asked, Mom, has Grandpa decided not to return the 10% of the shares of the Su Group to us? The current head of the Su family is Su Xiaowan's grandfather Su Hongsheng, who is also the chairman of the Su Group. At the beginning, Su Hongsheng gave 10% of the shares of Su Group to Su Xiaowan's father Su Xingqiang, Su Xiaowan's second uncle Su Minghan, and Su Xiaowan's third uncle Su Hongwei respectively. However, because Su Xiaowan insisted on marrying Qin, and Su Xingqiang and Chimani both stood on Su Xiaowan's side, Su Hongsheng temporarily took back Su Xingqiang's lineage's 10% stake in the Su Group. However, after bargaining among all parties, Su Hongsheng was able to easily and temporarily recover the 10% stake at the cost of Chimani becoming the vice president of the Su Group. Chapter 13 Su Xiaowan's explanation to her parents. Without waiting for Chimani to respond, Su Xingqiang, who was sitting on the side, explained, Your grandfather has been staying in the old house for a while and has not shown up or met anyone. I just heard from the servants at the old house that many doctors have come during this period. After Qin heard this, he first looked at Su Xiaowan and then said, If Grandpa's health is really problematic, and if Grandpa hasn't thought about returning the 10% of the shares to us, I'm afraid. Although Qin did not explain his words clearly, everyone knew the meaning of his subsequent words. As soon as the voice fell, Chimani continued, Xiaoyi's analysis makes sense. We must prepare for the worst now. I will take advantage of my current position as the vice president of Su Group and find a way to gain more benefits for Ewing Group. At this time, Su Xiaowan also spoke to herself, no wonder someone would secretly want to destroy the relationship between me and my husband. It seems that my second uncle and third uncle want to kill our whole family. Xiaowan, what do you mean? Su Xingqiang asked with a frown. Although Chimani, who was sitting next to her, did not ask any questions, her eyes were fixed on Su Xiaowan. Su Xiaowan originally didn't want to tell her parents that someone had secretly tried to sabotage their relationship a few days ago, but now she had no choice but to tell it. Then, Su Xiaowan briefly recounted what happened on the day when she and Iboheo discussed cooperation at the Red Horse Club. This Iboheo is really something. Why does he go to the Red Horse Club to discuss cooperation? Although the Red Horse Club claims to be a commercial club, it will still damage its reputation if girls go there. Su Xingqiang said with dissatisfaction. At this moment, Chimani took advantage of the situation and looked at Qin to teach him, Xiaoyi, you can see how difficult it is for us women to negotiate business outside. People like your father will always think of the bad side. When Su Xingqiang heard Chimani say this to him, he wanted to speak up to defend himself. But when he looked at his wife Chimani, he immediately understood why his wife said that to him. When Su Xiaowan saw her husband's embarrassed expression, she hesitated for a moment before she told him about her husband's private inquiries for intelligence. At this moment, Su Xingqiang and Chimani were listening to Su Xiaowan's story while staring at Qin with scrutinizing eyes. When Qin felt the two scrutinizing gazes, he wanted to die. Yes. Any parent who hears that their son-in-law is hanging out in the club with those second-generation rich kids who just eat and wait for death, I'm afraid they won't feel good. After Su Xiaowan had finally finished her story, Su Xingqiang immediately asked, Xiaoyi, were you really just playing around with those people? Did you really not do anything out of line? Dad, I really just wanted to get information from those people. I really didn't do anything else. And I told Xiaowan in advance. Qin explained anxiously while looking at Su Xiaowan. After Su Xiaowan heard this, she complained in her heart, what do you mean by telling me in advance? Don't you always act first and ask for permission later? However, in order to avoid her parents having any opinions about Qin, she had no choice but to answer, Dad, Mom, I know what my husband did in advance. I believe in my husband. The reason why Su Xiaowan chose to tell her parents today about what her husband had done in the past was because she was afraid that someone would make up stories about her husband in front of her parents in the future. That's why Su Xiaowan took the initiative to talk about what her husband had done in the past. However, Su Xiaowan did believe that her husband and those people were just playing around. After all, every time her husband couldn't avoid the final step, he would secretly contact her and ask her to come to the scene to deliberately capture her husband. Seeing that their daughter said this, Su Xingxiang and Qimani didn't know what to say. Then the tea room suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, Su Xiaowan broke the silence first and then announced the news that the government of Tianhai City South District would not start construction within 3 years. That's impossible. Wasn't the news announced on the government's official website? Su Xingxiang asked in confusion. Dad, this news can't be false. In fact, I have already inquired from many sources about the government's plans for the South District. I didn't do it simply because of Jiang Juinzhou's words. It's just that Jiang Juinzhou's words made me more certain that the government will not start construction in the South District within the next 3 years. Qini said in a serious tone. After hearing this, Qimani glanced at Qini, then she picked up the teacup and drank tea while thinking about what Su Xiaowan and Qini said. After a moment, Qimani put down the teacup, looked at Qini, nodded, and then said, "It seems that Shoui's news should be accurate." At that time, I was wondering why Su Minghan and Su Hongwei did not stop the E Group from selling the land to the Yuan Group. It seems that the two of them must have received some gossip, and then they took advantage of the situation to promote the cooperation between Yuan Group and Yishur Group. At the same time, the two of them also wanted to wait for the capital chain of Yuan Group to break, and then they would buy the bottom of Yuan Group. Mom, do you think Ibo Heo knows the news in the South District? Qini looked at Qimani and asked. After hearing this, Qimani frowned, then shook her head and said, "I don't know either. To be honest, your two uncles probably don't believe the news they received. Otherwise, why don't they sell some of the large amount of land that Su's group has in the South District?" Then, Qimani continued to explain, "The reason why E Group sold the land to Yuan Group at a low price is because I helped E Group and Su Group to promote a certain business cooperation. In addition, your two uncles had selfish motives, so there is now cooperation between Yuan Group and E Group." The main reason why Qimani explained it so clearly to Qini was that she was afraid that Qini would think too much. For Qimani, Qini is still a good candidate for her daughter's husband. "Mom, I want to sell that piece of land to Su Group. Do you think this is still possible now?" Su Xiaowan asked. Before Qimani could answer, Su Xingxiang, who was sitting next to her, immediately advised, "Xiaowan, how could you do this? After all, that is..." After Qimani glanced at Su Xingxiang swallowed the rest of his words. Chapter 14 Ibo Heo's Invitation. Then, Qimani said, "I think you should quietly sell the land in the southern area of Yuan Group to a company that has close ties with Su Minghan and Su Hongwei." After hearing this, Su Xiaowan and Qini looked at each other and then smiled at each other. Seeing this, Su Xingxiang could only sigh inwardly. Qimani saw that she had almost finished talking about the matter, so she looked at Qini and asked, "Xiaoi, are you really not going to be the chairman of Yuan Group?" "Dad, Mom, I know my abilities. I can only give some advice behind the scenes," Qini said sincerely. As soon as the voice fell, Su Xiaowan immediately said, "Dad, Mom, please don't force my husband. Hey! Just spoil him." Qimani stood up and pointed at Su Xiaowan's forehead and said. Afterwards, Qimani went upstairs to the villa. Seeing this, Su Xiaowan immediately said to Qini and Su Xingxiang, "Dad, husband, I'll go up and comfort her." Su Xingxiang and Qini saw Qimani and Su Xiaowan went upstairs, so they both stood up and went to the living room to watch cartoons with Qin Yanyan. Upstairs, in the study, Qimani was not surprised at all when she saw Su Xiaowan following her. "Mom, is there anything you want to talk to me about alone?" Su Xiaowan asked as she found a chair and sat down at random. "Did Qini really not do anything to let you down?" Qimani looked at Su Xiaowan and asked directly. "Mom, don't you know my temper? If he really dares to do something to let me down, I will make him lose his capital as a man." After hearing this, Qimani nodded with satisfaction and said, "This is my daughter." Then, Qimani continued, "The reason why I agreed to your marriage was because Qini's family conditions were average and he was easy to control. Such a person would not threaten your own interests at all. Mom, then why are you forcing my husband to be the chairman of Yuan Group? I'm just afraid that you'll have to work hard. Even if he becomes the chairman of Yuan Group, I have ways to stop him from doing anything wrong." After Su Xiaowan heard this, she sighed and said, "Mom, after all these years, are you still worried about my husband? The heart is hidden in the belly. Mom, just look at how lazy my husband is. How ambitious do you think he can be? I'm afraid he's just pretending. Who can pretend for so many years at once? Su Xiaowan said. After hearing this, Jimani asked with some confusion, Xiaowan, I just don't understand why you are so devoted to Qini. Mom, I just like him. Okay. Since you like him, you should have less contact with Iboheo in the future, so as to avoid Shui misunderstanding the relationship between you and Iboheo. Then, Shimani warned, don't let it affect our plan. Mom, I know. Then the mother and daughter chatted for a while before they both walked out of the study. After everyone watched cartoons with Qin Yanyan in the living room for more than half an hour, Qini and the other three said goodbye to Su Xingxiang and Shimani. The next morning, since it was a day off, Qini also held Su Xiaowan and didn't let her get up. It was past 10 in the morning before Qini and Su Xiaowan walked downstairs to the living room. At this time, Qin Yanyan had already been washed and dressed by the servants. After having breakfast, she sat in the living room and started stacking building blocks. Dad, Mom, look at the building blocks I stacked. Are they beautiful? After Qin Yanyan saw her parents, she immediately boasted to Qini and Su Xiaowan. Beautiful. How come my baby is so amazing? Qin encouraged. After hearing what her father said, Qin Yanyan continued to look at her mother. She also wanted to hear her mother's evaluation of the building blocks she had stacked. Su Xiaowan pretended to look at the building blocks for a while, then she nodded and said, Nian Nian, you are amazing. Even Mom can't build such beautiful building blocks. When Qin Yanyan heard her parents' affirmation of her, she immediately started to happily circle around the building blocks. After running for a while, Su Xiaowan carried Qin Yanyan to the sofa and asked, Yanyan, your grandparents will be here this afternoon. What beautiful clothes are you going to wear to welcome them? After hearing this, Qin Yanyan thought for a while, then stood up and pulled her mother towards her bedroom. After Su Xiaowan and Qin Yanyan left the living room, Qini was about to find some snacks to eat when he suddenly received a call from Iboheo. Hello? Brother Hao, is there something you need to call me at this time? Qini asked as soon as the call was connected. Qini, do you have anything to do this afternoon? I have an appointment with a partner this afternoon, and I want to introduce him to you. Brother Hao, I'm so sorry, I have something to do this afternoon and can't leave. Can't you push it? I really can't postpone it. My parents are coming to Tianhai City. They will stay for 3 days, so I'm afraid I won't have time during these 3 days. Is that so? All right then. I'll introduce you to our partners when there's a chance in the future. Thank you so much, Brother Hao. Qini said sincerely into the phone. After ending the call, Qini looked at the extinguished phone screen and frowned. He always felt that Iboheo was too enthusiastic towards him, which was very inhumane. Is Iboheo really the living son of God? Thinking of this, Qini immediately shook his head to reject the guess in his mind. On the other side, Iboheo sat in his tea room, drinking tea and looking at the scenery outside. After he put the teacup in his hand on the table, he sighed softly and said to himself, plans cannot keep up with changes. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the gate. Soon, Iboheo drove alone to a high-end private club. If Qini saw this, he would definitely think in his heart, Iboheo's aesthetic taste is still good. Qini also frequently visits this private club. After Iboheo walked into the club, he walked towards the club's box with ease. However, when he passed through the club hall, he happened to meet the princess who was probably here to apply for a job. Just looking at the back, Iboheo paused for a moment, and then when the other party turned around and walked out of the club, Iboheo was deeply attracted by the other party's mature figure. After the woman left the club, Iboheo waved to the waiter in the club and pointed at the woman who had just left. When the waiter saw this, he immediately understood what Iboheo meant, so he immediately replied, Sir, I'm sorry, she hasn't agreed to come to work yet. After hearing this, Iboheo continued walking into the club with some regret. Chapter 15, Pressure from Mother. In the afternoon, Qini and the other two saw that the time was almost up, so they came to the gate of the villa and waited for the arrival of Qini's parents, Qin Jiqiang and Suijing. Qin Jiqiang and Suijing are both junior employees in a state-owned enterprise in their hometown county. They are not yet of retirement age, so they took a day off next Monday. Soon, the car that came to pick up Qin Jiqiang and Suijing stopped steadily in front of the villa. As soon as the car stopped, Suijing immediately opened the door, got out, and walked straight towards Qin Yanyan. Then she picked up Qin Yanyan and asked gently, Yanyan, tell grandma, how long have you been standing? Are you tired? After finishing her words, Suijing looked at Qini and blamed him. You can just stand at the door and wait for me and your dad. Why did you drag Nian Nian and Xiaowan to stand at the door and wait for us? Aren't you afraid of tiring them? After Qini heard this, he quickly admitted his mistake and said, Mom, I was wrong. I will change next time. At the same time, Qini thought to himself, do you think I want to wait for you at the door? You know your son's character. Your son will never sit if he can lie down, and will never stand if he can sit. Su Xiaowan, who was standing next to her, complained in her heart every time she saw her mother-in-law, no wonder my husband is so handsome, it turns out it's all because of my mother-in-law's good genes. I really don't know how my father-in-law managed to win over my mother-in-law. After seeing Qini admit his mistake so quickly, Suijing couldn't blame him anymore, especially since her daughter-in-law was standing next to him and watching. At the same time, she also knew that the idea of standing at the door to greet the two of them must have come from her daughter-in-law Su Xiaowan. As for Qini, as a mother, how could she not know Qini's character? To sum up Qini in one word, it's lazy. So, she immediately greeted Su Xiaowan with a smile and said, Xiaowan, let's go inside first and let them move the things in the car. Okay, Mom. Su Xiaowan said this, and then she took her arm around her mother-in-law and walked into the villa. After Qin Jiqiang saw Suijing and Su Xiaowan leave, he looked at Qini and said with a smile, the sun really rises from the west. When will you stand at the door waiting for me and your mother? Qin Jiqiang still knows his son very well. Hey! Your daughter-in-law insisted on asking me to stand at the door to welcome you two old people. What can I do? Qini said as he took the luggage out of the car. When Qin Jiqiang and Qini walked into the living room, Suijing and the other two were already chatting animatedly. When Suijing saw Qin Jiqiang coming in, she immediately said, Old Qin, give me what I prepared. After hearing this, Qin Jiqiang looked at Qini with some pity, then he immediately took out a feather duster from his luggage and handed it to Suijing. Seeing this, Qini immediately hid behind Su Xiaowan. Seeing this, Suijing immediately looked at Su Xiaowan and said, Xiaowan, get out of the way. I have to teach this kid a lesson today about his bad habit of sleeping late. Qin Yanyan saw that her grandmother was about to hit her father, so she immediately defended herself, Grandma, Dad didn't sleep in. Seeing that Qin Yanyan was still lying at this time, Suijing immediately looked at Qin Yanyan with a stern face and asked, Yanyan, tell Grandma, are the words you just said true? Think it over before you speak. When Qin Yanyan saw the feather duster in her grandmother's hand, she opened her mouth in fear, and then hesitated for a long time without saying anything. Seeing this, Qini immediately retorted, Mom, what evidence do you have to prove that I slept in? Everything needs evidence. And you even scared my daughter. After hearing this, Suijing was so angry that she laughed. Then she looked at Qin Yanyan and asked, Yanyan, tell your father if Grandma has called you every morning for more than a month. Dad, for more than a month, Grandma would call me every morning when I was in kindergarten. After Suijing heard this, she continued to ask, Yanyan, tell your father what I ask you every morning? Ask me if I have had breakfast? Who was there when I had breakfast? And who sent me to kindergarten? After Qini heard this, he gripped his wife's shoulders even tighter. He didn't expect that his mother would ask her daughter about his situation at home. Although Qin Yanyan did not directly state that Qini was sleeping in the morning, every answer of Qin Yanyan proved that Qini was sleeping in at home every day. When Su Xiaowan sensed her husband's fear, she turned around and signaled to her husband with her eyes not to worry. Mom, you're tired from the long car ride. You should take a rest first. We'll discuss Qin Yi's matter tomorrow. My parents have prepared dinner at home. We'll take a rest for a while before rushing to my parents' house. After Suijing saw Su Xiaowan come forward to plead for Qin Yi, she could only put down the feather duster in her hand. Suijing was determined to give face to her daughter-in-law no matter what. After Suijing put down the feather duster in her hand, she saw the expression of relief on Qin Yanyan's little face, so she immediately began to comfort her precious granddaughter. At night, in a ward at Tianhai City Hospital, a haggard-looking woman was gently wiping the cheek of a girl who looked only about 3 years old and was sleeping on the hospital bed. If Iboheo saw this woman, he would definitely recognize her as the woman who came to the private club during the day to apply for the princess position. Yeah, Mom will definitely cure your illness. The woman muttered softly with her head down. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open gently from the outside. When the woman heard the door open, she immediately looked up. When she saw that it was a nurse from the hospital, she immediately stood up quietly and walked towards the ward door. After she walked to the corridor outside the ward, the nurse in the hospital said, Ms. Wu, your daughter's hospitalization fee can only be paid until the day after tomorrow. Then, the nurse continued, our hospital is aware of your situation, so we will postpone your admission for 2 days. However, if you still cannot pay the hospitalization fee after 2 days, I'm afraid. Although the nurse didn't finish her words, Ms. Wu understood the meaning of the rest of the words, so she immediately said, don't worry, I will pay the hospital fees as soon as possible. Then, Ms. Wu bowed to the nurse and said, thank you very much for taking care of my mother and daughter. Seeing this, the nurse didn't say anything more, just sighed slightly, and then slowly walked to another ward. After the nurse left, the woman surnamed Wu began to struggle with her conscience and her desires. One voice told her to go to a private club and be a princess, and the other voice told her to go to him for help. Chapter 16 Car Accident. Compared with the little girl in the hospital, in the living room on the other side, after dinner, Qin Nian was running happily between her grandparents. Mother-in-law, it's settled now. Tomorrow we will take Nian to travel around Tianhai City together. Shimani said as she sat next to Su Yijing. Good. Qin Jiqiang, who was sitting not far away, was also talking in a low voice with Su Xingxiang about some topics. Old Qin. Although I don't understand production technology, I know history. All things will inevitably be replaced by new things, so you should strongly support your company to introduce advanced technology. As for whether your company leaders agree or not, you don't need to think too much about it. As long as you have a clear conscience, that's all. Su Xingxiang gave his own opinion. Lao Su, you're right. I'm about to retire, so I'll just do my job well. I'll write a report and hand it in when I get back. I don't care what the result will be. That's right. When you retire, you can all come to Tianhai City to settle down. When our two families have nothing to do, we can go out for a picnic or something like that. Oh. I'm afraid Xiui will be unhappy by then. After Su Xingxiang heard this, he couldn't understand the meaning of Qin Jiqiang's words for a moment, but when he and Qin Jiqiang looked at each other, he immediately understood why Qin Jiqiang said that. He had heard from his daughter that if Qin-Yi's mother saw Qin-Yi sleeping in, she would really beat Qin-Yi with a feather duster. And every time I stick it, I bleed. Old Qin, you can persuade him privately. It's not a bad habit for young people to sleep in. Su Xingxiang said in a low voice. Lao Su, how dare I? As soon as Qin Jiqiang finished speaking, he heard two sighs. These two sighs contained both helplessness and deep love. At this time, Su Shaowan looked at the time, and then she reminded quietly, it's getting late, Nian should rest. Qin Nian, who was playing, heard her mother say that it was time to rest, and her expression became a little confused. She remembered that she usually didn't go to bed so early at night. Before Qin Nian could open her mouth to refute, Shimani, who was sitting next to her, also said, oh. Look, we were so busy chatting that we forgot about Nian's bedtime. At this point, Shimani looked at Qin-Yi and said, shall we, take Nian home quickly? Children can't stay up late. Okay, Mom. Qin-Yi said as he stood up and picked up his daughter. Then he signaled to his daughter not to say anything. Su Yijing, who was sitting next to them, watched the interaction between Su Xiaowan's family, and a look of relief immediately appeared in her eyes. She knew that Su Xiaowan's statement that Nian should go to bed was just an excuse. The real reason was that Su Xiaowan was reminding everyone that she and Qin Jiqiang should rest. After all, they had been sitting in the car for a whole day. Soon, Qin Jiqiang and the other three were on their way home in the car driven by Qin-Yi. After Qin-Yi and the others left, Su Xingxiang looked at Shimani and hesitated for a moment before he asked, wife, why do I feel like my mother-in-law has the temperament of a big family? I thought you couldn't feel it. After Su Xingxiang heard this, he asked in surprise, wife, is there any insider information about the identity of my mother-in-law? No. Shimani said, shaking her head. After a pause, Shimani continued, I have already investigated the relationships of Xiui's family. Everyone in their family comes from an ordinary background. As for why my mother-in-law has the temperament of a big family, maybe it's just a coincidence. After Su Xingxiang heard what his wife said, he stopped thinking about it in other ways. After all, her wife would never harm her own daughter. On the way, Qin Nian, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, couldn't help but look at Su Shaowan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and asked, Mom, I don't usually go to bed so early. Before Su Shaowan could turn around to answer, Su Yijing said, Nian, Grandma and Grandpa want to go to bed. Yes. Nian, your grandma and I want to go to bed. If you don't want to sleep, you can still play when you go back home. Qin Jiqiang said softly as he carried Qin Nian to her seat. So Grandpa and Grandma want to sleep. That's right, they have been sitting in the car for a whole day, they must be tired. At this point, Qin Yanyan looked at Qin Yi, who was driving, and shouted, "Dad, we have to drive faster, Grandpa and Grandma are tired." After hearing this, Qin Jiqiang and Su Yijing immediately kissed Qin Yanyan on the cheeks one after another. Then they kept shouting, "Good granddaughter! Good!" Children with sweet words are so lovable. The next morning, Qin Yi resigned himself to getting up and getting dressed at the same time as Su Shaowan. When Qin Yi and Su Shaowan came to the living room downstairs, Qin Yi saw his mother sitting on the sofa with a feather duster, looking towards the elevator from time to time. When she saw Qin Yi and Su Shaowan coming down together, she put away the feather duster in her hand. When Qin Yi saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he immediately pretended not to have seen it. Then, he looked at his mother with a smile and asked, "Mom, isn't my dad up yet? Your father got up a long time ago. He's taking a walk in the community now." Su Yijing replied unhappily. When Su Yijing found that she couldn't find a reason to beat Qin Yi, she suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. After finishing speaking, Su Yijing glanced at Qin Yi and thought to herself, "I just don't believe I won't be able to find a reason to beat you up in the next few days." When Qin Yi saw his mother looking at him, he immediately exchanged glances with his mother, and then he immediately understood what his mother was planning. After figuring out what his mother was planning, Qin Yi swallowed quietly, and then immediately took action next to his wife. He decided that these few days, even if his wife went to the bathroom, he would follow her. An hour later, after everyone had breakfast, Qin Yi drove his family to the place where the two families were gathering. Since today is the weekend, there are many cars on the road. Therefore, Qin Yi drove very slowly. However, when they were almost at their destination, while waiting for the red light at an intersection, the car Qin Yi was driving was suddenly rear-ended by someone. Qin Yi looked through the rearview mirror and found that the car that rear-ended him was a high-end sports car. This made Qin Yi imagine a lot of embarrassing plots. So he immediately opened the car door excitedly and got out. At first, Su Shaowan didn't understand why her husband looked so excited when her car was rear-ended. However, when she saw that the car that rear-ended theirs was a high-end sports car, she immediately understood what her husband was planning. Thinking of this, Su Shaowan turned to look at Qin Jiqiang and the other three sitting in the back seat of the car and said, "Mom and Dad, I'll go down and take a look. You don't have to get out of the car." "Well, watch your tone of voice," Su Yijing reminded. "Got it, Mom." Then, Qin Jiqiang also spoke up and warned, "If the other party is difficult to talk to, let's call the police." "Okay, Dad." As he spoke, Su Shaowan opened the car door and got out. At this moment, Su Shaowan thought to herself, "My father-in-law and mother-in-law are such nice people, why does my husband have such messy thoughts in his mind all day long?" Chapter 17, Mother's Feather Duster. Qin Yi got out of the car and came to the back of his car. A young man just walked out from the driving seat of this sports car. Through the car window, Qin Yi could see three beauties sitting in the front and back of the sports car. When Qin Yi saw the other party getting out of the car without any dangerous tools in his hands, Qin Yi immediately made plans to show off. "Brother, I'm sorry. I was the one who rear-ended your car. I will bear all the expenses," the young man said sincerely as soon as he came to Qin Yi. "What?" Qin Yi said with his mind blank. At this moment, Qin Yi shouted in his heart, "The plot is wrong. Shouldn't the other party be domineering because he is a rich second generation? And the car I drove today is not a very good car. It can completely make the other party look down on me." The young man standing opposite Qin Yi was stunned for a moment after hearing what Qin Yi said, and then he said Then, he thought the other party didn't hear what he said clearly, and was about to say it again. At this time, Su Shaowan came to Qin Yi at the right time, looked at the young man standing opposite Qin Yi and said, "Do you want to go directly to the insurance or call the police first?" When Su Shaowan appeared at the scene, the young man standing in front of Qin Yi's eyes lit up when he saw Su Shaowan at this moment. "Don't bother with that. My car is insured, I can just call the insurance company directly, and all your repair costs will be covered by the insurance company." "That's fine too. We have things to do today, so this way we won't waste each other's time." Seeing that the matter was resolved so quickly, Qin Yi looked at the rear of his car with a somewhat disappointed look. Just when Qin Yi's thoughts were still wandering, Su Shaowan pulled Qin Yi's sleeve and brought him back to reality. "Honey, please add his contact information so that we can communicate in a timely manner later." "Good." Originally, the young man driving the sports car wanted to add Su Shaowan's contact information, but when he saw that Su Shaowan did not show any envy in his sports car, he completely gave up on hooking up with Su Shaowan. Soon, Qin Yi and the other party exchanged contact information, and then both got into their own cars and drove away. Along the way, Su Shaoan felt like laughing when she saw that her husband was always unhappy. She really didn't know why those pretentious and embarrassing things were so attractive to her husband. If Chini knew what his wife was thinking, he would definitely complain in his heart, "That's because you haven't read the novel in tomato." After arriving at the destination, Su Xingxiang saw at a glance that the rear of the car Chini was driving seemed to have been hit. So he immediately asked, "What happened when you came here?" "I got rear-ended." "But it's not serious." When Shimani heard that there was a car accident, she immediately picked up Qin Nian and looked around, then asked nervously, "Nian, are you okay?" "Grandma, I'm fine. Grandpa and Grandma were protecting me at the time." After hearing this, Shimani's heart just settled down when Su Xiaowan's voice came over. "Mom, why don't you care about me?" After hearing this, Shimani rolled her eyes at Su Xiaowan and did not respond. Instead, she pulled Su Yijing towards the amusement park. When Chini saw this, he knew it was time for him to show off. "Wife, I'm here to care about you," Chini said as he gently stroked Su Xiaowan's hand and walked towards the amusement park. Qin Jiqiang and Su Yijing were secretly happy when they saw that Chini and Su Xiaowan's family were getting along so casually. When Qin Jiqiang and the others were some distance away from Chini and Su Xiaowan immediately became alert and pointed to one side and said, "Hubby, look, a beauty." After Chini heard this, he immediately looked in the direction his wife's finger was pointing. She has a nice figure. Her appearance can be rated 85 points. If she knew how to put on makeup, her appearance could be even better. Just as Chini was commenting with relish, he suddenly felt a pain in his ear. "Honey, be gentle. We are outside, please be mindful of your appearance. And you asked me to see it. According to what you said, it's still my fault." "Wife, you misunderstood me. It's my fault." After Su Xiaowan heard this, she snorted, let go of the hand that was pulling Chini's ear, and then walked forward quickly. Seeing this, Chini immediately followed Su Xiaowan and asked her what she wanted to eat and what she wanted to play. At the end of the day, everyone had a great time, except Chini Shi, who felt a little disappointed. After all, he had finally gotten out to play, and he didn't want to run into anything that would make him look bad. Reunions are always short, and soon it was time for Qin Jiqiang and Su Yijing to leave Tianhai City. On this day, both Su Xiaowan and Qin Nian were waiting at home to send Qin Jiqiang and Su Yijing off. "Xiaowan, is it really okay for you not to go to the company? Don't delay your work." Qin Jiqiang looked at Su Xiaowan and asked. "Dad, it's okay. If there's anything wrong at the company, my secretary will call me." At this time, Su Yijing glanced at Qin Jiqiang and then ordered, "Lao Su, go to the room and see if there is anything you haven't brought." "Okay." Although Qin Jiqiang was a little confused, he still listened to his wife and answered. After seeing Qin Jiqiang leave, Su Yijing immediately looked at Su Xiaowan and said, "Xiaowan, Nian just told me that she wants to give me and her grandfather some gifts. Can you help me take a look?" "Okay, Mom." When only Su Yijing and the servant were left in the huge living room, Su Yijing immediately took out the feather duster she had prepared long ago and waited for Qin Yi to come out of the bathroom. Less than a minute later, after Qin Yi came out of the bathroom, he immediately looked around. When he found that his wife and daughter were not in the living room, he immediately felt something was wrong. Unfortunately, it's too late. When Qin Yi saw his mother staring at him covetously not far away, he immediately said, "Mom, I haven't done anything wrong these days." "I know. But when you came out of the bathroom just now, you stepped with your left foot first. That's why you got beaten." When Qin Yi heard this, he immediately shouted to Steward Su, "Standard Su, go and ask my wife to come over quickly. That depends on whether Butler Su's footsteps are faster or my feather duster is faster." As she spoke, the feather duster in Su Yijing's hand fell on Qin Yi like raindrops. While beating him, he preached, "I will let you sleep in. I will let you work for 3 days and rest for 2 days. When the servants in the living room saw Su Yijing beating Qin Yi, they all quickly left this place of trouble. As for Butler Su, he pretended to be deaf and dumb, took the phone, and went outside the villa to answer the call. Chapter 18, Meeting an Acquaintance at the Club. Half an hour later, Qin Yi lay on the bed weakly, sighing, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. Just when Qin Yi wanted to call his wife to ask when she would be back, the bedroom door was suddenly opened from the outside. "Honey, the car that took our parents away has left. Do you want to go to the hospital to take a look?" Su Xiaowan walked quickly to Qin Yi and asked. "No need. I can't afford to lose this person, just help me apply the medicine." After a pause, Qin Yi continued, "By the way, don't let Nian know. Honey, Nian Nian is playing by herself in the living room right now. She won't know. Then, Su Xiaowan asked the question in her heart, husband, why did mom hit you? Haven't you been behaving well these past few days? Hey! The reason my mom hit me was because I stepped out of the bathroom with my left foot first. After Su Xiaowan heard her husband's explanation, her hand applying the medicine suddenly paused, then she opened her eyes slightly and said in surprise, this is also possible. Yes. Then, Shini turned to look at Su Xiaowan and said, wife, you can't learn from my mother. At this moment, Su Xiaowan could no longer hear what Shini said to her. Now she has begun to wonder about the feasibility of her mother-in-law's method. Shini saw that his wife didn't say anything, but her face was full of thought. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Then he asked cautiously, wife, what are you thinking about? No. Lie down quickly so I can apply medicine on you. Don't be scared by the scary injuries on Shini's body, because there are no broken bones at all. So, when Shini woke up at noon the next day, he no longer felt any pain in his body. At noon, Shini leisurely finished his lunch at home. He was just about to call Yibaheo when Yibaheo called him. Brother Hao, I was just about to call you? Shini said into the phone as soon as the call was connected. That's a coincidence. So you have nothing to do this afternoon? Yes, Brother Hao, I have nothing to do this afternoon. Then, Shini asked, Brother Hao, do you have any new projects? After Qin Yuan finished asking the question, the phone was silent for a while before Iboheo's voice came again. I called you today to invite you to a business party tomorrow afternoon. But there is one this afternoon as well, but I feel that this party this afternoon is not suitable for you. Brother Hao, what's wrong with this? As long as it's a project related to making money, it's suitable for me. Send me the address. I'll arrive on time this afternoon. Okay then. I'll send you the address later. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Qin Yi's face immediately disappeared. It seems that Iboheo came with bad intentions. Does he want to take both the person and the money? Qin Yi whispered to himself. The wealth must be Yuan Group, and the person must be Su Xiaowan. After hesitating for a while, Qin Yi called Su Xiaowan. Then, over the phone, Qin Yi told Su Xiaowan in detail about the conversation he had just had with Iboheo. After Qin Yi finished his story, Su Xiaowan's voice came from the phone, husband, I feel that Iboheo is deliberately trying to lure you to attend the business party this afternoon. I think so too. Then, Qin Yi continued, no matter what he is up to, I'll go meet him this afternoon and he'll know. Yeah. But husband, you have to be careful. Got it, wife. Qin Yi then continued, by the way, wife, how is the land selling going? It went very smoothly. You're not selling the land with much fanfare. Do you think I'm stupid? I have been contacting companies that want to buy land privately. And those companies that want to buy land in the southern district don't want more people to know that Yuan Group is selling land. They are also afraid that someone will come out to bid for the land. Wife, the price can be adjusted appropriately. It would be best to sell the land to a company that has close ties with Su Minghan and Su Hongwei, just like our mom said. Honey, I'm doing this right now. Wife, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. Husband, you know me. I like the thrill of defeating my rivals in the business world. After Qin Yi heard this, he immediately laughed happily. The reason why Qin Yi was unwilling to serve as the chairman of Yuan Group was, on the one hand, because he was indeed lazy, and on the other hand, because he knew his wife's character and he did not want to overshadow his wife. By the way, honey, should I call you chairman in the company from now on? Or should I continue to call you president? As you like. After finishing the serious business, Qin Yi and Su Xiaowan started chatting about dirty things on the phone. At noon, after Qin Yi rested for a while at home, he drove to the address sent to him by Iboheo on time. The address is the high-end club that Iboheo went to last time. When Qin Yi walked into the club's box, there were 3 other people in the box besides Iboheo. With his photographic memory, Qin Yi quickly recognized that the 3 men were the owners of famous development companies in Tianhai City. Qin Yi, you should know all 3 of them. When Iboheo saw Qin Yi coming in, he immediately stood up and pulled Qin Yi to sit down while asking. No. Then, Qin Yi looked at the 3 people and said, this is Mr. Zhao from Rongyi Company, this is Mr. Qian from Yuehua Company, and this is Mr. Sun from Yufeng Company. Although Qin Yi knew the 3 people in front of him, although they had some impression of Qin Yi, they really couldn't remember who Qin Yi was at once. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Qian, and Mr. Sun, you may not know Qin Yi, but you must know Su Xiaowan, the president of Yuan Group. Iboheo spoke immediately after seeing that the three of them were not familiar with Qin. After Iboheo's reminder, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Qian and Mr. Sun immediately knew Qin's identity. Soon, the two sides became familiar with each other. Then, Iboheo asked the club to start preparing for the next show. As for the serious business we are discussing today, we will definitely be in the mood to talk about it after we have fun. Qin looked absent-mindedly at the beautiful princesses who walked into the box. He was not interested in these things at all. He just wanted to know what Iboheo was up to. However, when he saw the face of one of the princesses, he almost made a sound. At this moment, he suppressed his anger, pointed at someone quickly and said calmly, "I want her." Iboheo was secretly happy in his heart that he saw the woman he met that day among the group of princesses, but his joy did not last long as Qin got there first. Seeing this, he had no choice but to give up and continue to choose other people. Chapter 19: Qin's Memories. After everyone sat down, both sides began to get to know each other. "Don't say anything, we'll talk after this is over," Qin said in a somewhat cold voice. Although Qin has been committed to finding a rich woman to marry since he was a child, some unexpected changes occurred in the process. That was when Qin was in high school. He met the unforgettable Bai Yueguang in his life. When Qin saw her for the first time, his heart began to relax. He suddenly felt at that moment that he should fight for her all his life. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. In the first semester of senior year, the female classmate named Wu Meier transferred to another school. Although Qin knew that Wu Meier also had feelings for him, neither of them took the initiative to make it clear at the time. Qin originally thought that he would never see Wu Meier again in his life, but when he was 24 years old, on the night of July 6, he actually met Wu Meier at number 28 Xingfu Road, Tianhai City. Then the two sides naturally found a place to drink and tell each other about their experiences over the years. "Qin, why are you in a daze? Have a drink." After seeing Qin sitting there in a daze, Iboheo stood up, walked up to Qin, shook his shoulder and said. After hearing Iboheo's voice, Qin's thoughts were suddenly brought back to reality. "Good." When Iboheo saw Qin pick up the wineglass, he turned around and went back to his seat. "Let's have some drinks," Qin said, holding up the wineglass and glancing at Wu Meier. Without waiting for Qin to put down his glass, Wu Meier immediately picked up the wine in front of her and drank it in one gulp. Perhaps because she drank too much, Wu Meier started coughing violently after drinking. Seeing this, Qin immediately took out a tissue and handed it to Wu Meier. To be honest, Wu Meier's appearance is not as good as Su Xiaowan in some aspects, but Wu Meier has always had a place in Qin's heart. If you look closely, the corners of Su Xiaowan's eyes are somewhat similar to Wu Meier's. "Drink slowly. Drinking too much will harm your body," Qin said with concern in his tone. After seeing the interaction between Qin and Wu Meier, Iboheo, who was sitting not far away, immediately looked back and forth between Qin and Wu Meier. Suddenly, an imperceptible smile appeared on Iboheo's face, and he thought to himself, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. Even though Qin was in a complicated mood at the moment, he still did not forget the purpose of coming here today. So, he quickly adjusted his mood and took the initiative to find Mr. Zhao and the other three to drink. After the conversation, Qin finally figured out that Iboheo and the other three wanted to bid for the renovation project of the old city of Shangjing. "Brother Hao, if there is no one in charge of the old city renovation project in Shangjing City, can our foreign companies bid for it?" Qin looked at Iboheo puzzled. "I've already found the connection." Then, Iboheo looked at Qin and asked, "Qin, I can't take you with me on this project. This project requires too much money, you." Although Iboheo did not make his words clear, everyone at the scene could understand the meaning of his words. After Qin heard this, he pondered for a moment, then he looked at Iboheo and asked, "Brother Hao, if I really want to join this project, how much money do I need to prepare?" After hearing this, Iboheo looked at Qin, and after hesitating for a moment, he stretched out 3 fingers to Qin. When Qin saw this, he immediately snorted in his heart. Then, he thought to himself, it seems that Iboheo is coming for Yuan Group. 3 billion is exactly the limit of the Yuan Group's funds. As long as there is any problem with Yuan Group's finances during this period, I am afraid that Yuan Group will go bankrupt immediately. How high is the profit? Qin asked curiously. 50%. This time Iboheo did not keep the question in suspense but answered directly. After Iboheo finished speaking, he immediately turned around and continued playing with Mr. Zhao and the other three. After Qin got the answer he wanted, he returned to his seat. After a while, Mr. Zhao came to Qin Yi with a glass of wine and said, "Mr. Qin, come and play together." Wu Meier, who was sitting next to them, had already turned red when she saw how Iboheo and the others played. After Qin Yi heard this, he looked at Wu Meier, then looked at Iboheo and the others, and whispered, "Boss Xiao, I have something to ask you, is it convenient now?" "Mr. Qin, you are not really interested in the renovation project of the old city of Shangjing City, are you?" Mr. Zhao asked curiously as he sat next to Qin Yi. Mr. Qin, that project requires a large investment, and the cycle will take at least 3 years, you must think it through." Qin Yi ignored Mr. Zhao's words and continued to ask, "Mr. Zhao, are you interested in the land in the southern district of Tianhai City?" After hearing Qin Yi's question, Mr. Zhao became obviously interested. Don't underestimate the fact that Rongyi Company is a well-known developer in Tianhai City. However, the area of the land it acquired in the southern district of Nanzhou City is simply incomparable to that of Yuan Group. Although Su Xiaowan was kicked out of the Su family, Su Xiaowan's mother Qi Mani is the vice president of the Su Group and the eldest daughter of the Qi family. So when it comes to connections, Mr. Zhao really can't compare to Su Xiaowan. Therefore, the land acquired by Yuan Group are all in the best areas. You want to sell the land in the South District to raise funds? Will your wife agree? Mr. Zhao asked in a low voice. When Qin Yi saw that Mr. Zhao was interested in taking action, he immediately guessed in his heart that Mr. Zhao might not know Iboheo's purpose yet. However, this is also a good thing. He may be able to break Iboheo's external force first, leaving Iboheo alone to cope with the situation. "Mr. Zhao, just tell me whether you are interested in the land in the South District. As for the rest, you don't have to worry about it." After hearing this, Mr. Zhao immediately analyzed in his mind the importance of Qin Yi in Su Xiaowan's heart. After thinking for a moment, he thought that Qin Yi was likely to persuade Su Xiaowan to sell the land in the South District to him. He had heard that Su Xiaowan had left the Su family on her own initiative in order to marry Qin Yi. Moreover, over the years, he had never heard of the rumor that Su Xiaowan had kept a gigolo outside. These are enough to prove that Su Xiaowan loves Qin Yi to the core. "Mr. Qin, let's add each other's contact information. You can contact me when you have any news." In the end, Mr. Zhao couldn't resist the desire in his heart and agreed in disguise. Even if he offended Su Xiaowan because of this incident, he did not want to lose the opportunity to purchase the land in the southern area from Yuan Group. "Okay. But Mr. Zhao, please don't spread this matter for now. I'm afraid." Qin Yi pointed carefully in the direction of the ceiling of the box and said, "I understand. You are afraid that your wife's mother, Ms. Qi, will know about it in advance and stop it." Mr. Zhao said calmly. After Qin Yi heard this, he immediately nodded to Mr. Zhao. Chapter 20: Qin Yi's Fury. After finishing the business, Qin Yi chatted with Mr. Zhao for a while, and then Mr. Zhao returned to his seat. Qin Yi saw that Wu Meier was feeling uncomfortable, so he said to her, "Come for a walk with me." "Is this okay?" "I'll tell them you accompanied me to the bathroom." After hearing this, Wu Meier nodded slightly, then stood up and followed Qin Yi out of the box. When Iboheo saw this, he did not say anything to stop it. When Qin Yi and Wu Meier arrived at a quiet area, Qin Yi, with anger hidden in his eyes, looked at Wu Meier and asked, "How long has it been?" After Wu Meier looked at Qin Yi's eyes, she suddenly broke down and cried. "How dare you cry? Why do you come to work in a place like this? If you really encounter any difficulties, you can call me. You know my phone number, and my phone number has never changed," Qin Yi said in a reproachful tone. Ever since Qin Yi and Wu Meier met last time, Qin Yi has not changed his mobile phone number. After hearing Qin Yi's words, Wu Meier stopped crying, then raised her head and looked at Qin Yi and said, "Xiaoyi, whether you believe me or not, I just came here to work today." "I believe you," Qin Yi replied without any hesitation. "Xiaoyi. Meier, tell me, why do you come here to work? Have you encountered any difficulties?" "Xiaoyi, I don't want to either. But my daughter is sick and needs money for treatment." When Qin Yi heard that Wu Meier had a daughter, he suddenly felt like something was missing in his heart, and at the same time, a sense of sadness arose in his heart. "Doesn't your husband care? I divorced him. And he's a gambler. He gambled away all the money I earned over the years." Just when Qin Yi was about to say something, he suddenly saw the back of a woman who looked like his wife walking hurriedly upstairs of the club. "Am I dazzled?" Qin Yi said to himself. Just as he took out his cell phone to call Su Xiaowan, Iboheo came to Qin Yi and Wu Meier at the right time. "Qin Yi, come in and play. Why are you staying outside all the time? Iboheo said as he reached out to pull Wu Meier's hand. Seeing this, Qin immediately took the lead and put his arm around Iboheo's shoulder and walked into the box without making any noise. When Iboheo saw this, he immediately thought to himself, it seems like there is something going on between the two of them. After Qin sat back in his seat, he immediately tried to recall whether that figure was Su Xiaowan. I don't know if Iboheo deliberately dropped his phone on the table in front of Qin. At this moment, Iboheo's mobile phone screen suddenly lit up, and it was obvious that there was new message. Out of curiosity, Qin took a look. Then, he saw his wife's WeChat profile picture appear on Iboheo's phone screen, and below the profile picture it said, "Brother Hao, come up quickly. My husband is playing in the private room below, and you and I are playing in the private room above, how exciting." The WeChat in this world has similar functions to the WeChat that Qin had come into contact with in his previous life. Both are instant messaging software. Just when Qin wanted to pick up Iboheo's phone to take a closer look, Iboheo suddenly came over and picked up the phone he had placed on the table, then turned the back of the phone towards Qin and started reading the messages on the phone. After reading the message, Iboheo came up to Mr. Zhao and the other three with an expressionless face, and then he talked to them for a few words. Iboheo came to Qin again and said, "Qin, I have something else to do here. You guys go ahead and play. I've already paid the fee." After Iboheo finished speaking, he walked towards the door of the box anxiously. When Mr. Zhao and the other three saw Iboheo leave, they immediately drove the princess beside them out of the box. Then, the three of them came to Qin at the same time. "Mr. Qin, Mr. Qian and Mr. Sun, they also want to discuss some cooperation with you, what do you think?" Mr. Zhao said as he looked at Wu Meier. Even though Qin really wanted to follow Iboheo to the upstairs box to take a look, he was afraid that this was a trap set by Iboheo. He knew that trust between husband and wife was the foundation of their relationship. Distrust once or twice might not cause any problems, but what was feared was repeated suspicion of each other. If this is the case, even if his wife Su Xiaowan loves him, I'm afraid she will be disappointed in him. Besides, his wife trusted him and didn't mess around in the box, so what right did he have to doubt his wife's loyalty to him? Seeing that these people wanted to discuss serious matters with Qin, Wu Meier stood up and walked towards the door of the box. Seeing this, Qin immediately said, "Don't go too far." After hearing this, Wu Meier turned around and nodded to Qin. After Wu Meier left, only Qin and the other four men were left in the box. "Mr. Qian, Mr. Sun, if you have anything to talk to me about, just tell me." At this moment, Qin forced himself to cheer up and spoke. "Mr. Qin, I heard from Lao Zhao that you plan to sell the land in the South District to raise funds?" Mr. Qian asked after he raised his glass and gently clinked it with Qin's. "Yes." Qin then looked at Mr. Zhao, Mr. Qian, and Mr. Sun respectively before he asked, "Have you told Iboheo about my intention to sell the land in the South District?" "No. No. No." Seeing this, Qin deliberately asked curiously, "Aren't you and Iboheo cooperating in the development of the Shangjing Old Town renovation project? Why didn't you tell him quietly?" "Mr. Qin, we are just cooperating with the group to develop the project of renovation of Shangjing Old Town. There is no reason for us to tell Iboheo everything. Moreover, this also involves competition between companies." Mr. Zhao explained with a smile after taking a sip of the wine in the glass. "Aren't your three companies competitors?" Qin asked doubtfully. "Our three companies are indeed competitors, but for all the projects developed in Tianhai City South District, we are indeed partners." After Qin heard this, most of his suspicion towards Mr. Zhao and the other three immediately disappeared. "So that's how it is." Qin nodded, not quite understanding. Then, Qin looked at Mr. Zhao and the other three and asked, "How much land do you want to buy?" "That depends on how much land Mr. Qin can convince President Su to sell." When Qin heard this, he immediately stiffened his neck and said, "You also know what land the Yuan Group has in the southern area, right? As long as you tell me, I will definitely let my wife sell the land to you." After a pause, Qin looked at Mr. Zhao and the other three and asked worriedly, "If you use all your funds to buy the land in the South District, will you still have money to invest in the renovation project of the old city of Shangjing?" "Mr. Qin, now that we have the land in the South District, we won't have to accompany the E Group to Shangjing City to bid for the old city renovation project. After all, we don't have many connections in Shangjing City." After Qin heard this, he immediately put his mind at ease and started talking to Mr. Zhao and the others. Soon, Qin reached some cooperation with Mr. Zhao and the other three. After finishing the discussion, everyone lost the mood to continue playing, so they all left the box. However, Qin took Wu Meier with him when he left. Arriving at the parking lot outside, Sheeny found a designated driver and accompanied Wu Meier to the hospital. However, in a corner that Sheeny couldn't observe, a man wearing a mask was recording Sheeny and Wu Meier's every move with his mobile phone. Chapter 21: Sheeny's Suspicion. Soon, the car arrived at the hospital parking lot. Because there were outsiders present, Sheeny and Wu Meier didn't say anything along the way. After the designated driver left, Sheeny immediately took out his cell phone to check the time, and then called Su Xiaowan. After Sheeny looked at the time, she quickly calculated in her mind the round-trip driving time from the club to Yuan Group. If that figure was really Su Xiaowan, then Su Xiaowan would not be able to return to Yuan Group within this period of time. "Wife, I'm done here. But I still have some things to do. I'll tell you in detail tonight," Sheeny said as he listened carefully to the outside sounds coming from the other side of the phone. When he vaguely heard the voice of a Yuan Group employee talking on the phone, his heart slowly calmed down. "Got it, husband. I'll leave work early tonight." After they finished talking, they both hung up the phone at the same time in tacit understanding. After Wu Meier listened to the conversation between Sheeny and Su Xiaowan, she felt a little sad. At this moment, she regretted her hesitation. If she had made that call at the beginning, would the result have been different? "Shelly, it looks like you and your wife have a very good relationship." Sheeny was afraid of bringing up Wu Meier's sad past, so he didn't answer her, but changed the subject and said, "Let's go. Take me to see your daughter." "Good." Soon, Wu Meier brought Sheeny to her daughter Wu Yeya's ward. "Mom, you're here." Wu Yeya, who was lying on the hospital bed, saw Wu Meier and immediately reached out to Wu Meier and shouted, "Yeya, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere now? If so, you must tell your mother and the nurse." Wu Meier said as she reached out and touched Wu Yeya's forehead. "Mom, I'm fine now." As she spoke, Wu Yeya looked at Sheeny behind Wu Meier. Seeing this, Wu Meier immediately explained, "Yeya, this is Mom's friend, you can call him Uncle Chin." After Wu Yeya heard this, she immediately shouted in a crisp voice, "Hello, Uncle Chin." "Yeya is so good. Tell Uncle, how old are you?" Sheeny said in a gentle tone. Wu Meier, who was sitting beside the bed, was about to speak up to stop her daughter from answering after hearing Sheeny's question. However, before she could change the subject, Wu Yeya, who had already sat up from the bed, immediately replied, "Over 3 years old." After Sheeny heard this, he was shocked. At this moment, he thought again of what happened on the night of July 6 when he was 24 years old. Just when Wu Meier was worried that Sheeny was overthinking, the nurse walked in. "Ms. Wu, you got off work so early today." Seeing that there were outsiders present, Sheeny had no choice but to suppress his doubts and stood by to listen to the nurse's instructions to Wu Meier. After the nurse left, Sheeny signaled Wu Meier with his eyes to come out with him. After arriving at the corridor outside the ward, Wu Meier said immediately without waiting for Sheeny to ask, "Xiaoyi, I know what you want to ask. But I can guarantee that Yeya is not your daughter. We did drink too much on the night of the 6th, but we did not do anything out of line." Then, Wu Meier said with certainty, "Yeya is my ex-husband's biological daughter." After Sheeny heard this, he felt a little disappointed. "Meier, let's go. Let's go pay the hospital bills." "This. Xiaoyi, no need for that. If your wife knew about this, it would definitely affect the relationship between you and your wife. Do you still want to work in that kind of place? You saw today what it takes to work in that kind of place." Then, Sheeny took Wu Meier's hand and walked towards the hospital payment office. "Meier, do you need me to find an expert to perform heart surgery on Yeye?" "Xiaoyi, no need. The doctor said that Yeya's heart surgery is not a difficult one." After Sheeny heard this, he looked at Wu Meier and did not answer. Instead, he walked towards the payment counter on his own. When he arrived at the payment counter, Sheeny said directly, "Pay 1 million. After saying this, he looked at Wu Meier and asked her to provide Wu Yeya's hospitalization information. "Xiaoyi." Before Wu Meier could finish her words, she was frightened by Sheeny's eyes and became speechless. Then, she hesitantly provided Wu Yeya's hospitalization information. After paying the hospital fees, Sheeny took Wu Meier to the hospital director's office. Don't be fooled by the fact that Sheeny seems to have done nothing in recent years, but the network of contacts he has built up over the years is no less than those of the local big families. "Mr. Chin, if you have anything to say, just give me a call. It's troublesome for you to come all the way here." When the dean saw Sheeny, he immediately stood up and walked towards Sheeny. "Dean, you're too polite. Afterwards, after some compliments between the two sides, Chini and the dean's conversation got to the point. After about 10 minutes of conversation, the dean looked at Wu Meier and said, "Ms. Wu, don't worry. I will arrange for the hospital's top experts to perform surgery on your daughter." "Thank you, Dean." After hearing this, Wu Meier immediately stood up, bowed to the dean, and said sincerely, "Ms. Wu, you're too polite. Since you're Brother Qin's friend, you're the one our hospital focuses on taking care of." Qin Yi, who was sitting next to the dean, glanced at Wu Meier, then turned to the dean and instructed, "Dean, in the future, regarding the cost of Yeya's treatment, you can contact me directly. The hospital doesn't need to save money for me and transfer Yeya's ward to the VIP ward." After a pause, Qin Yi pointed at Wu Meier and continued, "She is only responsible for taking care of Yeya. The hospital doesn't need to ask for her opinion on other matters." The reason why Qin Yi said this was because Qin Yi understood Wu Meier's character. Wu Meier is a person who doesn't like to trouble others, and she always considers other people's feelings first. Sometimes her personality is so soft that it makes people feel distressed, and she doesn't like to argue with others. After coming out of the dean's office, Wu Meier dared to say cautiously, "Xiaoyi, don't worry, I will return the money to you in the future. You don't know, I used to make a lot of money running a beauty salon. After Yeya recovers from her illness, I will open a beauty salon in Tianhai City. You don't have to worry about paying back the money. The most important thing for you right now is to take care of Yeya." To be honest, Qin Yi had never thought of asking Wu Meier to pay back the money, but if he really said that to Wu Meier, I'm afraid Wu Meier would think too much. On the other side is the office of the president of Yuan Group, but this office will soon become the chairman's office. At this moment, Su Xiaowan's eyes were fixed on the photos of Qin Yi and Wu Meier that a stranger sent to her on her mobile phone using a virtual number. Chapter 22 Su Xiaowan's Sixth Sense. After watching for a while, Su Xiaowan said to herself, "Why does this woman look so familiar?" After saying that, Su Xiaowan fell into memories. After a long while, Su Xiaowan's eyes slowly lit up, and then she said, "It's her. Wu Meier, my husband's high school classmate, and my husband sat at the same table with her for 2 years." After knowing who the other party was, Su Xiaowan immediately called Li Jiqing over. "Jiqing, I'll send you a photo. Her name is Wu Meier. Ask someone to check her past over the years." Then, Su Xiaowan emphasized her tone and continued, "Investigate it in detail for me. There is no budget for this event. And don't let my husband know for the time being, and you are not allowed to tell my mother." At the beginning, Li Jiqing was Su Xiaowan's mother Qimani's person. After Su Xiaowan became the president of Yuan Group, Qimani arranged Li Jiqing to be by Su Xiaowan's side to assist Su Xiaowan. After listening to Su Xiaowan's instructions, Li Jiqing looked at Su Xiaowan and explained respectfully, "President, I have long since cut off contact with Mr. Qi's people, and Mr. Qi has also removed me from his list." After listening to this, Su Xiaowan nodded with satisfaction. Don't think that Li Jiqing used to be on her mother's side, but now that Li Jiqing has chosen to follow her, Li Jiqing can only be loyal to her. After Li Jiqing left the office, Su Xiaowan continued to look at the photos on her phone. Who is the person who is trying to sow discord between me and my husband? After Su Xiaowan finished speaking, she put down her phone and leaned back in her chair to take a nap. Others may not know how strong her husband's network of contacts is, but as her husband's bedmate, she is very clear about how extensive the network of contacts her husband has built up over the years. It can be said that the reason why Yuan Group has developed so smoothly in recent years is, on the one hand, because she is from the Su family in Tianhai City, and on the other hand, her husband's connections outside have played a big role. If Qin Yi was really a lazy person, Su Xiaowan would probably have been extremely disappointed with Qin Yi a long time ago. After leaning back in his chair and analyzing for a while, Su Xiaowan still couldn't lock on the specific target person behind the scenes. But now it seems that the Su family is the biggest suspect. After thinking randomly for a while, Su Xiaowan picked up her phone and looked at Wu Meier's photos. A woman's sixth sense made her feel that Wu Meier was a threat to her. Just in case, should we find a way to get rid of her first? Su Xiaowan said to herself while staring at Wu Meier's photo. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Xiaowan is courageous, resourceful, scheming, and has a sense of crisis. Otherwise, how could she be alive and well until now? Those big families may look glorious on the outside, but in fact, they are actually committing all kinds of crimes behind the scenes. If you don't have a little bit of scheming, sooner or later you will become a stepping stone for others to succeed. The reason why Su Xiaowan was able to escape from the Su family safely and marry Qin Yi was, on the one hand, because of the support of her parents, and on the other hand, it was inseparable from the fact that she had started to place her own people in the Su group when she was in college. After a moment of silence, Su Shaoan sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's see my husband's attitude first. If this incident affects the relationship between my husband and I, it will not be worth it." After sorting out her emotions, Su Shaoan looked at the time, then she picked up her backpack and walked towards the office door. Since she didn't have much work to deal with today, she wanted to pick up Nian Nian in person from school. Since Qin drank in the afternoon, he still called a designated driver to go home from the hospital. Along the way, Qin was recalling Wu Ye's appearance in his mind. Qin was afraid of bringing up Wu Meier's sad past, so he didn't dare to ask in detail about Wu Meier's ex-husband. Could it be that Meier and her ex-husband were lovers back then? Otherwise, how could Ye's age be so coincidental? Qin frowned and whispered to himself. After saying this, he was a little angry with himself. How could he not remember clearly whether he and Wu Meier had done that kind of thing that night? When he returned home, Qin saw his wife playing with their daughter on the sofa in the living room. "Dad, you're back!" Qin Yanyan shouted loudly as she ran towards Qin. "Ah! Dad, why are you drinking?" Qin Yanyan said, pinching her nose as soon as she came to Qin. Then she quickly backed away, not wanting her father to hug her. When Qin saw this, he immediately thought of playing a trick on his daughter. Then, he deliberately opened his arms as if he wanted to hug Qin Yanyan. Seeing this, Qin Yanyan immediately ran towards her mother. Behind Xiao Yanyan, Qin is always one step behind her and chasing after her. Just like that, the father and daughter started a chase drama in the living room. After a while, Qin Yanyan's forehead was covered with sweat. At this point, Su Shaoan stood up and stood between the father and daughter, saying, "Okay, stop playing. You're sweating." After this commotion, the smell of alcohol on Qin was almost gone. After settling Qin Yanyan down and letting her stay in the living room to watch cartoons alone for a while, Su Shaoan and Qin went to the tea room on the first floor to talk about business. After Qin finished telling the details of the news he heard in the afternoon, Su Shaoan said, "I have heard about the E-Group's bid for the Shangjing Old Town renovation project. However, given the size of Yuan Group, we cannot handle that project, so I did not have an in-depth conversation with Iboheo about that project. Wife, but from my observation, Iboheo really wants me to convince you to join this project. Is there a big risk in this project?" "The biggest risk of this project is the large capital investment and long time, but the profit is still very good." After Qin heard this, he quickly analyzed Iboheo's future conspiracy. After a moment, Qin patted his thigh and said, "I've thought of Iboheo's conspiracy." Without waiting for Su Shaoan to ask, Qin continued, "I think Iboheo's plan is that if I can convince you to invest all the company's funds in that project, Iboheo can just do something with the project afterwards and delay it for a while. Then by that time, Yuan Group will most likely fall into bankruptcy crisis due to financial reasons, and then Iboheo can take advantage of the situation to rob." At this point, Qin snorted coldly and said, "In the end, both the beauty and the company are in Iboheo's pocket. Shangjing City is the political center of China and is located in the north, while Tianhai City is located in the south of China, so both Su Shaoan and Qin have their connections in Tianhai City. Even if the Su family has some connections in Shangjing City, they will not help Su Shaoan at that time." Chapter 23: A small rift between husband and wife. After speaking, Qin looked at his wife. At this moment, he found that his wife was staring at him with a frown on her face. "Wife, what's wrong with you? Did I analyze it wrong?" "Husband, if you say that Iboheo is plotting against us in order to get the Yuan Group, I still believe it. But if you say that Iboheo is plotting against us in order to get me, then you really underestimate Iboheo." After Qin heard this, he shook his head and explained confidently. "Wife, I am a man, I know the nature of men very well. What you can't get is always the best. This sentence is always true." After Su Shaoan heard this, she stroked her cheek and said, "Hubby, beauty fades quickly. I'm already a mother of a 3-year-old child. A man of Iboheo's status, there is no woman he can't get." Then, Su Shaoan continued, "I think there must be other reasons for him to go to such great lengths to plot against us." After Qin heard this, he immediately said in an unhappy defense, "Wife, you are wrong. In my heart, you will always be the same as when you were 18 years old. Even if I get Alzheimer's disease in the future, I can still remember what you looked like when you were 18 years old. Honey, your love talk is so corny. But I like it." Then, Su Shaoan stood up, hugged Qin and said coquettishly, "Husband, please continue, I love to listen." There was no other way, Qin had to say some of the rustic love words that he saw on the internet in his last life that were suitable for Su Shaoan. After Su Shaowan sat back down contentedly, she looked at her husband with a slightly red face and said, "Husband, you can only tell me these words." "Okay. Got it." Then, Chini said speechlessly, "Are we off topic?" After a pause, Chini asked in surprise, "Wife, according to what you said, you believe my analysis, Iboheo is calculating us." "Yeah. But I don't think the reason includes me." After the couple reached a consensus, Chini didn't want to spend any more time on this boring issue. So, he asked, "Wife, should we take advantage of the situation or stay away from it?" When it came to business, Su Shaowan's expression immediately became serious. Then she stood up and walked around the tea room. After a moment, Su Shaowan said cautiously, "Husband, I need to carefully evaluate the investment and profit of the Shangjing Old Town reconstruction project before I can make a decision." After Chini heard his wife's answer, he knew that his wife was inclined to use the plan of taking advantage of the situation. "Okay. Honey, no matter what decision you make, I will support you behind your back." Afterwards, Chini told the story that Mr. Zhao from Rongi Company, Mr. Qian from Yuehua Company, and Mr. Sun from Yufeng Company wanted to purchase land in the southern area. "Honey, I will contact the three of them tomorrow." After finishing this serious business, Chini fell into a dilemma. He was thinking about whether to tell his wife about Wu Meier's affairs. When Su Shaowan saw her husband's expression, she knew that her husband was thinking about whether to tell her about Wu Meier. So she quietly held up the teacup, waiting for her husband to confess. If her husband chose to hide the truth from her, Wu Meier's life would enter a countdown. In the tea room, after a moment of silence, Chini sighed softly and said, "Wife, there is something I need to tell you in advance." "Husband, you say." "I ran into my high school deskmate today. Her daughter was sick and in the hospital, so I lent her some money. When I called you this afternoon, I was accompanying her to the hospital to visit her daughter." "Male or female classmate?" "Female classmate." Chini answered somewhat guiltily. Originally, Su Shaowan was secretly happy that her husband took the initiative to confess to her about Wu Meier, but when she realized her husband's guilty conscience, she inexplicably felt a surge of anger in her heart. "What's her name?" Su Shaowan asked calmly. "Wu Meier." After Su Shaowan heard this, she deliberately recalled for a while, and then she said, "Oh. It's her. If we have time tomorrow, let's go to the hospital together to see her daughter." "Good." Then, the tea room fell into silence. Su Shaowan felt that the atmosphere at the moment was a bit depressing, so she stood up and left the tea room and walked into the living room. The next morning, after the secretaries of General Managers Zhao, Shen and Sun received a call from Su Shaowan's secretary, they immediately went to Yuan Group. At this moment, the three of them came to the downstairs of Yuan Group, talking to each other as they walked. Behind these three people were employees from relevant professions from their respective companies. "It seems that Chini means a lot to Su Shaowan," Mr. Zhao said with emotion. "Do I need you to tell me this?" Su Shaowan would rather leave the Su family and marry Chini. "This is not something that ordinary people can do," Mr. Sun continued. After listening to what Mr. Zhao and Mr. Sun said, Mr. Qian seemed to have thought of something, so he first smiled mysteriously. Then, he looked around and whispered, "Do you think Chini is good at that? Otherwise, why would a beautiful and capable woman like Su Shaowan be willing to fall in love with Chini? Old Qian, you really are old but your heart is young. You are so old, but you are still thinking about those things. A man is a boy until he dies." The three of them came to the front desk of Yuan Group chatting and laughing. Since the people from the president's office had given instructions to the front desk, the three of them were quickly guided to the elevator door. On the other side, in the office of the president of E Group, Iboheo kept lowering his head to look at his mobile phone from time to time. He thought that Chini should have seen the message on his phone yesterday, but why didn't Chini respond at all now? What's even more strange is that Su Shaowan didn't make any movement either. Just when he wanted to call to ask about the identity of the princess who was with Chini yesterday, his mobile phone suddenly received an email. So he immediately opened it and started reading. Wu Meier, divorced. Her ex-husband Chen Yachuan was a gambler and lost all the family property. Her daughter is Wu Yeye, who has some heart problems and is now receiving treatment in the hospital. Iboheo read it out in a low voice as he looked at it. After reading all of Wu Meier's messages, Iboheo put down his phone and said to himself, "This Wu Meier is still a strong woman in her career. The Miaoyan beauty salon she opened before is still very famous in her local area. It's a pity that her ex-husband Chen Yachuan lost all the money she earned. Even so, she didn't think of taking revenge on Chen Yachuan or giving up her daughter. It seems that her daughter is her weak spot. Then, Yi Boheo continued, we can make use of this person named Wu Meier. For some unknown reason, the people that Yi Boheo arranged to investigate Wu Meier only investigated the important events after Wu Meier graduated from university, so Yi Boheo did not know that Qin Yi and Wu Meier were high school classmates. Chapter 24 Iboho's Anger. Regarding the transfer of the land in the South District, Mr. Zhao and his group did not leave the meeting room of Yuan Group at noon. After all, this involves hundreds of millions of dollars, and both parties have to put in utmost effort. When it was time for lunch, the four parties just casually dealt with each other in the conference room, and then immediately plunged into intense negotiations again. Although the employees of Yuan Group do not understand why their president is so determined to sell the land in the South District, this does not prevent them from doing their duty to bring greater profits to Yuan Group. During the negotiations, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Qian and Mr. Sun could clearly feel the resistance of Yuan Group's employees. This discovery made them even more aware of how important Qin Yi was in Su Xiaowan's heart. Thinking of this, the three of them thought to themselves, why didn't I meet a rich woman when I was young? If I could be favored by a rich woman when I was young, I could have saved myself a dozen years of detours. Time passed unknowingly and it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this moment, both parties had finally agreed on all the details and all that was left was for both parties to sign. Only after the signing was completed did Mr. Zhao and the other three feel relieved. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Qian, and Mr. Sun, would you like to come to my office for some tea before leaving? Su Xiaowan stood up and looked at the three of them and asked. With great pleasure. Soon, Su Xiaowan brought Mr. Zhao and the other three to the tea room in his office. After everyone sat down and took a sip of hot tea, Mr. Qian immediately said, great tea. Mr. Su, where did you buy this top quality tea? Tell me where it is. I want to buy some for myself. After hearing what Mr. Qian said, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Sun, who were sitting nearby, nodded slightly, indicating that they agreed with what Mr. Qian said. To be honest, the tea in Su Xiaowan's office is really good. I don't know either. This is all brought to me by my husband. Oh. It's Mr. Qin. I'll invite Mr. Qin to dinner when I have time. Mr. Qian said with a smile. Mr. Qian, you can have dinner, but you can't take my husband anywhere else. Although Su Xiaowan did not explicitly say where it was, everyone present was a smart person, so how could they not know the meaning of Su Xiaowan's words? Boss Su, why would I take Mr. Qin to a place like that? And Mr. Qin has always been very self-disciplined. After Mr. Qian said this, his heart suddenly beat faster. Then, he thought to himself, this shouldn't be the case. Hasn't my conscience been gone for a long time? Old Qian is right. We have never heard of Mr. Qin's nonsense outside. After Mr. Zhao finished speaking, he also comforted himself in his heart, I am not lying. I really haven't heard about Qin Yi's affair outside. Yesterday I just saw Qin Yi and the princess and the club leaving in a car together. After Su Xiaowan heard this, she said with disdain in her heart, as expected, men are surprisingly united in some aspects. Su Xiaowan was certain that her husband had never discussed this with the three of them, but the three of them were able to cover for her husband at the first opportunity. Mr. Zhao, let's not talk about my husband for now. I'm sure you can guess why I called you here. Su Xiaowan said with a smile. The three people sitting opposite Su Xiaowan looked at each other, and then Mr. Zhao picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he said, Mr. Su, I know you want to know about the project of the renovation of the old city of Shangjing. After a pause, Mr. Zhao continued, Mr. Su, I won't hide it from you. The three of us don't know much about the project. Yi Boheo is in charge of all the affairs in Shangjing City. If Yuan Group really wants to participate in this project, you should talk to Yi Boheo in person. But what is certain is that this project will definitely be profitable. That is. Having said that, Mr. Zhao smiled at Su Xiaowan and said no more. Mr. Zhao, I know all about the investment and returns of that project. I just want to know who Yi Boheo is looking for in Shangjing City? After listening to Su Xiaowan's words, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Qian, and Mr. Sun shook their heads one after another, indicating that they didn't know. Hey, how dare you follow the Yi Group to Shangjing City to bid for the Old City project when you don't know anything? Su Xiaowan asked puzzledly. Yi Group certainly gave us some guarantees, but those are no longer important to us. We plan to withdraw from the Shangjing Old Town renovation project. Boss Su, you also know that our three companies have no connections in Shangjing City. Now that we have obtained a piece of land with a better location in the southern district, we don't want to continue to take the risk of participating in the Shangjing City Old Town renovation project. After hearing what they said, Su Shaowan frowned and asked cautiously, "Did you sense the danger?" "Boss Su, don't think too much. There is nothing wrong with the renovation project of the old city of Shangjing. It just requires a large investment and a long construction period." At this point, President Zhao glanced at Su Shaowan and then continued, "If Yuan Group really wants to participate in the Shangjing City project, then President Su, you still have to prepare sufficient funds in advance." "Mr. Zhao, thank you for your reminder." After hearing this, Mr. Zhao waved his hand gently at Su Shaowan. Originally, Mr. Zhao and the other three were reluctant to follow the E Group to Shangjing City to bid for projects, simply because their respective companies had not had any good project developments in recent years. If this continues, their company will likely decline quickly. That's why the three of them reluctantly wanted to follow the E Group and participate in the old city renovation project in Shangjing City. After all, there are more aristocratic families in Shangjing City than in Tianhai City. For a family like theirs that has no background, it would be a very dangerous move to rashly develop in Shangjing City. Afterwards, the two sides chatted with each other for a while, and then Mr. Zhao and the other three said goodbye and left Yuan Group. When the three of them arrived downstairs of the office building of Yuan Group, they did not follow their employees back to the company, but drove to E Group alone to find Iboheo. They wanted to take this opportunity to tell Iboheo directly today that they no longer wanted to participate in the Shangjing City Old Town renovation project. When it was almost time to get off work, Iboheo suppressed his anger and personally escorted Mr. Zhao and the other three to the door of his office. As soon as the office door was closed, Iboheo immediately started cursing, "Fuck you. My good plan was almost ruined by the three of you." After speaking, Iboheo took out his mobile phone, found a number and dialed it. Chapter 25. Let's go to the hospital to visit Wu Yaya. As soon as the call was connected, Iboheo immediately asked, "Has the news about the delay in the development of the South District been spread?" "Impossible. The number of people who know the details of the financial crisis can be counted on one hand, unless that person is kidding his political career. Some people may speculate that the development of the South District will be delayed, but that is just speculation. No one will take the risk. After all, the official website still has the stamped documents hanging on it." "Okay, I got it." After hanging up the phone, Iboheo came to the window, looked up at the sky, and said to himself, "Could it be that Chini and Su Shaowan are just blind cats that have caught a dead mouse?" The reason why Jiang Juanjia knew about the financial crisis was because one time when he was looking for something in his father's study, he accidentally saw a confidential document that his father had not had time to take away. Jiang Juanjia never told anyone about this. He just thought that Chini was a gigolo and that Chini himself had little influence. Even if Chini told others about it, no one would probably believe what he said. However, people outside did not know that Chini had actually been playing the pig and eating the tiger. At the same time, Chini and Su Shaowan will communicate with each other in a timely manner, and both sides trust each other very much. Iboheo raised his head and thought for a while before he retracted his gaze and said, "It seems that I need to adjust my plan. Otherwise, it is possible for Yuan Group to seize the Shangjing Old Town reconstruction project and achieve a qualitative leap. There is indeed no pitfall in the Shangjing Old Town renovation project, except that it requires a large capital investment and a long construction period, so if the company encounters any financial problems during this period, the company is likely to go bankrupt." As for the 3 billion yuan that Iboheo told Chini needed to prepare, that was only the initial investment. More would be needed in the future. Otherwise, why would E Group look for other companies to bid together? Even though the E Group is large in size, it is difficult for it to take on the Shangjing Old Town renovation project alone. In the hospital parking lot, Chini was anxiously waiting for his wife. Just as Chini was walking back and forth in the hospital parking lot, Su Shaowan's car slowly drove into the parking lot. "Honey, you must be getting impatient," Su Shaowan said as she opened the back door. Seeing this, Chini quickly picked up the fruit basket on the back seat and said, "No. I just arrived not long ago too. Hubby, since you've arrived early, why don't you go up first? We agreed to come together to visit Ye. I will definitely wait for you to come together." Don't look at what Su Shaowan said, but if Chini really dares to do this, Su Shaowan can guarantee that Wu Meier will have an accident tonight. Don't think that Su Shaowan is sometimes very forgiving to Chini, that's because she didn't touch her bottom line. As long as her bottom line is touched, she will let you know that the eldest lady of the Su family is not called for nothing. In the afternoon, Su Shaowan had carefully read through the information about Wu Meier. Combining the time Wu Meier and Chen Yachuan were dating and the time Wu Yeye was born, Su Shaowan guessed that Wu Yeye was most likely not the biological daughter of Wu Meier's ex-husband Chen Yachuan. So according to her own conclusion, Su Shaowan asked Li Jiqing to continue investigating Wu Meier's activities between June and August 4 years ago. On the way to the ward, Qin Yi deliberately talked about some light-hearted topics to make his wife happy. Wu Ye's current ward is a VIP ward, so it is very quiet both in the ward and in the corridor outside. Wu Meier looked at Su Shaowan standing next to Qin Yi, and she was very happy for Qin Yi. She knew Qin Yi's family situation, so before she met Su Shaowan, she was always worried that Qin Yi would be wronged in the Su family. However, when she learned that Su Shaowan and Qin Yi would come to the hospital to visit her daughter Wu Ye, her worries were reduced. "Mr. Su, thank you for lending money to my daughter for medical treatment," Wu Meier said after bowing to Su Shaowan. After Su Shaowan heard Wu Meier's words, she felt very pleased. She thought Wu Meier would be so reckless as to provoke her. So she immediately smiled and said, "Of course. You are my husband's high school classmate. We should help you now that you are in trouble." Then, Su Shaowan continued, "Don't call me President Su anymore, just call me Shaowan." "Okay, Sister Shaowan." "Hubby, why are you standing there? Hurry up and put the fruit basket on the tea table." Before Qin Yi could move, Wu Meier came over, took the fruit basket from Qin Yi and said, "Qin Yi, give it to me. I just want to wash some fruits." At this time, Wu Ye also shouted, "Uncle Qin, you come to see me again?" After asking the question, Wu Ye looked at Su Shaowan. "Yeah, she is my wife, you can call her Aunt Su." Wu Ye shouted obediently, "Hello, Aunt Su." Yeah, you too." Su Shaowan replied with a smile, looking back and forth between Qin Yi and Wu Ye. At this time, Qin Yi came to Wu Ye, then squatted down and asked with concern, "Ye, are you feeling better now? I heard that you are about to have surgery, are you scared?" "Uncle, I'm not afraid. Ye is so brave." At this time, Su Shaowan came to Wu Ye calmly, and then stroked Wu Ye's hair with her hand. While Wu Ye was not paying attention, she quickly pulled out a few hairs with follicles. In Su Shaowan's opinion, DNA identification and investigation can be carried out at the same time. "Come, eat some fruit," Wu Meier said as she walked towards the crowd. After dividing the fruits, Su Shaowan enthusiastically pulled Wu Meier and said, "Meier, if you have anything in the future, you can contact me directly. Let's add each other's contact information." As he spoke, Su Shaowan took the lead in opening his WeChat software. Seeing this, Wu Meier had no choice but to add Su Shaowan as a friend. After her friend approved, Su Shaowan quickly looked through Wu Meier's circle of friends before continuing to chat with Wu Meier. About half an hour later, Su Shaowan and Qin Yi left the ward. Originally, Su Shaowan insisted on inviting Wu Meier to come out for dinner, but Wu Meier refused. Moreover, Wu Meier also wrote an IOU to Su Shaowan in the ward. However, under Qin Yi's gaze of suppressed anger, Su Shaowan took the IOU and tore it up. Su Shaowan knew that even if she didn't give her husband money every month, her husband would find a way to get the money quickly. This is the confidence behind Qin Yi's gigolo life. Chapter 26 Paternity Test. 3 days passed by unknowingly. Because Qin Yanyan insisted on not going to kindergarten last night and wanted to go to the amusement park to play, Qin Yi got up at 8 o'clock this morning for the first time. When Qin Yi finished washing up and came to the living room, little Qin Yanyan was already getting anxious. "Dad, let's eat quickly." Qin Yanyan ran to Qin Yi and immediately pulled Qin Yi towards the restaurant. "Nian, do you want to eat some more?" After hearing this, Qin Yanyan hurriedly shook her head to express her refusal. She had already made up her mind that she must eat all the snacks today. Although her father also controls the amount of snacks she eats, he is not as strict as her mother. That's why Qin Yanyan chose to let her father take her out to play on weekdays. After Qin Yi looked at his daughter's anxious expression, he quickly finished his breakfast. Then, he drove Qin Yanyan to the destination. On the other side, in the president's office of Yuan Group, Su Shaowan was considering whether to take the initiative to contact Yi Boheo. Suddenly, someone knocked on the office door, and Li Jiqing walked in with documents. "President, the appraisal report is out," Li Jiqing said as he handed the sealed document to Su Shaowan. After Su Shaowan took the documents handed over by Li Jiqing, she felt both anticipation and a little fear. When she saw that the hospital's conclusion was that they were not father and daughter, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if her husband and Wu Ye were really father and daughter, she really didn't know how to deal with this matter. Just as Su Shaowan put down the appraisal report in her hand and returned to work, the ringing of Li Jiqing's cell phone suddenly broke the silence in the office. When Li Jiqing heard her cell phone ringing, she quickly took out her phone and looked at the caller ID. she immediately answered the phone in front of Su Xiaowan. After a moment, Li Jiqing asked into the phone, "Are you sure someone has sneaked in?" "Yes. I just heard from the nurse that she felt someone had moved her desk after she came to work today. You also know that paternity testing is a serious matter, so when I heard what the nurse said, I immediately checked the surveillance. I found out that someone did sneak into the DNA identification department last night. As for what information was modified, I haven't found it yet. Our hospital is not willing to investigate it in a big way, after all, it will have a bad impact. So the hospital found an excuse and notified those who had done the paternity test to come to the hospital and do another paternity test for free." "Okay, I got it." After Li Jiqing hung up the phone, she immediately told Su Xiaowan the news from the hospital. After hearing this, Su Xiaowan clenched her fists to suppress her inner anger. "Okay. Okay. Okay. I don't care who you are, I will catch you sooner or later. Even if you are my uncle, I will kill you," Su Xiaowan said to himself. After calming down, Su Xiaowan looked up at Li Jiqing and instructed, "For the next paternity test, ask the hospital to expedite the test. You just stay at the scene and wait for the results." "Okay, President." After Li Jiqing left the office, Su Xiaowan began to analyze the purpose of the person behind the scenes. After a long while, Su Xiaowan stood up and walked to the window, staring at the horizon with her eyes, and said to herself, "Could it be that the person behind this wants to use this to threaten my husband to betray me?" Then, Su Xiaowan continued, "Husband, please don't do anything stupid. It seems that this matter is not only a test for my husband, but also a test for me." After calming down, Su Xiaowan took out her cell phone and called Qini. "Wife, Nian Nian and I are playing outside. Do you want to come over and play?" On the other end of the phone, when Qin Nian Nian heard that her father wanted her mother to come over to play, the snacks in her mouth suddenly didn't taste so good anymore. With her mother present, Qin Nian Nian would definitely not be able to display her full strength. "I really envy you too. I'm not as lucky as you. I have to make money to support you too." Su Xiaowan knew that the reason her daughter chose to go to the amusement park on weekdays was because her daughter just didn't want to go out and play with her. After all, she controls Xiao Niannian more strictly than her husband. Although her husband sometimes controls Xiao Niannian's food, as long as Xiao Niannian pretends to be pitiful, her husband will give in. "Hey, honey, your tone sounds a bit sour. How about this, I'll drive to Yuan Group to pick you up now." "Honey, I was just kidding. I called you just to know if you guys had left." "Wife, are you really not coming? You guys go play. Remember not to let Nian Nian eat too many snacks." On the other end of the phone, Qini listened and looked at Qin Nian Nian, who was covered in all kinds of snacks. He said against his conscience, "Okay, I get it." After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaowan walked back and forth in the office for a few times before she regained all her attention and focused on her work. After a few days of analysis with the company's internal professionals, she concluded that if Yuan Group could seize the Shangjing Old Town renovation project this time, then Yuan Group would most likely usher in a qualitative leap. But at the same time, Yuan Group is also accompanied by high risks, and one careless move will affect the operation of the entire group. And now she also knows that Yi Boheo has other plans for her and her husband. So, at this moment, Su Xiaowan also found it difficult to make up her mind whether to develop steadily or take a risk. Since Yuan Group sold the land in the southern area and other poorly priced land in other urban areas, the cash flow of Yuan Group is now sufficient. Therefore, no matter what small project Yuan Group is undertaking now, it will be stress-free for Yuan Group. When it was noon, Qini took Qin Niannian to a high-end restaurant for lunch. This restaurant has become a must-visit place for internet celebrities. Since Qini and Qin Niannian were dressed casually, and Qin Niannian had snacks hanging around her neck, when they walked into the restaurant, they immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of those internet celebrities. When Qini and Qin Niannian found a seat and sat down, Qini could still vaguely hear the voices of those internet celebrities. "How dare anyone come in to eat? Don't you know that a meal here costs at least tens of thousands of yuan? Don't try to be rich, or you won't be able to pay when the time comes." "Really? It affects my composition." Although those internet celebrities were very dissatisfied with Qin and his daughter, the waiters in the restaurant were all trained. Therefore, they could tell at a glance that Qin and Qin Niannian, father and daughter, were not simple. The waiters all noticed that there was no sign of discomfort on Qin Niannian's face since she came to the restaurant. This is enough to show that the father and daughter often come to this kind of restaurant to eat. This father and son don't look alike at all. Those internet celebrities pooled their money together to order food, and then took turns taking photos to promote themselves. Chapter 27: The Threat from the Man Behind the Scenes. Sheeny sat at the dining table and looked around. He couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. If it were in his previous life, he would never have dared to imagine that he would be able to come to such a high-end restaurant to eat. "Sir, do you want to order now?" After the waiter guided Sheeny and Qin Yanyan to sit down, the waiter immediately asked in a gentle voice. "Yanyan, order whatever you want to eat." Sheeny handed the tablet to little Qin Yanyan and said. After Qin Yanyan heard this, she did not take the tablet, but looked up at the waiter and said, "I want to eat marlin." "Little boy, is this tuna?" the waiter asked with a smile after taking the tablet from Sheeny. "Yes." Qin Yanyan answered happily. Afterwards, Qin Yanyan named a few of her favorite dishes before stopping. Seeing that his daughter had ordered enough, Sheeny did not add any more dishes. "Yanyan, can your little stomach eat so much?" Sheeny asked worriedly. He was really afraid that his daughter would eat too much. "Dad, don't worry. My belly can hold a lot of stuff," Qin Yanyan said while patting her belly. After Sheeny heard this, he smiled dotingly. "Then, I thought, at worst, I can just eat more." More than half an hour later, when Sheeny saw that his daughter had almost finished eating, he called the waiter to come and settle the bill. "Sir, your meal has already been paid for." An internet celebrity who was dining next to Sheeny showed a look of surprise on her face when she heard someone took the initiative to pay the bill for the father and daughter. She really couldn't understand why someone would take the initiative to pay for a poor loser like Sheeny. "Who is it?" Sheeny asked in surprise. When the waitress heard this, she immediately pointed with her finger. Sheeny looked in the direction the waiter pointed, and he immediately smiled. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance while having a meal here. The other party was just like him, who liked to play the pig and eat the tiger. At the same time, they secretly became allies. "I understand." After Sheeny finished speaking to the waiter, he immediately waved to the man. Seeing this, the other party immediately stood up and walked towards Sheeny. The man who paid the bill for Sheeny was Lu Boyi, the nominal heir of the Lu group. However, since his biological mother died early, his father's mistress succeeded in taking his place, and that mistress gave birth to a boy named Lu Yuanbo early on. Lu Yuanbo is quite ambitious. He is not like other rich second generations who only know how to eat, drink and have fun. Whether Lu Yuanbo was in school or working at Lu Group, he was always very hardworking and motivated. In addition, Lu Yuanbo's mother whispers in Lu Boyi's father Lu Xiongzi from time to time, so Lu Boyi's current situation is very embarrassing. Even though he had 10% of the shares of Lu Group left to him by his mother, Lu Xiong had always prevented him from holding an important position in the Lu Group. "Brother Qin, why didn't Nian Nian go to kindergarten today?" After Lu Boyi came and sat down at the dining table next to Qin, he immediately stroked Qin Yanyan's hair and asked, "Hello, Uncle Lu." Little Qin Yanyan called out in a soft voice without waiting for Qin to answer. "Xiao Yanyan, you are fine too. Tell Uncle why you didn't go to kindergarten." "My dad insisted on bringing me out to play. I had no choice." Qin Yanyan's answer made Lu Boyi and Qin laugh. After laughing, Qin touched little Qin Yanyan's forehead with his hand, his eyes full of doting. After Lu Boyi had a conversation with Qin, he and Qin, father and daughter, said goodbye at the hotel entrance. After Lu Boyi left, Qin lowered his head and looked at Qin Yanyan and asked, "Yanyan, should we find a place to take a nap?" After Qin Yanyan heard this, she looked up at the big sun in the sky, and then said, "Okay." Since the place where Qin and his friends were playing today was a bit far from his home, Qin found a hotel nearby and stayed there. After Qin settled Qin Yanyan down, he was just about to lie down on the bed and take a nap when his cell phone suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. After Qin hesitated for a moment, he went to the corridor outside the hotel room and answered the phone. "It's Qin, Mr. Qin." As soon as the call was connected, a hoarse male voice came from the phone. It is obvious that the other party has processed the sound. "I am. What do you want from me?" Since the other party had processed his voice, Qin was too lazy to ask who the other party was, but directly asked what he wanted to see him about. "Your wife almost found out that Wu Yeye is your daughter." "What nonsense are you talking about? How can Yeye be my daughter? It's useless for you to not believe it. Here is the paternity test report your wife did in the hospital. If I hadn't secretly replaced the paternity test report, I'm afraid you would be facing your wife's wrath right now." Then, a voice continued to come from the phone. After hanging up, I will send you the photo. You can see that it was your wife's secretary who took the specimen to the hospital for the paternity test. After a moment of silence, Chini asked in a low voice, "What do you want me to do?" "Chini, you are very smart, and I like dealing with smart people. As for what I ask you to do, wait for my notification." After speaking, the person on the other end of the phone immediately hung up. Soon, Chini received the photos sent by the other party on his mobile phone. After Chini saw it, he wanted to call Wu Meier several times to ask if Wu Yeye was his daughter. However, in the end, he put down his phone and went to the hotel room to lie on the bed and doze off. At this moment, he couldn't calm down and make a rational choice. He needed time to think. After lunch break, little Qin Nian became energetic again. Chini had no choice but to put aside his doubts for the time being and concentrate on accompanying little Nian to eat, drink and have fun. On the other side, in the office of the president of E Group, Yi Boheo has been waiting for Su Xiaowan's call these days. Ever since he learned that Yuan Group sold the land in the southern area, he knew that Chini must have persuaded Su Xiaowan to invest in the renovation project of the old city of Shangjing. Why hasn't Su Xiaowan called me yet? Didn't Su Xiaowan sell the land in the South District in order to raise funds to cooperate with E Group and bid for the project of renovation of the old city of Shangjing? Yi Boheo said to himself while tapping the table with his fingers. How about I contact Su Xiaowan on my own initiative? Then, Yi Boheo shook his head and rejected the idea. Su Xiaowan is not as easy to fool as Chini. If I act too actively, it will definitely arouse Su Xiaowan's suspicion. Just when Yi Boheo was in a dilemma, Su Xiaowan called. When Yi Boheo saw this, a smile of success immediately appeared on his face. Chapter 28 Comments from Chini. As soon as the call was connected, Yi Boheo pretended to be ignorant and asked, "Xiaowan, why did you think of calling me at this time?" "Hey, Boheo, it's all because of what you said in front of my husband." "Xiaowan, please don't wrongly accuse me. I didn't say anything nonsense in front of your husband. I don't know what you said to my husband. These past few days, my husband has been forcing me to cooperate with your E Group." "Cooperation? What cooperation?" "I don't know," Yi Boheo said with a puzzled tone. On the other side, in the president's office of Yuan Group, Su Xiaowan's face gradually darkened after listening to Yi Boheo's words. At this moment, she was hesitant about whether to cooperate with E Group and bid together for the project of renovation of the old city of Shangjing. She didn't believe that at this time, Yi Boheo didn't know the meaning of her words. But until this time, Yi Boheo was still pretending to be confused in front of her. "Boheo, did you tell my husband about the renovation project of the old city of Shangjing City?" "Yes. However, I told your husband that this project is not suitable for Yuan Group." "Didn't he listen to my advice?" "Oh. When my husband gets angry, even 9 oxen can't pull him back." Then, Su Xiaowan continued to spit. "You don't know, that night, my husband and I quarreled and didn't sleep for half the night. These days, my husband is still forcing me to cooperate with your E Group every day. Xiaowan, it's not that I don't want E1 Group to participate in this project, but because this project requires a large amount of capital investment and a long construction period, I'm afraid that your E1 Group's funds cannot support it. Boheo, I'm already thinking of ways to raise funds. My husband has forced me to sell the undeveloped land." Then, Su Xiaowan continued, "However, Boheo, I still want to know more about the specific situation of the project in Shangjing City, so that I can decide whether to join." After a moment of silence on the phone, Yi Boheo's voice came again. "Xiaowan, since you have this idea, then you can come to E Group tomorrow and we can talk about it in person." Then, Yi Boheo's voice continued to come over. "Xiaowan, you'd better tell Chini when you come to E Group tomorrow, otherwise, he will." Before Yi Boheo could finish his words, Su Xiaowan deliberately showed an angry tone and said, "Don't pay attention to him. I get annoyed when I see him now. In order to take care of his emotions, I disrupted the entire development plan of Yuan Group. Xiaowan, blame me for being too talkative just now. See you tomorrow." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaowan's eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. "Yi Boheo, are you secretly cooperating with one of my uncles?" Then, Su Xiaowan continued to say to himself, "Second uncle, third uncle, your appetite is too big. If you want to take over the Su Group alone, it depends on whether I agree or not." In the office of the president of E Group, after Yi Boheo hung up the phone, the stone in his heart finally fell. He just thought that Su Xiaowan sold the land because Su Xiaowan had received some information and sold the land to avoid losses. Su Xiaowan, although you accidentally jumped out of the fire pit in the South District, I want to see how you will jump out of my fire pit in the future. Yuan Group will be mine sooner or later, and as for you? You are just a second-hand commodity, and I will let you go when I get tired of playing with you. Iboheo said to himself, staring at the wall in front of him. Over at the amusement park, Chini sat next to and watched little Qin Yan playing for a while. He finally took out his cell phone and called Wu Meier. Xiaoyi, why are you calling me at this time? As soon as the call was connected, Wu Meier's happy voice came from the phone. Meier, are you in the hospital now? Yeah. I'm talking to Ye. Come outside for a moment, I have something to ask you. Good. After a while of silence on the phone, Wu Meier's voice came again. Xiaoyi, I'm out, go ahead and ask. Is Ye my daughter? What? How can you, no. How can Ye be your daughter? As a deskmate for 2 years, Qin knew Wu Meier very well, so after listening to Wu Meier's words, Qin was almost certain that Wu Ye was his biological daughter. The last time my wife visited Ye, she most likely obtained Ye's biological sample, and then she took it to the hospital for a paternity test. Qin said in a tired voice. Ah. How could she do a paternity test without my consent? She is breaking the law. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family. Qin said weakly. The title of the eldest daughter of the Su family is enough to make some laws serve Su Xiaowan. A moment later, Wu Meier's crying voice came from the phone. Xiaoyi, what should I do? Otherwise, I will take Ye away from Tianhai City now. Meier, don't lie first. The paternity test report in my wife's hand is fake, so you don't have to worry too much now. Then, Qin continued to ask, was it that night? Why didn't you tell me? I want you to have a better life. After Qin heard this, his eyes immediately turned red, and then tears fell unconsciously. After a long while, Qin calmed down his emotions, and then he asked the question he had never asked before, why did you suddenly transfer to another school? My parents divorced back then, and I followed my mom to another city. Is that so? Qin then comforted her, Meier, your task now is to take good care of Ye. I will take care of the rest. Okay. But, Xiaoyi, if your wife comes to visit Ye again, how should I deal with it? Just adopt the same attitude as last time. My wife is a thoughtful, observant and extremely cautious person, and she is also a little suspicious. If you reveal any flaws, she will investigate and verify them. Just like last time, without any evidence, she was able to secretly do a paternity test and find out what kind of person my wife is. However, you don't have to be too afraid of her. As long as you don't violate her bottom line, she won't take the initiative to cause trouble for you. Qin explained carefully. Xiaoyi, did you use incident violate your wife's bottom line? After hearing this, Qin opened his mouth. At this moment, he didn't know how to answer Wu Meier's words. Chapter 29 Wu Meier is threatened. Before Qin could speak, Wu Meier's voice came from the phone. Xiaoyi, I have something else to do here, I'll hang up first. Wu Meier is such a person. She always thinks about others. At the hospital, after Wu Meier hung up the phone, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then she was about to return to the ward. At this time, her mobile phone received a call from a stranger's number. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Meier answered the phone. Hello, who are you? Wu Meier asked as soon as the phone was connected. As soon as Wu Meier finished speaking, a hoarse male voice came from the phone. It's Ms. Wu Meier, right? After Wu Meier heard this, she frowned, took the phone screen to her face and looked at it, then put it to her ear and said, It's me. Who are you? Don't worry about who I am. I know your ex-husband is called Chen Yachuan, and I heard that he is very short of money now. If he knew that you have the money to transfer your daughter to the VIP ward, do you think your ex-husband would come to find you? What exactly do you want? Wu Meier asked with a trembling voice. I know that your daughter's medical expenses were paid by Qin. If you don't want your ex-husband to know that you are now with a rich man, then you have to do something for me. What's up? Seduce Qin. What? That won't do. I won't do anything ungrateful. Don't be so quick to reject me. I will call you again tomorrow afternoon. I hope you can give me the answer I want by then. Before Wu Meier could react, she heard the sound of the call being hung up. Wu Meier looked at the phone screen where the call was hung up, and she was suddenly frightened and at a loss. After a long while, she tremblingly dialed Qin's number. Meier, did something happen at the hospital? As soon as the call was connected, Xinyi's anxious voice came from the phone. Xiaoyi, I'm being threatened. Then, Wu Meier told Xinyi the whole story in detail over the phone. No matter how much they planned, the person behind the scenes would never have expected that Wu Meier would immediately call Xinyi to tell him about this. If the person behind the scenes knew that Wu Meier and Xinyi were high school classmates and that they had a crush on each other, he probably would not have approached Wu Meier so early. After Wu Meier finished her story, there was silence on the phone for a while before Xinyi's voice came over. Meier, agree to this first. I want to see who is behind this. Also, send me a photo of Chen Yachuan. Xiaoyi, what are you going to do? Don't worry about it. Just send me the photo of Chen Yachuan. Good. At the amusement park, after Xinyi hung up the phone, he soon received the photos sent by Wu Meier. After staring at the photo on his phone for a while, he said to himself, I wanted to let you go, but since you can threaten Meier, you can only disappear from this world forever. For Xinyi, it is easy to deal with a person like this who has no wealth and no social background. Then, Xinyi dialed a number and told the other party some things. After explaining everything, Xinyi looked at the time and then called his wife. Wife, do you have time now? Xinyi asked as soon as the phone was connected. Honey, I'm fine now. You tell me. After Xinyi heard this, he told Su Xiaowan about the threat to Wu Meier. Husband, are you going to deal with Chen Yachuan? Well, I have already arranged this matter. I just want to tell you that you may need to cooperate with me in the future to find out who is behind this. Okay, I got it. Then, Su Xiaowan's voice continued to be heard from the phone. Husband, if you want to deal with Chen Yachuan, you should let me do it. This kind of small fry is not worth your effort. Well then. Since you have arranged everything, I won't say anything more. By the way, how is Nian Nian playing? If you want to hug her when you get home tonight, I'm afraid you'll have to give her a bath first. Hey! Husband, just spoil her. Afterwards, the couple chatted for a while before hanging up the phone tacitly. In the president's office of Yuan Group, after Su Xiaowan hung up the phone, she stared at the phone screen and said to herself, am I overthinking it? Wu Yeye is not my husband's daughter at all. No matter whether it is true or not, I'd better do another paternity test to feel more at ease. On my day off, I will take Nian Nian to the hospital to visit Wu Yeye, and then wait for an opportunity to extract Wu Yeye's hair. After making up her mind, Su Xiaowan no longer worried about it. She would only wait for the results of the paternity test to come out before making further plans. The next morning, Su Xiaowan brought the employees of Yuan Group to E Group on time. The negotiations lasted until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and even then, the two sides still had many details to agree on. After Su Xiaowan and his group left E Group, Yi Boheo immediately called Qin Yi. Qin Yi, Yuan Group is here to discuss cooperation today. Yi Boheo spoke immediately as the call was connected. Brother Hao, I know. My wife told me last night. After hearing this, Yi Boheo thought to himself, Su Xiaowan, what you said yesterday was quite tough, but didn't you take the initiative to tell Qin Yi in the evening that you were coming to E Group to discuss cooperation today? Hey! But there are still many details that the two sides haven't agreed on. Hey, isn't it just a joint bid for a project? Is it that difficult to negotiate? Isn't it okay to just do it roughly? Send me a copy of the clauses that you disagree on, and I'll take a look. Okay. Qin Yi, I'll send it to you later. I didn't want to trouble you, but you know this project can't wait. If this project finally makes a big achievement, then you can hold your head up in front of the Su family. Brother Hao, I know you are doing this for my own good. After I finish reading the parts that I disagree with, I will immediately go to Yuan Group to have a good chat with my wife. Qin Yi, don't ever tell me that I told you this. Brother Hao, don't worry. I know what's going on. After hanging up the phone, Yi Boheo snorted coldly, and then said to himself, Sabi. You still know what's going on. I think your mind is full of mud. If Su Xiaowan hadn't insisted on marrying you, you would be nothing in our eyes. After saying that, Yi Boheo sent the controversial terms to Qin Yi. On the other side, after Qin Yi received the message, he glanced at it casually and then drove to Yuan Group. You have to do the whole show. This is Qin Yi's life creed. He wants to slap the other person hard in the face when the other person is at his most proud. Chapter 30 Fish takes the hook. After Su Xiaowan returned to the company tiredly, before she could even sit down, Qin Yi knocked on the door and walked into the office. When Qin Yi saw that his wife looked tired, he immediately closed the office door quickly, then came behind Su Xiaowan and rubbed her forehead. At this moment, Sheeny was rubbing Su Xiaowan's forehead while thinking to himself, if Wu Meier and Su Xiaowan are both in danger at the same time in the future, who will I save first? After thinking for a long time, Sheeny still couldn't make a choice. One is the woman who was willing to fight for her all her life during your student days, and the other is the woman who was willing to accompany her until old age after you get married. For a moment, Sheeny really couldn't make a choice. After Su Xiaowan felt her husband's hand movements slow down, she slowly opened her eyes, looked at her husband, and asked, "Husband, are you worried about something?" "No," Sheeny replied with a smile. Then, Sheeny looked down at Su Xiaowan and asked, "Wife, have you ever regretted marrying me?" "Hey, husband, why are you asking this question all of a sudden? Have you done something to let me down?" After Sheeny heard this, he gently patted Su Xiaowan on the head and said, "How could I do anything to let you down? I'm just a little curious. After all, if you followed your grandfather's arrangement, you would most likely be the president of the Su Group now. Hubby, you also said that I am only the president of Su Group, not the chairman of Su Group. I am committed to becoming the chairman of Su Group." Then, Su Xiaowan continued to ask, "Husband, are you really not hiding anything from me?" Su Xiaowan has always believed that the reason someone wanted to conceal the authenticity of the paternity test report was because they wanted to use it to threaten her husband. The reason she asked this now was that she wanted her husband to confess to her in advance. "Wife, what can I hide from you?" Then, Sheeny suddenly realized and asked, "Did someone send you photos or something like that again? Show them to me." "No. The photo that the person behind the scenes sent me recently was of you accompanying Wu Meier to the hospital. Since you told me everything that day, I didn't tell you about it." After Sheeny heard this, he seemed to have thought of something, and then said with a smile, "Wife, it seems that the two of us have made a profit." "What do you mean?" "Look. We don't have to spend a penny, and we can both know if the other has cheated." After Su Xiaowan heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then she stood up with a smile, hit Sheeny on the arm, and said, "Hubby, you are really a natural optimist. How about it? Are you envious?" After the two sides played around in the office for a while, Sheeny and Su Xiaowan got down to business. "Wife, I can't understand why the E Group didn't find the Su Group, Li Group, Lu Group, and Shi Group to cooperate in bidding for the Shangjing City project. After all, those groups have relatively strong funds." "Husband, the main reason why the E Group does not seek cooperation with those groups is because of the conflict of interest." After Sheeny heard this, he quickly analyzed it in his mind. "Wife, you mean that the E Group doesn't want the Su Group, Li Group, Lu Group, and Shi Group to take this opportunity to expand their business territory?" "Yes. That's why the E Group is looking for other companies to cooperate with. Even if other companies achieve a qualitative leap in their own strength because of this opportunity, the strength of those companies will still not exceed that of our old family companies. At the same time, E Group can also take a leading position in this cooperation," Su Xiaowan explained. After Sheeny heard this, he nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, Sheeny looked at his wife and asked in a low voice, "Wife, do you know whose relationship the E Group has found in Shangjing City? I sent people to investigate, but there is no clue. However, the winning bid this time is 100% from the E Group. It seems that Ibaheo is a very secretive person." Then, Sheeny frowned and asked in confusion, "Wife, I just don't understand, why is our small Yuan group worth Ibaheo personally coming out to plot against us? I now suspect that there is cooperation between Ibaheo and my second uncle or third uncle. Well, why don't Su Minghan and Su Hongwei suppress us themselves? Why do they have to use others to deal with us? Isn't this unnecessary?" After Su Xiaowan heard this, she snorted coldly and said, "They want both face and money. That's just being both a role model and a role model." Hearing Qinyi's description, Su Xiaowan laughed out loud. After Su Xiaowan finished laughing, Qinyi continued, "Iboheo called me just now. He wanted me to persuade you to agree to the terms that are controversial. He really thinks I'm in love. Aren't you? Otherwise, how could I have tricked you into doing this? I was willing to be tricked by you." Immediately afterwards, Qinyi and Su Xiaowan began to discuss the terms on which they had disagreements. On the other side, in the hospital, Wu Meier was looking down at her mobile phone from time to time. Just when she thought the other party would not call her today, her phone suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Then, after she said a few words to Wu Yeye, she quickly went out of the ward with her cell phone. "Hello? Ms. Wu, what have you considered? I promise you. But you need to give me some money." "Okay, no problem, I'll give you some money after it's done." "No, you must give me some money now." Wu Meier insisted. After Wu Meier finished speaking, she waited quietly for the other party's answer. After a long time, a voice came from the phone. How much money do you want? First, you give me 1 million. After the matter is done, you give me another million. You are crazy about money. The total is 1 million. I will give you 500,000 first, and I will give you the remaining 500,000 after you complete the task. After Wu Meier heard this, she deliberately hesitated for a while before she answered, okay. Then, Wu Meier continued to ask, how do you give me the money? Tell me the bank account number. After hearing this, Wu Meier felt a little disappointed. She thought the other party would give her a real phone number? All of the above conversations were taught to Wu Meier by Qin word for word. Except that the other party did not give the real phone number, all other aspects were carried out according to Qin's plan. Soon, Wu Meier reported her bank account number to the other party over the phone. Chapter 31. The couple cheated Iboheo together. After Wu Meier hung up the phone, she hesitated for a moment before calling Qin. At this moment, in the president's office of Yuan Group, Qin and Su Xiaowan were still discussing the terms on which they had disagreements. At this moment, Qin's cell phone suddenly rang. When Qin saw the caller ID clearly, he looked at Su Xiaowan, and then he answered the phone in front of Su Xiaowan. Wu Meier, the other party called you. Qin asked as soon as the call was connected. He was afraid that Wu Meier would come up and call him Xiaoyi. There was silence on the phone for a while before Wu Meier's voice came, yes. The other party transferred 500,000 yuan to me. However, the other party did not give me the real contact information. Did he tell you to do anything specific? No. He just asked me to seduce you. Okay, I got it. If you have nothing to do during this period, try not to leave the hospital. Send me your bank account number and I'll see if I can find out the other party's details through the bank account. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Qin lowered his head and thought for a while. He was now even more certain that the person who threatened him behind his back was not the same person who threatened Wu Meier. A moment later, Qin received the bank account number sent by Wu Meier. Wife, please check this account. See if you can find out who the other party is through the transfer records. Qin said as he forwarded the message to Su Xiaowan. Okay. But there's not much hope. The other party is too cautious. He didn't even tell Wu Meier any useful contact information, so the bank account used for the transfer must not be his. I know. Give it a try. Since Qin had something on his mind, he didn't want to continue discussing the previous issue at the moment, but turned and walked towards the tea room in the office. Qin is in a dilemma now. He wants to confess everything to his wife, but he is also afraid that his wife will do something to hurt Wu Meier and Wu Yeye after knowing the truth. Seeing that her husband was worried, Su Xiaowan did not disturb him. Instead, she sat alone in her office chair, thinking about the analysis she and her husband had just made on the disagreement clauses. In the tea room, after Qin took a sip of tea, he looked out the window. At this moment, he decided to send Wu Meier and Wu Yeye out of the country immediately after Wu Yeye recovered from her illness, and then he would confess everything to his wife. As for whether his wife will forgive him in the future, he will accept it with pleasure. As for whether he could wait until that time, Qin could only leave it to fate. After all, the people hiding in the dark already knew that Wu Yeye was his and Wu Meier's daughter. After get off work, Qin drove Su Xiaowan home while calling Iboheo. Brother Hao, I had a big fight with my wife in the office today, but she still refused to give in on some of the terms. Qin, what did you tell Su Xiaowan? Brother Hao, don't worry. When I arrived at the company, I pretended to be ignorant of the matter and asked my wife for the contract to look at. Qin said as he winked at Su Xiaowan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. What terms does she not want to change? I don't remember the details, I'll send you the photos I took later, you can take a look for yourself. Okay. After Iboheo finished speaking, he took the initiative to hang up the phone. Seeing this, Qin smiled and said, Iboheo is still very anxious. That's for sure. The bidding will start soon. After E-Group wins the project, if he wants to find other companies to cooperate with, E-Group will be in a passive position by then. For projects with large capital investment and long construction period, except for large old companies that dare to take over, other smaller companies will think twice before doing so. Logically speaking, the E-Group can completely undertake that project on its own. Although the E-Group has declined rather quickly in recent years, its size is still there. Risk diversification is something every company does, even the E-Group is no exception. I thought Ibaheo was planning to specifically target us? He is indeed plotting against us. Even now, Ibaheo can still find a better company to cooperate with than us, Su Xiaowan said in a deep voice. After Qin heard this, he knew that his wife must have known some inside information that he didn't know. Thinking of this, Qin sighed in his heart. No wonder those younger generations who come from big families find it easy to do anything. Some hidden information is not a secret at all to those big families. But for ordinary people, it is an insurmountable barrier. At this moment, Ibaheo called. Brother Hao, can we sign this plan? Qin asked in a deliberately anxious tone. Qin, Su Xiaowan did agree to some of the terms, but she made some of them more demanding, and some did not change at all. Look, Brother Hao, I really tried my best. Qin, when you go home at night, why don't you threaten her in bed? After hearing this, Su Xiaowan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Qin's phone screen with a frown on her face, exuding a cold aura. Hey! Qin sighed, thought for a moment, and then said to the phone, Brother Hao, why don't we just forget about this cooperation? I don't dare to offend my wife too much. You know I'm still counting on her to support me. After Qin finished speaking, the phone fell into a long silence. After a long time, Ibaheo's voice came from the phone again. Okay? I can accept these terms. When Su Xiaowan comes to E Group for negotiations tomorrow, let's sign it like this. Brother Hao, you are so domineering. You are so loyal. Then, the two sides complimented each other through the phone before hanging up the phone tacitly. After hanging up the phone, Qin smiled and said, Wife, you also heard what Ibaheo said, I will still threaten you tonight. Come on. I'm afraid of you. Wife, just wait for me. Qin said viciously. On the other side, in the office of the president of E Group, Ibaheo had not yet left work. He was sitting on a swivel chair at the moment. After closing his eyes for a while, he slowly opened his eyes and said to himself, Wu Meier, I am very optimistic about you. Please don't let me down. Then, Ibaheo continued to talk to himself, Qin, when I get the photo of you and Wu Meier in bed, then you will have no choice but to listen to my arrangements. After speaking, Ibaheo stood up and walked towards the office of his father, Chairman Yi Shihong. There are some things he needs to tell his father in advance, otherwise the two parties will not be able to sign the contract tomorrow. Chapter 32 Visiting Wu Yaya in the hospital again. The next morning, Su Xiaowan brought the employees of Yuan Group to E Group on time. Since Ibaheo and Qin had already communicated on the phone yesterday, after the employees of E Group pretended to argue several times at the meeting today, they all expressed their approval of the current contract content. After both parties signed, Su Xiaowan stood up first, stretched out his hand to Ibaheo, and said, Boss E, happy cooperation. Chairman Su, happy cooperation. The news that Su Xiaowan serves as the chairman of Yuan Group has spread, but the outside world still likes to call Su Xiaowan the president. In fact, Su Xiaowan already possessed the power of the chairman of Yuan Group before, but now Su Xiaowan is only exercising the power of the chairman of Yuan Group in name and reality. Then, Ibaheo looked at Su Xiaowan and continued, Chairman Su, let's get together at noon. In the future, our employees will definitely have more contact with each other. Once the employees of both sides get to know each other sooner, they can start work sooner. Okay. After hearing this, Su Xiaowan agreed without hesitation. When it was time for the lunch, I don't know what Su Xiaowan was thinking. She found a seat far away from Ibaheo and sat down. Seeing this, Ibaheo glanced covertly at a male employee of E Group sitting next to him. The male employee immediately understood, and then he looked at Su Xiaowan and said, Chairman Su, doesn't your husband also work at Yuan Group? Why didn't he come today? There was an urgent matter in the company that needed my husband's attention, so he couldn't come with me today. Su Xiaowan lied without hesitation. Isn't it time for dinner? Chairman Su, you can ask him to come over and have a quick meal together. That matter is more difficult. I'm afraid my husband is still busy. After saying this, Su Xiaowan thought to herself, I wonder if my husband is awake or not. He fell on me last night due to exhaustion. Chairman Su, there's something I don't know whether I should say or not. After Su Xiaowan heard this, she narrowed her eyes and said calmly, since you don't know whether you should say it or not, then don't say it. Chairman Su, I still want to say it. Then, the employee continued, Chairman Su, do you think you are sitting in the right position now? Can I understand that you are afraid that your husband will misunderstand you? At this moment, after hearing the words of the employee of E Group, the employees of Yuan Group all lowered their heads and pretended not to hear them. Mr. E, is this the quality of your E group's employees? Su Xiaowan was too lazy to argue with this little Karami, so she looked directly at Iboheo and asked. After hearing this, Iboheo deliberately put on a stern face, looked at the employee and said, Chairman Su can sit wherever he wants. It's not your turn to say anything. Yes. 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 Boss E, I'm sorry for talking too much. I will punish myself with 3 glasses of wine later. Then, Iboheo looked at Su Xiaowan with a smile and said, Chairman Su, when I return, I will definitely educate him well. After Su Xiaowan heard this, she snorted in her heart, you two really cooperate well. If my husband and I didn't have such a good relationship, I would really be irritated by the words between you two. Su Xiaowan knew very well that Iboheo wanted to use other people to sow discord between her and her husband. Perhaps if it were someone else, the other party might really follow the employee's words and say something to belittle her husband. Afterwards, those words will definitely appear in the ears of the other husband for some unknown reason. Su Xiaowan knows her husband's temper very well. No matter what others say about her husband will not care. But if she said something hurtful to her husband, I'm afraid her husband would be so angry that his lungs would explode. Because of Su Xiaowan's identity, she couldn't pursue the matter relentlessly or blame this small employee too much. Therefore, the matter was quickly put to rest. About an hour later, the two parties parted ways in the parking lot outside the restaurant. At this time, Su Xiaowan was sitting in the back seat. She looked at Li Jiqing who was driving and said, remember what that employee looked like? Boss, I remember it. Let him stay in the hospital for a few days. Su Xiaowan said casually. Okay, President, I will arrange it myself as soon as I return to the company. After hearing this, Su Xiaowan closed her eyes and began to rest. In the evening, when it was time for dinner, Qin Yi returned home on time. Qin Yanyan was playing in the living room. When she saw her father, she quickly ran to Qin Yi and said, Dad, Mom said she will take me to the hospital to visit the kids tomorrow. Do you want to go? After hearing this, Qin Yi immediately looked up at his wife, Su Xiaowan, who was standing not far away. After Su Xiaowan caught her husband's eye, she said calmly, I was worried that Yaya would have no one of her age to talk to in the hospital, so I thought of taking advantage of Nian Nian not having school tomorrow to bring her over to chat with Yaya. Okay, let's go together. To be honest, Qin Yi really didn't want his wife to continue to contact Yaya, but he was afraid that if he stopped his wife, it would arouse his wife's suspicion. At dinner, out of the 3 people at the table, 2 of them finished their dinner with their own little thoughts. The next morning, at 10 o'clock, Wu Meier suddenly saw Qin Yi and the other 3 coming to Wu Yaya's ward, and she immediately became nervous. At the same time, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Then, she took advantage of Su Xiaowan's inattention and secretly looked at Qin Yi, asking him why he didn't tell her in advance. Qin Yi felt helpless when he saw this. He knew that Wu Meier had no talent for acting. If he told Wu Meier in advance that they were coming to visit Wu Yaya this morning, his wife would probably find out. When Su Xiaowan saw Wu Meier's expression, she knew that her husband had not told Wu Meier in advance that their family would come to visit Wu Yaya today. At this moment, Su Xiaowan said to himself, am I really overthinking it? Yaya, I brought the kids here to play with you. Su Xiaowan said with a smile as she held Qin Yanyan's hand and walked towards Wu Yaya. Coming to Wu Yaya, Su Xiaowan looked at Qin Yanyan and said, Yanyan, call her sister Yaya. Then, she looked at Wu Yaya and said, Yaya, her name is Qin Yanyan, she is Auntie's daughter, and she is younger than you. Hello, sister. Wu Yaya smiled and stretched out her hand to Qin Yanyan and said. Qin Yanyan was not afraid of people, so the 2 children soon started playing together. Chapter 33 Getting Wu Yaya's hair again. After watching the interaction between Qin Yanyan and Wu Yaya for a while, the 3 people in the ward went to the sofa area in the ward and sat down. Then, the 3 of them also talked about Wu Yaya's illness. Sister Xiaowan, Yaya's surgery is scheduled for next Wednesday. The hospital said there is no danger. Wu Meier said happily. When Yaya has surgery, my husband and I will come to the hospital. Sister Xiaowan, when Yaya is having surgery, you don't have to bother coming in person. You're all busy with work. No matter how busy we are at work, we can always spare a day to come out. Then, Su Xiaowan immediately changed the subject and said, Mayor, I heard from my husband that someone called you and threatened you to seduce my husband. Is that true? Yes. Then, Wu Meier quickly said, Sister Xiaowan, don't worry, I won't do that kind of thing. After a pause, Wu Meier continued, Sister Xiaowan, that person transferred 500,000 yuan to me. I will pay you back 500,000 yuan first. As Wu Meier spoke, she took out her cell phone and wanted to transfer money to Su Xiaowan. Mayor, there's no rush to pay back the money. You can keep it for now. When Yaya recovers, you can use the money to start a small business in Tianhai City. When you make money in the future, you can return the money to us. After a pause, Su Xiaowan said in a slightly cold tone, as for your ex-husband Chen Yachuan, he won't harass you again in the future. After hearing this, Wu Meier immediately looked at Qin Yi. Seeing this, Qin Yi rubbed his nose and said, I wanted to find someone to teach him a lesson, but who knew that before I could take action, he was forced to jump into the river by the debt collectors. When he was rescued, he was already dead. After Su Xiaowan heard this, she thought to herself, my husband really treats Wu Meier differently. It was obviously him who hired someone to kill Chen Yachuan, but for the sake of his image in Wu Meier's heart, he insisted that someone else had forced Chen Yachuan to death. After hearing this, Wu Meier immediately stood up and screamed out loudly. Mom, what's wrong with you? After hearing her mother's voice, Wu Yaya quickly ran to Wu Meier and said. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yanyan also ran to Su Xiaowan. It's okay. I just accidentally touched the corner of the coffee table. At this moment, Wu Meier's eyes turned slightly red and she looked like she was about to cry. After Su Xiaowan looked at Wu Meier, who was trying to hold back her tears, she felt even more that she was being too suspicious. Yaya, take your sister and continue playing games. Mom still needs to talk to your Uncle Qin and Aunt Su. Wu Meier said while rubbing Wu Yaya's hair. Wu Yaya looked at her mother, then at Qin Yi and Su Xiaowan, then she turned around and pulled Qin Yanyan to continue playing games. After Su Xiaowan saw Wu Meier sitting down, she asked, Mayor, ever since I knew someone threatened you with Chen Yachuan to seduce my husband, I investigated Chen Yachuan. After a pause, Su Xiaowan continued, Chen Yachuan is a scumbag. Why are you still crying for him? He is Yaya's father after all. Qin Yi, who was sitting next to her, became furious when he heard Wu Meier still saying that Chen Yachuan was Wu Yaya's father. You are just too kind. If it were me, I would have killed Chen Yachuan long ago. As for Wu Meier saying that Chen Yachuan was Wu Yaya's father, Su Xiaowan didn't believe it at all. Based on the time Wu Meier and Chen Yachuan were dating, and the time Wu Yaya was born, there is no way Wu Yaya could be Chen Yachuan's daughter. He didn't do anything against the law. Wu Meier said with some fear. Aren't gambling and cheating serious? Anyway, if it were me, not only would I not let Chen Yachuan go, I would also kill the woman outside Chen Yachuan's house. After saying that, Su Xiaowan looked at Wu Meier meaningfully. When Wu Meier saw this, she was so scared that she immediately lowered her head and dared not look directly at Su Xiaowan. In Su Xiaowan's opinion, her husband would never cheat on her on his own initiative unless he was being schemed against by the woman outside. Qin Yi saw that the atmosphere was a little subtle, so he immediately said, okay, let's not talk about Chen Yachuan anymore. Anyway, Chen Yachuan will not harass Wu Meier anymore in the future. Then, Qin Yi continued to ask, you say, now that Chen Yachuan is dead, will that person continue to contact Wu Meier? Definitely. Su Xiaowan answered affirmatively. Chen Yachuan is dead, how can the other party threaten me? Then, Wu Meier said in a trembling voice, isn't the other party going to sue me for blackmail? I'll hand the money over to the police right away. Mayor, don't worry. Just take the 500,000 yuan. The other party won't dare to use this as a bargaining chip to threaten you unless their brain is rusty. But they will definitely think of other ways to threaten you. After Qin Yi heard this, he shook his head and said, not necessarily. The other party doesn't know that Wu Meier has told us everything, so the other party will definitely use this to scare Wu Meier. After Su Xiaowan heard this, she frowned and thought for a while, then she began to discuss with Qin Yi the other party's next move. Wu Meier, who was sitting next to her, looked at the scene in front of her. Her heart was full of envy, but there was not a bit of jealousy in her heart. On the other side, Yibaheo was preparing to leave home. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hey! What's up? Boss, Chen Yachuan died last night. After hearing this, Yibaheo frowned and immediately asked, what's going on? I heard that he was forced to jump into the river by debt collectors, and he was dead when he was rescued. Then, the man's voice continued to be heard on the phone, Boss, Chen Yachuan is dead, how can I threaten that woman named Wu Meier? After hearing this, Yibaheo walked towards the garage at home while thinking quickly. When he arrived at the garage, he spoke up, hasn't she already received 500,000? Just use this to continue threatening her. Is this possible? Besides, the overseas account has been closed. We don't have any evidence to prove that the money was obtained through extortion. You are stupid. Even if she doesn't agree, do you really dare to sue Wu Meier? You are not called the eldest lady of the Su family for nothing. Oh. Boss, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Iboheo cursed at the phone screen, stupid. After cursing, Iboheo drove away from home. At noon, Chini and his group went to a restaurant close to the hospital to have lunch. During this period, Su Shaowan got Wu Ye's latest hair, and then she took the opportunity to go to the bathroom to hand the hair to Li Jiqing, who had been waiting for a long time. After Li Jiqing took Wu Ye's hair, she quickly left the hotel and went straight to the identification department of another hospital. Chapter 34 Second appraisal report is out. After lunch, Chini and his friends said goodbye to Wu Meier and her daughter at the hotel entrance. On the way home, Qin Yanyan clamored to go to the amusement park. So Chini drove Su Shaowan and Qin Yanyan, mother and daughter, to a children's amusement park close to their home. After arriving at the amusement park, Chini consciously queued up alone to buy tickets. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. Chini turned his head and his good mood immediately disappeared. The person who came was Su Mingyuan, the son of Su Shaowan's third uncle. Brother-in-law who's a freeloader, why are you alone here? Su Mingyuan said with contempt in his eyes. Before Chini could speak, Su Shaowan came over with Qin Yanyan and said, Su Mingyuan, are you itching for trouble? Sister, I was just playing a joke on my brother-in-law. You guys are busy, I'm leaving first. Before leaving, Su Mingyuan touched Qin Yanyan's hair and said with a smile, Yanyan, do you miss your second uncle? Have. You're so good. I'll buy you a gift next time. I'm busy this time. Good. After Su Mingyuan finished talking to Qin Yanyan, he immediately turned around and left. Qin Yi and Su Shaowan stood there, watching from afar as Su Mingyuan, an unfamiliar young mother, and a little girl who looked only about 3 years old, walked towards the amusement park parking lot. I really envy Su Mingyuan. Qin Yi muttered softly. What did you say? Su Shaowan looked at Qin Yi with a sinister look. Mom, I'm scared. After hearing Qin Yanyan's words, Su Shaowan immediately retracted her gaze, snorted coldly, and pulled Qin Yanyan to continue waiting in the shady area for Qin Yi to buy a ticket. Arriving at the amusement park, Qin Yi was quickly dispelled of the bad mood caused by Su Mingyuan by the laughter of his daughter. At this time, Qin Yi looked at Qin Yanyan playing and said, Wife, Su Mingyuan is playing outside, doesn't his wife know? Of course I know. But what can my sister-in-law do? They are in a family marriage, and her family is still in a weak position. Wife, do you think that little girl is Su Mingyuan's daughter? Qin Yi asked curiously. Of course not. He just likes this. I'll go. After seeing her husband's big reaction, Su Shaowan smiled slightly, then hugged her husband's arm and asked, Hubby, do you like it too? After Qin Yi heard this, he quickly shook his head and promised, Wife, I will only love you in this life. Both in heart and body. Although Qin Yi said this, he still had a hint of expectation in his heart. You'd better keep your word. Otherwise. Humph. After saying this, Su Shaowan glanced somewhere intentionally or unintentionally. According to the theory of relativity, happy times always pass quickly. Before I knew it, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, Su Shaowan also received a call from Li Jiqing. So, she used the excuse of going to the bathroom and left Qin Yanyan to Qin Yi's care. Jiqing, what's the result? Su Shaowan asked in a trembling voice as soon as the call was connected. No. After hearing Li Jiqing's words, Su Shaowan let out a deep breath. That's good. It seems that the person who infiltrated the identification department was not responsible for us at all. Then, Su Shaowan continued to ask, how did you investigate Wu Meier's experience during that period? President, since it has been so long, I can only find out that Wu Meier came to Tianhai City during that period, but I can't find out what she did specifically. Okay, I understand. Let's stop investigating Wu Meier here. For Su Shaowan, as long as Wu Yeye was not her husband's daughter, she was too lazy to investigate the rest of the things, and she didn't want to know. After hanging up the phone, Su Shaowan turned around happily to find Qin Yi and Qin Yanyan, the father and daughter. Since they had to attend a business dinner tonight, Qin Yi and the other three had to go home early to prepare. It was 7:30 in the evening, and Qin Yi's family of 3 arrived at the banquet hall on time. Some people attend the banquet to expand their network, while others come to have fun. Anyway, everyone comes to the banquet for their own purpose. But for Qin Yi, it's both. After all, his circle of friends are all rich second generations who love to eat, drink, and have fun. As soon as Qini arrived at the banquet hall, he was immediately pulled over by his friends. Under Su Xiaowan's creepy gaze, Qini still followed his friends to an area surrounded by beautiful women. "Brother Qin, why don't you go back? I think my sister-in-law looks at me with a bad eye." A malicious voice sounded in Qini's ears. "Brother Qin, I'm not afraid of anyone. If she dares to groan, I'll show you how I'll deal with her when I get home tonight." Then, Qini continued, "However, I will finish this glass of wine with you. I have to go take care of my daughter. Brother Qin, finish the wine in your glass quickly and go take care of Xiao Nian Nian. We all know that you are a daughter slave, and you don't need to refute this." Lu Boyi spoke up at the right time to rescue Qini. "Young Master Lu is the one who understands me." After Qini finished speaking, he immediately finished the wine in the glass. Then, he chatted with everyone for a while before turning around and leaving. After Qini left, someone here immediately said in a sour tone, on the importance of finding a good wife. "Qini is the best example." Even though these people's family conditions are better than Qini's, they still dare not slander Qini in person. Although Su Xiaowan was forced to leave the Su family, the reputation of the eldest daughter of the Su family still has a deterrent effect in their circle. What's more, Su Xiaowan's mother is now the vice president of Su Group, and Su Xiaowan's mother is also very favored by the old man of the Qi family. Therefore, even if Su Xiaowan left the Su family, she would not be someone these people dared to offend. "Oh. How could our young Master Qin be willing to come back so soon?" Su Xiaowan said sarcastically. "Don't I miss you, my wife? Don't give me that." Then, Su Xiaowan continued, "Come on, let's meet some partners." After hearing this, Qini immediately walked towards Qin Nian Nian. As he walked, he turned around and said, "Wife, I'm going to look after Nian Nian. You forgot that we chose different paths." When Su Xiaowan saw her husband walking away, she was so angry that she could only stamp her feet secretly. She only blamed herself for not having the strength she has now and was forced to agree to her husband's conditions in bed, causing her husband to take a path completely opposite to hers. "Nian Nian, tell daddy what you want to eat and he will get it for you," Qini said gently as he looked at Qin Nian Nian with her mouth full of cake. "Dad, I want to eat this and this." "This." Qini quickly and accurately placed the snacks pointed at by his precious daughter on the plate in his hand, and then he brought his precious daughter to the rest area to enjoy the food quietly. Chapter 35, Lu Yuanbu's Solicitation. Just as Qini was eating snacks with his precious daughter, he suddenly felt someone standing behind him. So he looked up and turned around. He discovered that the person who came was Lu Boyi's half-brother Lu Yuanbu. Although he knew Lu Yuanbu, they had no intersection. "Second young Master Lu, are you looking for me?" Qini pointed at himself with his finger, asking in confusion. "Well, Mr. Qin, can we talk?" After hearing this, Qini looked down at Qin Nian Nian who was eating snacks seriously. He then turned his gaze towards the double tea bar not far from the rest area and said, "Let's go there and talk." "Good." Qini lowered his head and whispered a few words to Qin Nian Nian, then he stood up and walked towards the tea bar not far away. After Lu Yuanbo poured 2 cups of tea, Qini said, "Second young Master Lu, as far as I remember, we didn't have much in common. Mr. Qin, you and my brother are very close friends, how could we have no intersection?" Lu Yuanbo asked back. "Second young Master Lu, you should have heard about my style of dealing with people. If you have anything to say, just tell me." "Good." After finishing speaking, Lu Yuanbo picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea before continuing, "I want to make friends with Mr. Qin." "Make friends? Second young Master Lu, you have to make friends with me." "That's right." After receiving Lu Yuanbo's affirmative answer, Qini immediately became excited and said, "Second young Master Lu, I am grateful that you think highly of me. I am very happy to be your friend. Tomorrow night, I will personally prepare a show for you." After Lu Yuanbo heard this, a look of disgust immediately flashed across his eyes. The reason why Lu Yuanbo wanted to be on good terms with Qini was that he was afraid that when Qini ran for the position of chairman of Lu Group in the future, he would persuade Su Xiaowan to come out and support his elder brother. Everyone knows that Qini has his own way of coaxing Su Xiaowan. It is said that the recent decision of Yuan Group to sell the land in the southern district to raise funds to cooperate with E Group to bid for the renovation project of the old city of Shangjing City is the result of Qini persuading Su Xiaowan. "Mr. Qin, I don't like that occasion." After a pause, Lu Yuanbo continued, "Mr. Qin, aren't you afraid that Chairman Su will suspect you of doing that kind of thing in that kind of place?" Catch the thief and the stolen goods, catch the adulterer and the couple. As long as I refuse to admit it, what can she do to me? Afterwards, I can just coax her. After hearing this, Lu Yuanbo secretly felt sorry for Su Shaowan. Such an outstanding woman actually met this uneducated man, and was completely dominated by him. Mr. Qin, I won't go to that place. I came to you today to help your human group overcome its difficulties. Second Master Lu, you must be joking. Our group is developing very well now and we don't need any help at the moment. Mr. Qin, I just want to make friends with you, so I came directly to you. Then, Lu Yuanbo said directly, new energy vehicles. After Qin heard this, he stared at Lu Yuanbo for a while, then shook his head and said, Second young Master Lu, there is no free lunch in the world. Just tell me your purpose. I want to see if it's worth it. Well, Mr. Qin, you are indeed a straightforward person. Lu Yuanbo may doubt Qin character, but he would never think that Qin was a fool. If Qin was really an idiot, how could he be admitted to such a good university in the country, and how could he be able to pursue Su Shaowan, the eldest daughter of the Su family? Then, Lu Yuanbo stated his purpose, Mr. Qin, I heard that the new energy vehicles under Human Group have encountered a bottleneck. I can provide help. If we talk about the domestic company with the most new energy vehicle patents, I am afraid that no company dares to say that it has surpassed the Lu Group. Conditions. Qin looked at Lu Yuanbo and asked. Be my insider. I want to know my eldest brother's movements at all times, and you can't let Chairman Su support my brother when choosing the successor to the chairman in the future. Although the choice of the successor to the chairman of the Lu Group is an internal matter of the Lu family, in this society with complex human relationships, external forces will more or less affect the internal decision-making of the Lu family. You have to know that the world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. After Qin heard this, he pondered for a moment, then picked up the tea in front of him and drank it all. Seeing this, Lu Yuanbo quickly refilled Qin's tea. Second young Master Lu, why did you choose me? There are many people who have a good relationship with the eldest young Master Lu. Qin asked puzzledly. There are indeed many people who have a good relationship with my eldest brother, but you are the only one who can provide the greatest help to my eldest brother. Me? Qin pointed at himself and asked curiously. That's right. The others who are friends with my eldest brother are all abandoned children in the family. They have no say in the family at all. But you are different. You can convince Chairman Su. Just on this point, you are far better than those who have a good relationship with my brother by 100 times. After hearing this, Qin rubbed his hands in embarrassment, then turned around and looked at his daughter for a while. Second young Master Lu, you also know that I have a very good relationship with your eldest brother. If you ask me to do this, Mr. Qin, there are no eternal friends in the world, only eternal interests. Don't you want Yuan Group to go further? The better Yuan Group develops, the richer your life will be, right? And by that time, you will have become a great contributor to the Yuan Group, and then the people in the Su family will no longer have any opinions about you. And the old man of the Su family is likely to see how well the Yuan Group is developing, and once he is happy, he will let Chairman Su return to the Su family. After Qin heard this, he said seriously, Second young Master Lu, the friendship between your elder brother and I can stand the test. Mr. Qin, are you really unwilling to reconsider? You should know that if our Lu Group helps, your company's new energy vehicles will soon be able to be mass-produced and sold. Suddenly, Qin laughed and said, Second young Master Lu, you are right. But the friendship between me and first young Master Lu is very deep, and the benefits you offer are too little. Without waiting for Lu Yuanbo to speak, Qin immediately said, so, you have to increase your benefits. After Lu Yuanbo heard this, he immediately smiled and said, Mr. Qin, I haven't even told you how to help your Yuan Group, so how do you know that the benefits I offer are very small? Didn't you just say that you can help our Yuan Group's new energy vehicles solve the bottleneck problem, but do you think that problem is a problem? After hearing this, Lu Yuanbo's expression immediately became solemn. He thought Qin knew nothing about the difficulties his new energy vehicles were facing, but what he didn't expect was that Qin actually knew the difficulties his new energy vehicles were facing at this stage. It is indeed as Qin said, although the current problems encountered by Yuan Group's new energy vehicles are difficult to solve, they can be weakened during the production process, so Yuan Group's new energy vehicles can be mass-produced at any time. He could also guess that Qin would definitely find out that he had tricked him in the future, but by that time Qin would have no way back, so as long as he could trick Qin into agreeing to cooperate with him now, he would not be afraid of Qin settling scores with him in the future. Mr. Qin, I didn't expect that you are quite concerned about the development of Yuan Group. Isn't this nonsense? If Yuan Group is not profitable, how will my wife support me? Qin Yi said righteously. Okay. Tell me your terms. I want your Lu Group's lithium battery technology. Of course, Yuan Group can purchase it. After hearing this, Lu Yuanbo really wanted to stand up, turn around and leave. He didn't expect Qin Yi to have such a big appetite. If he really dares to sell Lu Group's lithium battery technology to Yuan Group, let's not talk about whether there will be objection within the Lu Group. Just by this one decision, he directly offended the two brothers Su Minghan and Su Hongwei. Chapter 36 Great Favors and Great Revenges. Lu Yuanbo resisted the urge to leave, stared at Qin Yi closely, and said, Mr. Qin, do you think I will agree to this condition? Why not? It's not like our Yuan Group won't give money to your Lu Group. After hearing this, Lu Yuanbo shook his head slightly and said, this is not a question of money. You should change the conditions. Then it seems we have nothing to talk about. After Lu Yuanbo looked at Qin Yi's expression, he thought to himself, Qin Yi is indeed from an ordinary family. Even though he is a little clever, his vision is too low and he can only see the surface of the problem. He still cannot understand the tacit rules between big families. Mr. Qin, today is not the time to talk. Let's exchange contact information and I'll make an appointment with you tomorrow. Okay. I'm sleeping in the morning. If you want to date me, call me after noon. While talking, both parties exchanged contact information with each other. Okay, I'll remember that. After Lu Yuanbo and Qin Yi parted ways, he continued to look for suitable people to talk to. While Lu Yuanbo and Qin Yi were talking to each other, Iboheo kept looking at them from time to time during the banquet. At this moment, after Iboheo saw Lu Yuanbo and Qin Yi separate, he quickly came to Lu Yuanbo. Second Master Lu, let's talk. Iboheo said after gently touching the wineglass in Lu Yuanbo's hand with the wineglass in his hand. Sure. I'd be happy to do that. Soon, the two found a quiet place and started talking. Since the main function of a business banquet is to provide communication between entrepreneurs, situations like that between Lu Yuanbo and Iboheo would not arouse the curiosity of others. Boss E, do you have something to talk to me about? Lu Yuanbo didn't believe that Iboheo would come to talk to him for no reason. He guessed that it was most likely related to Qin Yi. Second young Master Lu, why do you have to ask when you already know the answer? Bossy, I'm looking for Qin Yi just to get him to my side, there's no other reason. Everyone is in the same circle and knows each other's situation, so Lu Yuanbo has nothing to hide. Did he agree? Not yet. I can't meet his request. After hearing this, Iboheo frowned and asked, what's the request? He wants to buy Lu Group's lithium battery technology. He really dares to think so. Then, Iboheo continued, do you need my help? You? Lu Yuanbo looked at Iboheo with some confusion. He didn't believe that Iboheo would be so kind as to help him on his own initiative. After Iboheo saw Lu Yuanbo's doubts, he immediately said with a smile, I want to deal with Qin Yi. Why? Why do you say that? After Lu Yuanbo heard this, he thought quickly for a moment, and then asked in a somewhat unconfident tone, have you not let go of Su Shaowan yet? I've already said it before, for men, what they can't get is always the best. After listening to Iboheo's explanation, Lu Yuanbo neither believed nor denied what Iboheo said. Instead, after looking around, he asked in a low voice, is there something wrong with the renovation project of the old city of Shangjing City? It's no problem for the E Group, but... I understand. Then Lu Yuanbo raised his cup to Iboheo and said, happy cooperation. For people like Iboheo and Lu Yuanbo, if Qin Yi left Su Shaowan, then killing Qin Yi would be as easy as crushing an ant. Boss E, I need Qin Yi to play his role before you can take action, okay? Don't worry, I won't affect your plan. We can definitely achieve a win-win situation. Iboheo also knew why Lu Yuanbo valued Qin Yi so much. After the banquet, since Qin Yi and Su Shaowan knew that they would have to drink tonight, Su Shaowan asked Li Jiqing to wait outside the banquet hall in advance. Aunt Li, please come and pick us up. Qin Yanyan shouted to Li Jiqing from a distance. Li Jiqing also knew that Qin Yanyan would also attend the banquet tonight, so on her way here, she bought a children's toy for Qin Yanyan. Yanyan, did you have fun tonight? This is for you. Li Jiqing touched Qin Yanyan's hair and handed the toy in her hand to Qin Yanyan. Happy. Thank you, Aunt Li. After Su Shaowan watched Qin Yanyan happily take the toy from Li Jiqing, she looked at Li Jiqing and said, Jiqing, I've made you spend money again. Boss, Nian Nian already calls me aunt, isn't it my responsibility to buy her a toy? As they were talking, everyone got into the car. Along the way, Qin Nian Nian talked to everyone from time to time. After returning home and settling Qin Nian Nian down, Qin Yi and Su Xiaowan returned to their bedrooms. Wife, Lu Yuanbo is targeting me. Qin Yi leaned against the head of the bed, turned his head and looked at Su Xiaowan and said, because of Lu Boyi. After Su Xiaowan heard this, she sighed and said, hubby, I really hope you can be good friends with Lu Yuanbo. Wife, how could I possibly associate with the son of a mistress? Hubby, success or failure is determined by results now. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lu Yuanbo has a greater chance of inheriting the chairmanship of the Lu Group than Lu Boyi. Wife. Even if I want to be friends with Lu Yuanbo, he won't treat me sincerely. He will only use me. Then how can you guarantee that Lu Boyi is not using you? Su Xiaowan retorted. After Qin Yi heard this, he immediately lowered his head and began to think. After a long while, he raised his head and looked at Su Xiaowan and said, wife, I believe in him. I stood by his side when he was most helpless. He will definitely not forget me when he becomes successful in the future. Great favor brings great revenge. Then, Su Xiaowan sighed and said, it's getting late, let's go to bed. After turning off the lights, the bedroom immediately fell into darkness. Qin Yi turned around and hugged his wife, then forced himself not to think about anything else. The next morning, when Qin Yi was still sleeping soundly, he suddenly felt a stone pressing down on him. When he opened his eyes, he saw his daughter Xiao Nian Nian lying on him and looking at him. Dad, my aunt is here. Mom asked me to come and wake you up. Good. Qin Nian Nian's aunt is Su Yuxia, the daughter of Su Xiaowan's second uncle Su Minghun. Su Yuxia also has a brother, Su Chenbin, who is 3 years older than her. When Qin Yi and Qin Nian Nian arrived at the living room on the first floor, Su Xiaowan and Su Yuxia were already discussing where to eat lunch. Yuxia, you're here. Qin Yi looked at Su Yuxia and greeted her casually. Brother-in-law, good morning. Su Yuxia said in a gentle tone. Every time Su Yuxia saw Qin Yi, she would be deeply attracted by his handsome appearance. Then, her heart beat faster involuntarily. Every time this happened, Su Yuxia would think in her heart, how great it would be if I could sleep with Qin Yi once. As for asking her to give up her identity as a member of the Su family for Qin Yi, she still couldn't make the same decision as her cousin. Moreover, she did not have the ability to succeed in her career as well as her cousin. Chapter 37 Sister-in-Law's Scheme. After a while, Qin Nian Nian also joined the discussion about where to have lunch. As Qin Yi's biological daughter, Qin Nian Nian has completely inherited Qin Yi's love of eating. So even at a young age, Qin Nian Nian could name a few of the famous restaurants in Tianhai City. Nian Nian, tell your aunt, has your father taken you to eat at these places? Su Yuxia hugged Qin Nian Nian in her arms and asked with a smile. Yeah. Qin Nian Nian nodded vigorously. You're a little foodie just like your dad. Aren't you afraid that you'll become a little fat girl in the future? Dad said, being able to eat is a blessing. Hey. Yuxia, you don't know how mad I am to death because of the father and daughter. If I hadn't been watching from behind every day, Nian Nian would have become a little fat girl. Sister, since you were so angry with my brother-in-law and Nian Nian, why don't you let them come and stay at my place for a while? Without waiting for Su Xiaowan to respond, Qin Nian Nian broke free from Su Yuxia's arms, came to her mother and said, I don't want to be separated from my mother, and I don't want to be separated from my father either. When Su Yuxia said that, she had already thought of how to get Qin Yi drunk. As for what will happen afterwards, Su Yuxia doesn't care so much. Anyway, her marriage is bound to be a business marriage. After giving birth to a child, she and her future husband will definitely go their separate ways. After all, with the strength of her Su family, she would definitely marry down. Her future husband would definitely not be able to control her, not to mention that she would not care about her future husband's miscellaneous affairs. Nian Nian, your aunt is just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? Su Xiaowan stroked Qin Nian Nian's hair and comforted her. After hearing this, Su Yuxia, who was sitting next to him, really wanted to retort loudly, I am serious. After everyone talked to each other for a while, Su Xiaowan shouted to Butler Su, Butler, we won't be at home for lunch, so you can make your own lunch. Yes, ma'am. Every time Su Yuxia heard the servants in her cousin's house address her cousin, she sighed in her heart, my cousin really loves Qin Yi to the core. Even this small detail can take care of Qin Yi's face. After Su Xiaowan arranged the servants at home, Sheenie took the initiative to pick up the car keys and assumed the responsibilities of driver. However, just as Sheenie and his friends walked out of the villa's entrance door, Sheenie's cell phone rang. When he saw the caller ID clearly, he handed the car keys to Su Xiaowan, and then he deliberately stepped back to answer the phone. "Mayor, is there something wrong?" Sheenie asked in a low voice. "Xiaoyi, that guy just called me again. You're right, he wants to sue me for blackmail. It seems that the other party has nothing in his hand that can threaten you." Then, Sheenie continued to ask, "What else did that person say to you?" "He asked me to have sex with you before Yaya's surgery and take a photo for him." "Promise him. Just tell him you will take action tomorrow afternoon." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Sheenie immediately returned to his normal expression and came to Su Xiaowan and the others. As husband and wife for so many years, Su Xiaowan and Sheenie could understand each other's thoughts with just a glance, so Su Xiaowan didn't even ask who had called. As for Su Yuxia, she had no right to ask Sheenie who had called just now. Soon, Sheenie drove to the parking lot of the restaurant chosen by his wife and the other two. As Sheenie and the others walked into the restaurant, a voice came from not far ahead. "Sister, brother-in-law, Yuxia, Nian Nian, you guys come here to eat too." "Uncle!" Qin Nian Nian reacted quickly. She shouted while waving her hands at Su Chenbin. Although Su Xiaowan was kicked out of the Su family by the old man Su Hongsheng, the younger generation still kept in touch with the family. No matter what the purpose was, everyone in the Su family still maintained due respect for Su Xiaowan. "Brother, are you alone? Chenbin, do you have a dinner party here?" Sheenie didn't say anything, but nodded at Su Chenbin. "Well, a few partners invited me over for a quick meal," Su Chenbin said as he walked up to Qin Nian Nian and rubbed her hair. Then, he bent down, picked up Qin Nian Nian and said, "Nian Nian, come, let your uncle hold you and see if our Nian Nian has gained weight again." After picking up Qin Nian Nian, Su Chenbin continued, "It seems that our Nian Nian usually eats well." "Uncle, I might have eaten it before." "Really? Why don't we go to Uncle's house for lunch at noon so that he can see how big our Nian Nian's appetite is?" Although Su Chenbin and Su Mingyuan looked down on Qin Yi, they did not have any contempt for Qin Nian Nian. On the contrary, they both liked Qin Nian Nian very much. However, they were also somewhat grateful to Qin Yi in their hearts. If it were not for Qin Yi, they would have had another strong competitor, Su Xiaowan, when running for the position of heir to the Su group. "Chenbin, Nian Nian should come with us for lunch. Can you guys, a group of grown men, take good care of Nian Nian?" Su Xiaowan said as he took Nian Nian down from Su Chenbin's arms. Su Chenbin was just saying it, he knew that Su Xiaowan would definitely not agree. So, he touched Qin Nian Nian's hair again and said, "Nian Nian, I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance." "Okay. But I have to choose the place." "Sure. All of you should listen to Nian Nian." Afterwards, everyone exchanged greetings for a while before parting at the elevator entrance. If Su Xiaowan had not been there, Su Chenbin would definitely have used words to taunt Qin Yi. During the meal, at Su Yuxia's suggestion, the three of them drank a little wine. When Su Yuxia saw Qin Yi leave his seat to go to the bathroom, her eyes rolled. Then, she looked at Su Xiaowan and said, "Sister, I'm going to the bathroom too." "Well, you've been drinking, so walk carefully." "Got it, sis." With Su Yuxia's precise timing, she happened to meet Qin Yi at the bathroom door. Then, she pretended to fall and fell into Qin Yi's arms. "Yuxia, are you okay?" Qin Yi asked as he tried to help Su Yuxia up. "Brother-in-law, I feel a little dizzy." "Don't move. Let me take a break." I don't know if it was Qin Yi's illusion, but he always felt that Su Yuxia wanted to put his hand in her sensitive area. A few minutes later, Qin Yi helped Su Yuxia straighten up. After Su Yuxia stood up, she immediately said with a red face, "Brother-in-law, don't worry, I won't tell my sister." "Hey! Yuxia, what you said is ambiguous. You can't say it carelessly, otherwise, your sister will definitely suspect me," Qin Yi said with some fear. After Su Yuxia heard this, she snorted in her heart, "It doesn't matter to me whether it affects your relationship with my sister or not. I just want to satisfy my desires. You are more handsome than those male models in the club." Chapter 38 Su Xiaowan's Past. After Qin Yi and Su Yuxia returned to the hotel box one after another, Su Xiaowan always felt that the atmosphere was a little abnormal. "Yuxia, have you finished eating? Why don't we go back?" Su Xiaowan asked after she saw that Su Yuxia didn't move her chopsticks. "I can't eat anymore, so I'll just see if Nian Nian is full." "And, I'm full." Qin Yanyan said while gently patting her belly. Since I can't eat anymore, I'll find a designated driver. Qini first asked the designated driver to take Su Yuxia home, and then took their family back. After sending Su Yuxia to the gate of the villa community where she lived, Su Yuxia stood at the gate and watched the car going farther and farther away. She thought to herself, "Sister, I just want to sleep with Qini once, there is no loss for you, right?" Afterwards, Qini only lost a few grams of weight. On the other side, Qini and his friends returned home, before Qini could rest. At this time, he received an invitation call from Lu Yuanbua. After hanging up the phone, Qini looked at Su Shaowan and said, "Wife, keep in touch by phone at any time. I feel that this afternoon's party is full of murderous intentions." "Okay, I know. I'll be there to help at any time. I want to see what Lu Yuanbua will come up with to win you over." Just as Qini was walking towards the door, he suddenly stopped, patted his forehead, and said, "Look at me, there is something I forgot to tell you." Then, Qini recounted what Wu Meier had told him. "Honey, I got it. I'll have the network technicians locate and track it tomorrow. I want to see who is behind this." After discussing the matter, Qini continued to walk towards the door. After Qini left, Su Shaowan stared at the entrance door quietly for a long time. After a long while, she sighed slightly and said to herself, "Hubby, thank you for your hard work. If you hadn't been out there helping me share some of the firepower, I would have been surrounded by enemies. When I succeed in the future, I will definitely compensate you well." On the other side, after Qini came to the box according to the address, he actually saw Iboheo sitting in the box. "Brother Hao, why are you here too?" Qini asked curiously. "Can't I come over and keep you company?" Iboheo asked back. At this time, Lu Yuanbua stood up and said, "I heard that President Yi has a good relationship with you, so I asked President Yi to come here to act as a lobbyist." After Qini sat down, he asked with some doubt, "Second young Master Lu, you came to me with such a big fanfare, aren't you afraid that the eldest young Master Lu would know? Even if he knows, what can he do? As long as you don't support him in the future, everything else will be a small matter." Overt conspiracy. This is a naked overt conspiracy. When Lu Boyi and his friends were young, they might not have paid much attention to benefits when making friends. But now they have grown up, so when they make friends, they will first consider their own interests. Therefore, the friends around Lu Boyi now are all rich second generations who just live a life of idleness and waiting for death. It is almost impossible for those people to inherit the family business. Qini picked up the boiled water on the coffee table and took a sip before he spoke. "Second young Master Lu, I value friendship more. Of course, if the benefits are great enough, I can put friendship aside." After listening to Qini's words, Iboheo and Lu Yuanbo looked at each other, and then they smiled awkwardly. Although these people also attach great importance to interests, they will never say it as directly as Qini. There was silence in the box for a moment. Lu Yuanbo looked at the door of the box and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Qin, do you want to achieve financial independence?" What do you mean? Haven't I already achieved financial independence? Have you really achieved it? Don't you have to ask Chairman Su for money every month? Isn't it natural for me to ask my wife for money? Qini asked in confusion. After hearing Qini's matter-of-fact words, Iboheo and Lu Yuanbo looked at each other. They didn't expect that a person could talk about being a gigolo so high-soundingly and confidently. Qini, if you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries. Can you guarantee that Su Shaowan will always love you? Iboheo said earnestly. Then, Iboheo continued, "There are some things I don't want to tell you, but even if Su Shaowan makes trouble for me in the future, I will tell you. In fact, back then, Su Shaowan loved me to death, but after I left the country for so many years, didn't she still fall in love with someone else?" What did you say? Xin Yi's face turned red with anger. He stood up and looked at Iboheo and asked. Of course, all of this was deliberately pretended by Qin. "Mr. Qin, don't get excited. I seem to have heard about the things that President Yi said." Lu Yuanbua explained as he pulled Qin to sit down again. After Qin sat down, he looked at Iboheo with cold eyes and asked, "Why didn't Su Chenbin and the others tell me about this?" Hey! To be honest, even now, we are still afraid of Shaowan, so young Master Su and his people don't dare to offend Shaowan too much. Hey! Is my wife as scary as you say? At this moment, Qin was also somewhat curious about what his wife had done in the past that made these arrogant people so scared until now. Lu Yuanbua, who was sitting next to him, picked up the boiled water on the coffee table, pursed his lips, and then said, Su Mingyuan was once plotted against by Su Shaoan. He was beaten and stayed in the hospital for more than half a month. Afterwards, no evidence could be found to prove that it was Su Shaoan who plotted against him. After this incident, other people also wanted to challenge Su Shaoan's authority, but in the end, they were all dealt with secretly by Su Shaoan. Is this true or false? It's true. The incident with Su Mingyuan was caused by me. Then, Iboheo continued, at that time, it was because Su Mingyuan bullied me every day, and Shaoan couldn't stand it anymore, so she planned to have Su Mingyuan beaten up. If Su Shaoan knew what Iboheo said, she would definitely spit in Iboheo's face. It was obvious that she had plotted to get Su Mingyuan beaten because Su Mingyuan threatened her to give him her pocket money. However, Iboheo happened to see it, so he gave his pocket money to Su Mingyuan. As soon as he finished speaking, Iboheo saw Qin Yi's face turn ugly. So, he immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, Qin Yi, you must carefully consider your future situation. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. Once Su Shaoan no longer loves you, you will be immediately reduced to your original state. Then what do you think I should do? Qin Yi asked with some hesitation. After hearing this, Iboheo and Lu Yuanbo thought to themselves, there is hope. When Su Shaoan loses all her power, she will be like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Maybe in the future, we can give Su Shaoan 2 dragons playing with a phoenix. Chapter 39, Escape. After a moment, Iboheo looked at Qin Yi's expression, and then he said, secretly control Yuan Group. It is very convenient for you to do this while Su Shaoan still loves you. After you control Yuan Group, you will move Yuan Group to Shangjing City. By then, even if the Su family wants to vent their anger on Shaoan's behalf, they will be powerless. After listening to Iboheo's words, Qin Yi immediately grasped the key information from Iboheo's words, that is, Iboheo wanted him and his wife to move Yuan Group to Shangjing City. In other words, Iboheo wanted the couple to live in Shangjing City. Thinking of this, Qin Yi thought to himself, could it be that Iboheo has a great influence in Shangjing City? Or does the Yi family have connections in Shangjing City? You know, even if Su Shaoan was kicked out of the Su family in Tianhai City, no one dared to openly plot against Su Shaoan and Qin Yi. Didn't you see that even if Iboheo set a trap for Yuan Group, he only dared to use foreign projects as bait to plot against Yuan Group? Brother Hao, I don't have this ability. Qin Yi said dejectedly. Mr. Qin, aren't you secretly assisted by me and Mr. Yi? After Qin Yi heard this, he immediately stood up and walked around in the box. After a long time, Qin Yi stood in front of Iboheo and Lu Yuanbo, frowned and said, I need to think about it. To be honest, I want my wife to transfer all the shares of Yuan Group to me, which is not a big deal. The difficulty is that I simply don't have the ability to relocate Yuan Group to Shangjing City. At this point, Qin Yi looked at Iboheo and Lu Yuanbo respectively, and then continued, you also know that the factories under Yuan Group are all in Tianhai City. If they are relocated, I can't do anything about it. When Iboheo and Lu Yuanbo heard Qin Yi say that he could easily get the shares of Yuan Group, they began to feel uneasy. You should know that Yuan Group has now reached a scale of billions. Even people like them don't dare to say that billions are nothing. Mr. Qin, sometimes I really envy you. Lu Yuanbo said with a sour tone. After Qin Yi heard this, he said in his heart, I just want to envy you to death. I want you to become the seasoning of the love between me and my wife. Iboheo, who was sitting next to him, glanced at Qin Yi, then picked up the teacup on the coffee table and took a big sip of boiled water. He didn't expect that in such a place, he would be fed dog food by Qin Yi. After drinking the boiled water, Iboheo said, Qin Yi, the factory under Yuan Group, that is, the new energy vehicle factory, is more difficult to handle. After all, other companies own shares in the new energy vehicle factory. But it is still easy to relocate factories like clothing and food. I think so too. Qin Yi said seriously. At this moment, Qin Yi also knew that the other party had set his sights on the new energy vehicle factory under the Yuan Group. As for the new energy vehicle factory, you can talk to Lu Ershao. After Iboheo finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Yuanbo implicitly. Then, Lu Yuanbo looked at Qin Yi and said, Mr. Qin, Lu Group can acquire all the shares of Yuan Group's new energy vehicle factory. In this way, Yuan Group can move to Shangjing City with ease in the future. No. New energy vehicles will be ready for mass production and sale soon, and the shares cannot be sold. Qin Yi refused. Mr. Qin, selling cars is not that easy. Even if you produce the cars, you may not be able to sell them. Oh. Tell me more about it. Then, Lu Yuanbo began to talk incessantly. After Lu Yuanbo finished his story, Qini immediately nodded in agreement, then lowered his head to think. After a long while, Qini looked up at the ceiling, then said, I need to go back and discuss this with my wife. After hearing Qini's words, Yi Boheo and Lu Yuanbo were immediately shocked. If Su Xiaowan knew in advance that it was the two of them who tricked Qini into selling his shares in new energy vehicles, Su Xiaowan would probably come back to cause trouble for them. No. Qini, if you tell Xiaowan in advance, I'm afraid she won't easily transfer the shares of Yuan Group to you. Mr. Qin, you can't tell Su Xiaowan now. After Qini heard this, he said with some embarrassment, but if I don't tell her, how can I sell the new energy vehicle shares to the Lu Group? Mr. Qin, you don't understand. As long as you get the share authorization letter, you can sell the shares of the new energy vehicle factory openly. Okay, I'll start tomorrow. Qini answered directly. Then, Qini looked at Lu Yuanbo and asked, how much money is your Lu Group prepared to pay? This needs to be evaluated by professionals in the company. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Afterwards, after both parties discussed some details, Yi Boheo pressed the button in the box. Seeing this, Qini immediately secretly sent a distress signal to his wife. After a while, the door of the box was opened from the outside, and then a group of princesses walked in one after another. At this moment, Qini's mobile phone suddenly received a WeChat video call from Su Xiaowan. Then he immediately pointed his mobile phone screen to Yi Boheo. Seeing this, Yi Boheo had no choice but to wave his hand and let the princesses leave quickly. After the princesses left, Qini immediately answered the video call. Hello? Wife. Where are you? Su Xiaowan's voice was heard in the video. At this moment, Yi Boheo happened to appear in the video. Boheo, where are you and my husband? Tell me the address and I'll be there right away. Without waiting for Yi Boheo to speak, Qini immediately said, Wife, you don't have to come, I'm leaving now. Then, Qini quickly hung up the video call, looked at Yi Boheo and Lu Yuanbo and said, I have to go back. My wife tolerates me in everything except this kind of thing. After Lu Yuanbo heard this, he immediately said, so, men should be financially independent. Yeah. You're right. Qini nodded in agreement and said. Then he walked quickly towards the door of the box. As soon as Qini left, Yi Boheo received a call from Su Xiaowan. Boheo, why did you take my husband to that kind of place? As soon as the call was connected, Su Xiaowan's blaming voice came from the phone. Xiaowan, please don't wrongly accuse me. Qini dragged me here. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lu Yuanbo. After speaking, Yi Boheo handed the phone to Lu Yuanbo. Chairman Su, I was originally discussing something with Mr. Yi in the tea house today. But then Mr. Qin called me, so Mr. Yi and I had no choice but to come here. Then, Lu Yuanbo continued, Chairman Su, you know that I don't like this kind of place. Okay, I got it. After Su Xiaowan finished speaking, she immediately hung up the phone. After Lu Yuanbo returned the phone to Yi Boheo, he asked doubtfully, Bossy, aren't you afraid that Su Xiaowan and Qini will get divorced at this time? Humph. If they really want a divorce, I don't have to spend so much manpower and resources to deal with them now. After hearing this, Lu Yuanbo thought about it in his heart and realized that it was indeed the case. Chapter 40 Arrest. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuanbo looked in the direction of the box door, then turned to Yi Boheo and asked, Bossy, you spent so much manpower and resources to bring them to Shangjing City just to get Su Xiaowan. Is it worth it? How is it not worth it? I have nothing to lose. After saying this, Yi Boheo said to himself, I can still make a lot of money. On the other side, when Qini returned home, he immediately narrated their conversation in full. After finishing his story, Qini looked at Su Xiaowan and said, Wife, it's obvious that Yi Boheo wants to trick us into Shangjing City and then come back to deal with us. He doesn't want to give us any chance to fight back. After listening to her husband's analysis, Su Xiaowan nodded seriously. After a long while, Su Xiaowan finally spoke, now all we have left is to know if there is someone behind Yi Boheo? Wife, we have plenty of time to play with Yi Boheo. Sooner or later, we will figure out everything about Yi Boheo. After a pause, Qini snorted coldly, Humph. I was wondering why Yi Boheo was developing new markets overseas all of a sudden and came back. It turns out he was plotting against us. At this point, Qini looked at Su Xiaowan and continued, Wife, look, even your childhood sweetheart wants to kill you. So, your husband is the only one in the world who treats you the best. After Su Xiaowan heard this, she replied speechlessly, What kind of childhood sweetheart is Yi Boheo? We have only known each other since childhood. Then, Su Shaoan continued, husband, I know you are the best person to me in this world. Qini was still very happy with his wife's answer. At this time, he showed a sly smile on his face and said, wife, please arrange for the new energy vehicle factory. There just happens to be a sucker who wants to take over now. The new energy vehicle factory under Yuan Group can now achieve mass production, but the factory qualification rate is too low, so Yuan Group announced that new energy vehicles need to overcome a not-so-small technical difficulty before they can achieve mass production. Hubby, I want to hold on a little longer. Su Shaoan said unwillingly. Honey, just listen to me. We will specialize in lithium battery technology in the future. Let me tell you. Our secret laboratory has made a breakthrough in lithium battery technology. After Su Shaoan heard this, she immediately stood up, held Qini's shoulders tightly with both hands, and asked, really? Why would I lie to you? Great. Our Yuan Group finally has its own core technology. Wife, I have contributed a lot to lithium battery technology. Honey, I know you've worked hard. I'll reward you tonight. I want 54. After Su Shaoan heard this, her face suddenly turned red. Then, after rolling her eyes at Qini, she walked out of the study without looking back. When Qini saw this, he immediately started dancing. The next day at noon, Qini arrived at the door of the hotel where Wu Meier had made a reservation as agreed. At this moment, inside a private room, Wu Meier was talking on the phone with someone behind her. I have got the medicine. Are you sure this medicine has no harm to the body? Wu Meier whispered to the mobile phone screen. Next to them, several network technicians were using computers to track each other's locations. I'm not asking you to kill him. I just need a picture of him and you in bed. Don't worry, this drug is just a stimulant. Okay, I got it. After finishing speaking, when Wu Meier didn't know what to say next, Su Shaoan handed her a note. After Wu Meier saw it, she immediately said, after I complete the task, will you return the remaining 500,000 to me? Yes. Of course I did. You won't continue to threaten me with blackmail in the future. Don't worry. After you complete the mission, you will have no value to me. I won't waste my time on you. At this time, the network technician sitting next to him made an okay gesture to Su Shaoan. Then, Su Shaoan nodded to Wu Meier. Seeing this, Wu Meier said, I hope you keep your word. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Meier heard the sound of the call being hung up on the phone. After Su Shaoan saw Wu Meier hang up the phone, she immediately called Li Jiqing. Jiqing, the address has been located, take people there now. Okay, President. As he spoke, Qini pushed the door open and walked in. Mr. Qin, you are here. Hello, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. The network technicians sitting in the hotel box immediately stood up and greeted Qini when they saw Qini come in. They know that if you offend President Su, you may be able to beg for mercy, but if you dare to offend Qini, then you will be punished by President Su. It's no use no matter who pleads. Thank you for your hard work. Mr. Qin, this is what we should do. At this time, Su Shaoan also said, thank you for your hard work today. I have also booked the box next door. You can go over and have lunch before returning to the company. Thank you, President. We'll go over there first. They quickly packed up the tools they had brought with them and walked out of the box one after another. When only Qini and the other three were left in the box, Wu Meier handed the medicine in her hand to Qini. After Qini saw it, he immediately smiled and said, the other party really spent a lot of money. This is worth a lot of money. Yeah. Husband, you know this medicine? I know. I've heard about it from those people. It's colorless and odorless. Even if we go to the hospital for a checkup afterwards, we can't find any problems. After Qini finished speaking, he immediately put away the medicine bottle. Seeing this, Su Shaoan asked in confusion, why do you want it? Of course, it's to pay it back to the other party in the future. After saying this, Qini thought to himself, Boheo, if it is really you who planned all this behind the scenes, I will let you taste the power of this drug. Then, the three of them started to eat lunch. About half an hour later, Li Jiqing called. Boss, he is very cautious. He lives in a crowded apartment, and we dare not catch him recklessly, so he took advantage of the chaos and ran away. Did you see the other person's face clearly? No, even in the rental house, he was wearing a mask and a hat. Okay, I got it. You withdraw our people first. After hanging up the phone, Su Shaowan looked at Qini and said, the person was not caught. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Meier's cell phone rang. Chapter 41 Su Shaowan's Selfishness. After Qini looked at Wu Meier's expression, he knew it was that person who called. So, Qini reached out and took Wu Meier's phone, and then answered the call for Wu Meier. I'm Qini. Qini said directly as soon as the call was connected. At this point, the people behind the scenes must have guessed that he was being plotted against by Qini and Wu Meier. After a while, a hoarse male voice came from the phone. Qini, I really underestimated you. You are really good at dealing with women. You found these people today. But the people you found are not that good. I will catch you sooner or later. Qini then said with some amusement, I really want to know how the person behind you told you about the relationship between Wu Meier and me? Ah. Is there any other relationship between you two? After hearing the other party's answer, Qini became more certain that there was someone behind the other party. He was afraid that this person was just doing the job for money. Wu Meier and I were classmates in high school, and we sat at the same table for 2 years. As soon as Qini finished speaking, he heard the sound of the call being hung up on his phone. Seeing this, Qini curled his lips and returned the phone to Wu Meier. No one will threaten you anymore. Wu Meier took the phone, then stood up and said, Qini, Sister Shaowan, thank you. Meier, to be honest, you are actually implicated by me and my husband. We are helping you in this way for the sake of me and my husband. Sister Shaowan, no matter what, you are all my benefactors. If it weren't for you, Yaya would still not have enough money for the surgery. If Su Shaowan was present, Qini would rarely talk to Wu Meier, and Wu Meier would also consciously not take the initiative to talk to Qini. For Su Shaowan, she was still happy that Qini and Wu Meier took the initiative to keep their distance. Meier, stop standing and talking, sit down quickly. Su Shaowan waved to Wu Meier and said. Su Shaowan is not a saint. If Wu Meier was not her husband's high school classmate, and her husband had already started helping Wu Meier, then Su Shaowan wouldn't care about Wu Meier's life or death. The three of them continued eating for more than 10 minutes before they walked out of the box. When they arrived at the hotel entrance, Wu Meier didn't wait for Qini to ask her to take her back to the hospital, she immediately walked to the side of the road. As he walked, he looked back at Qini and Su Shaowan and said, Qini, Sister Shaowan, I can just take a taxi back to the hospital by myself. Seeing this, Qini could only stand there and watch Wu Meier's figure disappearing silently. After Qini and Su Shaowan got into the car, Qini turned to look at Su Shaowan and asked, Wife, you let that man go on purpose, didn't you? You want to follow the clues and find the person behind the scenes. Hubby, you really understand me. That's right, I let that guy go on purpose. It's not that Qini understands his wife, but that he knows his mother-in-law's methods. The people under his wife were all trained by his mother-in-law herself. They must have extraordinary abilities. How could they not be able to catch a small person? Wife, why didn't you tell me in advance? Hey! I just came up with this idea at the last minute. Then, Su Shaowan continued, Hubby, my people have quietly installed a listening device and a locator on that person. As long as that person is in contact with the person behind the scenes, we will know who the person behind the scenes is. The main reason why Su Shaowan did this was that she was afraid that the person behind the scenes was Iboheo. Thinking of this, Su Shaowan looked at her husband and asked, Husband, Iboheo said that I loved him to death, why haven't you asked me yet? I didn't open my mouth to explain, and you didn't ask me either. I believe you. Qini said firmly. After Qini finished speaking, he started the car and headed for Yiwen Group. On the other side, after Iboheo took a short nap at noon, when he was about to call the other party to ask about the progress, his cell phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, Iboheo immediately answered the call. Boss, he fell into the trap set by Qini and Wu Meier. Well, what happened? Tell me in detail. Iboheo said solemnly. A few minutes later, Iboheo yelled at the phone screen, Fuck, who are you looking for? You can't even do a clear background check on Wu Meier. Boss, this is my mistake. I will return all the money to you as soon as I get back. No need. Then, Iboheo asked what he was most concerned about. Are you sure those people are not the ones Su Shaowan is looking for? Boss, if the person who arrested him was someone hired by the eldest lady of the Su family, do you think he can still escape? Then do you think Su Shaowan knows that Wu Meier was threatened? After a moment of silence on the phone, a voice came, I don't know. Let him go abroad and hide for a while. Okay, I'll arrange it. After hanging up the phone, Iboheo sighed and said, "Why is it so difficult to catch Chinese handle?" Then, Iboheo continued to talk to himself, "If I can't find any evidence against Qin, how can I use Qin to plot against Su Shaowan in the future?" Iboheo knew very well in his heart that his plan against Qin would not last long before Qin would be able to react. When Qin realizes what's going on, he will definitely join forces with Su Shaowan to take revenge on him. As soon as Su Shaowan and Qin returned to the president's office of Yuan Group, Su Shaowan received a call from Li Jiqing. About a minute later, Su Shaowan said to the phone, "Okay, I understand, this matter ends here." After hanging up the phone, Qin immediately asked, "Wife, have you found the person behind this?" "No." The other party discovered the bug, and the last place the bug disappeared was at the airport. "Wife, don't be discouraged. The person behind the scenes didn't take us into account this time, but he will take the initiative to attack next time. Next time, we will be fully prepared in advance." "Yeah. Okay." In fact, this time Su Shaowan did not gain nothing. Li Jiqing found out through the eavesdropper that there was a superior behind that person. Based on their communication, Li Jiqing concluded that the person behind the line was either a member of the Su family or someone from another family. The biggest suspects now are the Su family and the Yi family. After Qin saw that the matter was over, he stood up and said, "Wife, I'm going home first. I'll pick up Nian Nian from school this afternoon." "Okay, remember not to buy snacks for Nian Nian, otherwise, she won't eat well at night." "No." After seeing her husband's attitude, Su Shaowan knew that what she had just said was in vain. After Qin sat in the main driving seat, he rubbed his forehead in an upset manner. Although the person who threatened Wu Meier would not take any further action for the time being, he still had no clue about the person who threatened him with Wu Yeye. Chapter 42: The Threat from Su Yuxia. Time passed unknowingly and it was time for Wu Yeye to have surgery. Morning. Qin stood in the corridor outside the operating room, walking back and forth, his face clearly showing nervousness. When Su Shaowan looked at her husband who was so nervous that he could not sit still, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. "Husband, if someone doesn't know, they would think the person in the operating room is your daughter." Su Shaowan came up to Qin and said with a smile in her voice. After Qin heard this, he was shocked, then pretended to be calm and said, "Isn't it because Wu Yeye is the same age as our daughter that I am so nervous?" After saying this, Qin took a special look at Wu Meier, motioning to his wife to let her see Wu Meier's nervous expression at the moment. Su Shaowan saw this, she glanced at Wu Meier, and then thought to herself, "The paternity test has been done twice, it shouldn't be fake. It seems that I am really suspicious." I don't know how long it took, but the door of the operating room finally opened. The operation was successful. The surgeon came up to Wu Meier and said, "Thank you, doctor." Immediately afterwards, Wu Yeye was pushed out of the operating room. After Qin and Su Shaowan stayed in the ward for a while, Qin personally drove Su Shaowan back to Yuan Group. After sending Su Shaowan to the downstairs of Yuan Group, Qin found an excuse and left Yuan Group directly. After Qin drove the car away from Yuan Group, he drove aimlessly on the road. After hesitating for a moment, he called Wu Meier. "Meier, after Yeye recovers, I will send you to settle abroad," Qin said immediately as the phone was connected. "Ah. Shui, why are you sending us abroad?" After Qin heard this, he remained silent for a long time without saying anything in reply. At the hospital, Wu Meier saw that she hadn't heard Qin's words for a long time, so she asked cautiously, "Shui, do you want to tell your wife the truth?" "Well, I don't want to continue lying to her." "Shui, she doesn't know the truth now anyway, why do you still want to tell her?" "Meier, I can't bear to deceive her." After Wu Meier heard this, she bit her lip and asked, "Shui, didn't she cheat on you?" "Meier, don't say such things again. I believe her." "Shui, if I had made that call, would you still marry her?" The phone was silent for a while, and then Qin's voice came again, "Meier, don't worry about going abroad, I will arrange it for you." Before Wu Meier could continue speaking, she heard the sound of the call being hung up. Seeing this, Wu Meier could only sigh deeply, then turned and walked towards Wu Yeye's ward. She knew that in life, if you miss it, you miss it. If she had been braver at the beginning, would the ending be different? However, after she returned to Wu Yeye's ward, a young and beautiful woman sitting in a chair in the aisle outside the VIP ward put away the mobile phone she was playing with, slowly raised her head, and then she looked at Wu Yeye's ward door. If Qin was at the scene, he would definitely recognize that the woman was his sister-in-law Su Yuxia. She came to the hospital today to visit a sick friend, but she accidentally heard that her sister Su Shaowan and her brother-in-law had come to the hospital together in the morning. Out of curiosity, Su Yuxia found out the reason why Qin Yi and Su Shaowan came to the hospital. That's why she appeared in the corridor outside Wu Ye's ward. However, before she could knock on the door, she saw Wu Meier walking out of the ward while talking on the phone. Then, she sat in the seat next to him and listened while recording with her mobile phone. "Brother-in-law, you can't escape from my grasp," Su Yuxia said to herself as she walked towards the hospital corridor exit. After Su Yuxia sat in the driver's seat, she immediately called Qin Yi. "Brother-in-law, where are you now? Let's meet," Su Yuxia said in a somewhat frivolous tone. The reason why Su Yuxia was so obsessed with Qin Yi was because her brother Su Qinbin would talk to her about Qin Yi from time to time. So, Su Yuxia's curiosity was gradually aroused. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is your enemy. Su Qinbin not only knows Su Shaowan, he also knows his sister Su Yuxia very well. Not only Su Qinbin wanted to find something to hold against Qin Yi, but people like Su Minghan and Su Hongwei also wanted to find something to hold against Qin Yi for their own use. For those in the Su family, the more prosperous Su Shaowan's career outside is, the greater the impact it will have on them. They must completely defeat Su Shaowan. Only then can they feel at ease. It's just that they and Su Shaowan are both members of the Su family, and Su Shaowan has apparently left the Su family, so they have to take into account the outside world's views of them, the Su family, so they can only use other people to plot against Su Shaowan. And Su Shaowan's biggest flaw is Qin Yi. Is there something wrong? Let's talk on the phone. It's about Wu Meier. On the other side, after Qin Yi heard the 3 words Wu Meier from Su Yuxia's mouth, he immediately slammed on the brakes. Then, the driver of the car behind started cursing. Then, Qin Yi quickly parked the car on the side of the road and turned on the hazard lights. "How do you know her?" Qin Yi said calmly into the phone. "I came to the hospital to visit a friend today. I accidentally heard you and my sister coming to the hospital this morning, and then I knew her. Then I seem to have heard the content of your conversation just now, and I also recorded it." After listening to Su Yuxia's words, Qin Yi suppressed his anger and said, "I'll send you a location, please drive over." After speaking, Qin Yi immediately hung up the phone. After a long time, Qin Yi slowly started the car and went to a parking lot to wait for Su Yuxia's arrival. About half an hour later, Su Yuxia knocked on Qin Yi's passenger door. When Su Yuxia sat in the passenger seat, she immediately said with a smile, "The environment is not bad." "What kind of environment is good?" Qin Yi asked puzzledly. "Brother-in-law, stop pretending. I don't believe you don't know my intentions." After saying that, Su Yuxia rolled her eyes at Qin Yi. In the past, Qin Yi was not sure whether Su Yuxia did those controversial actions towards him on purpose. But now after hearing Su Yuxia's words, Qin Yi was immediately certain that those actions were done intentionally by Su Yuxia. "Yuxia, I'm your brother-in-law, aren't you afraid of your sister knowing that?" "You know, I know, heaven and earth know. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, how can my sister know? It's only once." Qin Yi had heard about the glorious deeds of his sister-in-law before, but he was still shocked when he heard Su Yuxia's explicit words. Thinking of this, Qin Yi suddenly thought of the bottle of medicine in his pocket. Chapter 43 Su Yuxia suffers the consequences. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yi decided to talk to Su Yuxia about the situation first. "Yuxia, your sister knows everything about what happened between Wu Meier and me." "Really? How about I play the recording for my sister? Although I don't understand the meaning of your words, I'm sure my sister can understand it," Su Yuxia said while shaking the mobile phone in her hand. Seeing this, Qin Yi secretly clenched his fists. Then, he continued calmly, "Yuxia, we usually have a good relationship, right? Why do you have to make the relationship between us so awkward? Brother-in-law, I just want to give it a try. Why do you have to keep me away? You want to get more leverage on me." After Su Yuxia heard Qin Yi's words, an idea suddenly flashed through her mind. How could Su Yuxia be a naive person when she grew up in the complex and ever-changing environment of the Su family, which is full of intrigues and calculations? Her values may not be correct, but her sensitivity is much stronger than that of ordinary people. After thinking for a moment, she thought to herself, "My dear brother, your method is really clever. You even included me in it." But even so, Su Yuxia didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Brother-in-law, don't worry, I won't leave any evidence. Afterwards, I will delete the recording immediately." When Qin Yi saw that Su Yuxia was unmoved, he immediately gave up the idea of continuing to persuade her. "Yuxia, I don't like being in this kind of place. I'll take you to a private club." Okay. I have no objection. Are you going to drive yourself or take my car? Let me drive behind you. After Su Yuxia said this, she quickly got out of the car. When Xin saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Soon, Xin brought Su Yuxia to a private club box. Su Yuxia came into the box. After looking around, she nodded with satisfaction and said, "The environment is good, and the decoration is quite retro." As he spoke, Xin poured 2 glasses of red wine, and then casually handed one to Su Yuxia. "Brother-in-law, you are really romantic." After hearing this, Xin remained silent, then took a sip of the red wine in his hand. Seeing this, Su Yuxia shrugged indifferently and drank the red wine in her hand. You get what you pay for. The ancients were right. Soon, the medicine took effect. Then, Xin quickly walked out of the box, and then 3 men came into the box. In the next box, Xin calmly and slowly sipped the black tea in front of him while watching the beautiful live dance. He felt so comfortable. At this moment, his mobile phone suddenly received a message. Then he waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. Then he walked out of the box and came to the box he had originally booked. Xin, you are looking for death. When Su Yuxia saw Xin walk in, she immediately looked at Xin with hatred in her eyes. I gave you a chance. Aren't you afraid that I will call the police? In the video, you seem to be very proactive. Xin said, shaking the phone in his hand. Su Yuxia looked at the phone in Xinyi's hand, and then she took a few deep breaths before she regained her senses. After a long while, Su Yuxia said in a hoarse voice, "Now I know why my sister insisted on marrying you." After saying that, Su Yuxia deleted the recording in front of Xinyi. Su Yuxia knew that she had lost this game. Yuxia, if there is any movement from the Su family in the future, please let me know in advance. After Xinyi finished speaking, he turned and left the box. After Xinyi left the box, Su Yuxia stood up with difficulty and said to herself, Xinyi, our feud has ended. Just wait, I will definitely avenge this grudge. However, Su Yuxia was also deeply shocked by Xinyi's decisiveness. She didn't expect that Xinyi would come up with this method to fight back in such a short time. Thinking of this, Su Yuxia took out her cell phone and made a call. Please help me with something. As soon as the call was connected, Su Yuxia said to the phone. What's up? There's a person named Wu Meier. Find some people to rape her for me. Who is she? Single mother. I'll send you her information later. Good. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuxia snorted coldly, and then she slowly walked towards the door of the box. For her, as long as the video doesn't leak out, she doesn't care. She was sure that even if Wu Meier's affair was traced back to her in the future, Xinyi would not dare to do anything to her. If Xinyi insisted on pestering her, then Xinyi would have to tell her what the secret was between him and Wu Meier. She was very clear about her sister Su Xiaowan's methods. What her sister Su Xiaowan hates most is being betrayed by the people around her. On the other side, Xinyi drove directly to pick up Qin Yanyan from school. On the way, he called Wu Meier while driving. Meier, don't go to crowded places these days. If a stranger asks you to meet him, don't go, or call me first to ask. Xinyi reminded on the phone. It's not that Xinyi was reluctant to secretly find someone to protect Wu Meier and her daughter. He was afraid that after he found someone to protect Wu Meier and her daughter, his wife would doubt the relationship between him and Wu Meier again. Xiaoyi, are you in danger again? Hearing that Wu Meier was concerned about his safety first, it was impossible for Xinyi not to be moved. Meier, don't worry about me. I'm fine here. I'm just afraid that person is still harboring evil intentions. I'm glad you're okay. Xiaoyi, I'll be careful. Good. After the conversation, both parties hung up the phone tacitly. After picking up Qin Yanyan, she sat in the back seat and said, Dad, let's go. Let's go to the snack street. Nian Nian, do you want Dad to sleep on the sofa at night? Dad, when we get home, I'll plead for you. That's what you said. Dad, are you still worried about your daughter doing things? Qin Yanyan said, pretending to be an adult. Xinyi looked at such a lovely daughter. He really couldn't imagine what would happen if he lost the custody of Qin Yanyan in the future. Xinyi knew very well that once his wife Su Xiaowan knew that Wu Yeye was her biological daughter, the lightest consequence would be divorce from him. Thinking of this, Xinyi's heart began to waver. He knew very well in his heart that the person that man wanted to deal with must be his wife Su Xiaowan. After all, he was not worth the other party's effort to deal with him. As for the person behind the scenes, Chini now thinks that the probability of it being someone from the Su family is relatively small. If they were really members of the Su family, I'm afraid those people in the Su family would have already exposed their cards to him and threatened him to help them plot against his wife Su Xiaowan. And judging from Su Yusha's expression today, she had never known about Wu Meier before. Chapter 44 Cooperation between husband and wife. While having dinner in the evening, Chini and Qin Yanyan looked at each other, and then both of them ate the rice in their bowls in small bites tacitly. Seeing this, Su Xiaowan sighed weakly, then knocked on the bowl with her chopsticks. Mom, please stop sighing. It'll make you get wrinkles. I am just mad at you too. Mom, Dad, and I are not angry with you. Qin Yanyan retorted. Really? Then why don't you two eat with big mouthfuls? Not too hungry. Qin Yanyan said somewhat guiltily. After Su Xiaowan heard this, she immediately stared at Qini and said, Look at how you have spoiled your daughter now. Wife, I know I was wrong. I will teach her a lesson tomorrow. Regardless of whether it is your fault or not, as long as your wife is angry, you should admit that you are wrong first. It's absolutely right. As Qini spoke, he secretly winked at little Qin Yanyan. Seeing this, Qin Yanyan immediately pretended to eat the rice in her bowl with big mouthfuls. It's just that I just don't swallow it. When Su Xiaowan watched the interaction between the father and daughter, a happy smile immediately appeared on her face. Sometimes, she also thought that it would be nice to live a peaceful and stable life like this. But on second thought, she thought of her mother's expectations of her and the hostility of those in the Su family towards her, so she didn't dare to relax herself. The next day, in the morning, Qini and Su Xiaowan came to Yiwen Group to work together. Wife, is the share transfer contract for the new energy vehicle factory ready? Okay. Su Xiaowan said as she handed the document in her hand to Qini. Qini took the document and sat on the swivel chair and started making a phone call. Hey! Mr. Liu, I'm ready. We can sign the share transfer contract today. Qini said while giving Su Xiaowan a sly smile. Mr. Qin, Chairman Su won't give you trouble for doing this, right? Lu Yuanbu's hypocritical voice came from the phone. I don't know when it started, but Lu Yuanbu changed the way he addressed Qini from Mr. Qin to Mr. Qin. How dare she? If she dares to say something in front of me, I will slap her and she will shut up immediately. Lu Yuanbu on the other side of the phone didn't believe Qini's words at all. He didn't believe that Su Xiaowan would just stand there and get beaten. Although Su Xiaowan loves Qini, it does not mean that Su Xiaowan loves Qini without any bottom line. Our Master Qin is still the best. Stop talking nonsense. Do you have the money ready? As long as you transfer the money to the Yiwen Group's public account today, my wife won't be able to regret it later. There was silence on the phone for a while, and then Lu Yuanbu's worried voice came over. What if Chairman Su sues our Lu Group later? That means my wife wants to send me to jail. Qini glanced at Su Xiaowan and said indifferently. Mr. Qin, come here with the contract. Okay, I'll be there now. After hanging up the phone, Qini looked at Su Xiaowan and said, Wife, follow the plan. Afterwards, Qini straightened his clothes and walked towards the office door with a carefree step. When Qini arrived at Lu Group, Lu Yuanbu was already prepared. After the employees of Lu Group's legal department verified that the share transfer contract brought by Qini was correct, Lu Group quickly signed and stamped it, and then quickly transferred the money to Yiwen Group. Before Qini left the Lu Group meeting room, Lu Yuanbu received a call from Su Xiaowan on his mobile phone. Seeing this, Lu Yuanbu immediately asked everyone else to leave the meeting room and left Qini alone in the meeting room. Lu Yuanbu answered the call only after everyone else left the meeting room, and turned on the speakerphone. Second young Master Lu, why did your Lu Group suddenly transfer a sum of money to our Yiwen Group? Did you transfer it to the wrong person? After Lu Yuanbu heard Su Xiaowan's question, he deliberately asked in surprise, Chairman Su, don't you know? What do I know? Don't you know that Mr. Qin transferred the shares of the new energy vehicle factory to Lu Group? As soon as Lu Yuanbu finished speaking, Su Xiaowan's angry voice came from the phone. Second young Master Lu, you dare to trick my husband into selling shares in the new energy vehicle factory. Chairman Su, I am innocent. It was Mr. Qin who took the initiative to sell the shares to Lu Group, and Mr. Qin also told me that this was all with your consent. You are talking nonsense. I don't know anything about this. I will transfer the money to your Lu Group now, and the share transfer agreement will be invalidated. Chairman Su, this matter has spread throughout our Lu Group. I may not be able to revoke it, or you can revoke the contract by filing a lawsuit. Lu Yuanbo gave his own suggestion. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuanbo heard the sound of Su Xiaowan hanging up the phone on his mobile phone. Before Qini could speak, his cell phone rang. After Qini saw the caller ID clearly, he immediately answered the phone with a sad face. "Husband, why did you sell the shares of the new energy vehicle factory?" Su Xiaowan's voice, suppressed anger, came from the phone. "I've been seeing that the factory couldn't produce cars. Lu Group happened to offer a suitable price, so I sold it. You are really more of a hindrance than a help." After Qini heard this, he immediately said angrily, "Wife, you are going too far. If you don't transfer half of Yuan Group's shares to me, I guarantee that I will never talk to you again in the future." After Qini finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. Seeing this, Lu Yuanbo, who was sitting next to him, stared at Qini blankly for a while. Then, he asked, "Mr. Qin, can you get the shares of Yuan Group this way?" "Just wait. She will call you soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaowan called again. In order to make Lu Yuanbo hear more clearly, Qini turned on the external sound. "Hubby, I was a little aggressive just now, don't take it personally. I will transfer half of the shares of Yuan Group to you this afternoon. In fact, I have wanted to transfer half of the shares to you for a long time." "Oh. That's more like it. I sold the shares of the new energy vehicle factory because I saw you worrying about raising funds for the Shangjing City project and couldn't sleep every day, so I came up with this idea." "Hubby, I was wrong. I'm reflecting on it, please don't be angry with me." "Okay. Hang up. I'll come find you this afternoon." "Okay. Husband, drive slower on the road." After hanging up the phone, Qini immediately stood up, patted his butt, and said, "Second young Master Lu, I'm leaving." "Mr. Qin, let's go out for lunch together." "No. I need to go back and catch up on some sleep. I got up too early today." After watching Qini leave the meeting room, Lu Yuanbo immediately called Iboheo. Chapter 45, Iboheo's Test. On the other side, in the office of the president of E Group, Iboheo hung up the phone. He frowned and looked at the ceiling with a puzzled look. He always felt that the Su Xiaowan described by Lu Yuanbo was not the real Su Xiaowan. He couldn't believe that a person could change so much. From childhood to adulthood, Iboheo never realized that Su Xiaowan was a love-brained person. If Su Xiaowan was really a love-brained person, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to plot against her now. Unconsciously, Iboheo's memories drifted back to the night before he went abroad to study that year. After reminiscing for a while, Iboheo took out his cell phone and called Su Xiaowan. "Xiaowan, are you free at noon? Let's go out for lunch together." Iboheo asked as soon as the phone was connected. "Boheo, I've been quite busy these days. You know I need to raise the funds needed for the follow-up." "Xiaowan, we can take our time with the funding. Having a meal won't take up much time. I mainly want to talk to you about Qini." After a moment of silence on the phone, Su Xiaowan's voice came again, "Okay? Send me the location." "Good." In the president's office of Yuan Group, after Su Xiaowan hung up the phone. She slowly sat up from her swivel chair, then walked to the office window, looked up at the sky, and said to herself, "Boheo, why on earth are you plotting against me and my husband? Don't you care about the friendship we have had since we were young?" After saying that, Su Xiaowan took the initiative to call her husband and told him that she was going out to have lunch with Iboheo at noon. On the other hand, Qini did not go home to rest at all, but was looking for someone to help Wu Meier and Wu Yeye to handle the procedures for going abroad. He had just finished talking to Su Xiaowan in the car when he received a call from a stranger on his phone. After the call was connected, before Qini could speak, a hoarse male voice like last time came from the phone. "Qini, I know you want to send Wu Meier and Wu Yeye abroad. I just wonder if Miss Su can delay the flight by a few hours before they leave. Who are you? What is your purpose? Are you a member of the Su family?" "Qini, you don't have to guess. When the time is right, you will know who I am." When the other party was about to hang up the phone, Qini suddenly said, "My wife and I plan to move Yuan Group to Shangjing City." "Well, what does this have to do with me?" After saying that, the sound of hanging up was heard from the phone. Looking at the black screen of his phone, Qini said to himself, "It seems that the other party is not the same kind of person as Iboheo. Could it be that they are really those people from the Su family? Otherwise, how could the other party be so well informed? If they are really the Su family, then their purpose is probably not as simple as just wanting to see my wife go bankrupt." After saying that, Sheeny called someone and told him that he no longer needed to apply for documents for going abroad. It was soon time for lunch, and Su Shaowan walked into a Western restaurant on time. As soon as Su Shaowan walked into the restaurant, she saw Yi Boheo waving at her. "Shaowan, come and sit down. I have already ordered the food. They are all your favorites." Yi Boheo looked at Su Shaowan gently and said, "Boheo, thank you. I didn't expect you still remembered my preferences. Shaowan, I will never forget your hobbies in my life." After Su Shaowan heard this, her face immediately turned serious and she said, "Boheo, you'd better not say such ambiguous words in the future. I'm afraid that outsiders will misunderstand you." "I see. You're just afraid that Sheeny will misunderstand you." At this time, the meals ordered by Yi Boheo began to be brought to the table one after another. After all the dishes were served, Yi Boheo immediately asked Su Shaowan to taste them first. After they had eaten for a few minutes, Su Shaowan looked up at Yi Boheo and asked, "Boheo, just say whatever you want to say." After Yi Boheo heard this, he looked at Su Shaowan, and then he said, "Shaowan, do you know what Sheeny is planning? What plans could he have?" Su Shaowan said with a smile. Yi Boheo saw that Su Shaowan didn't seem to be lying, so he hesitated for a moment. He then said, "Shaowan, Sheeny wants to move Yi Group to Shangjing City. Do you know his idea?" The reason why Yi Boheo wanted to expose this matter now was that he wanted to test whether Sheeny and Su Shaowan were cooperating secretly. Ever since Yi Boheo listened to Lu Yuanbu's story about Su Shaowan in the morning, he had always suspected that this was a coordinated act between Su Shaowan and Sheeny. As for whether Su Shaowan would stop Sheeny from moving Yuan Group to Shangjing City in the future, Yi Boheo didn't care much. His main plan was on the Shangjing City Old Town renovation project. As for relocating the Yuan Group to Shangjing City, it was just icing on the cake for Yi Boheo. "What? When did my husband have this idea?" Su Shaowan asked in surprise. It seems that ever since Yuan Group and Isher Group cooperated on the Shangjing City project, Sheeny had the idea of relocating Yuan Group. Then, Yi Boheo continued, "Shaowan, I am not judging others by my own standards. I suspect that the reason why Sheeny asked Yuan Group to cooperate with Yi Group on the Shangjing City project is that he wanted to get the foundation of Yuan Group out of Tianhai City. In this way, it will be easy for him to take over Yuan Group. No. I promised my husband to give him half of the shares of Yuan Group. Shaowan, you can only know a person's face but not his heart. Human desires are endless. The main reason why he hasn't shown them now is because the Su family is a local force in Tianhai City. I have to say that Yi Boheo is really good at bewitching people." After listening to Yi Boheo's words, Su Shaowan felt some movement in her heart. At this moment, she actually suspected that her husband had ulterior motives towards her. After a long while, Su Shaowan finally asked, "Boheo, did my husband tell you this in person?" "Shaowan, actually Sheeny had this idea because of what I said." Then, Yi Boheo told Su Shaowan the speech he had prepared long ago. In fact, what Yi Boheo said were what he and Sheeny talked about in the club. He just swapped the positions of both parties. Finally, Yi Boheo comforted Su Shaowan, "Shaowan, don't worry. I won't let Sheeny get involved in the Shangjing City project. As long as this project is in your hands, Sheeny won't be able to make any waves." After listening to Yi Boheo's story, Su Shaowan's heart was in turmoil. She didn't know who to trust at this moment. Chapter 46: Wu Meier's Potential Crisis. It was precisely because Yi Boheo did not exaggerate the story of Sheeny that Su Shaowan became even more suspicious of Sheeny. When Yi Boheo saw that Su Shaowan listened to his words, he was secretly satisfied. Although it is very likely that Sheeny will not be able to relocate Yuan Group to Shangjing City in the future, this incident has deepened Su Shaowan's trust in him. Just like what happened the night before he went abroad to study, Su Shaowan's trust in him reached its peak. At that time, he thought that this trust would slowly turn into Su Shaowan's admiration for him in the future, but what he didn't expect was that Sheeny suddenly appeared. "Boheo, I'm full. I'm going back first." After a pause, Su Shaowan looked at Yi Boheo and said, "Boheo, don't tell anyone about today's conversation." "Shaowan, I know." Looking at Su Shaowan's expression, Yi Boheo knew that Su Shaowan had begun to doubt Sheeny in her heart. Looking at Su Shaowan slowly receding back, Yi Boheo showed a hint of relief on his face. Yi Boheo knew that although Yuan Group and Yi Group had carried out in-depth cooperation, Su Shaowan had always been wary of him. As long as we are on guard, it will not be easy for him to secretly do something in the project in the future. After Su Shaowan returned to the car, she hesitated for a long time, but she still didn't have the courage to call her husband to confront him. She had lived in a large family like the Su family since she was a child, and she had seen too many examples of relatives turning against each other for each other's interests. When Qin and Su Xiaowan first started dating, Su Xiaowan was wary of Qin at every turn. It was only after Qin slowly influenced her that Su Xiaowan finally opened up to him. Unfortunately, under Boheo's instigation, Su Xiaowan unconsciously developed a sense of vigilance towards Qin. In the evening, when Su Xiaowan returned home, Qin clearly felt that his wife was a little different from usual. So, Qin consciously came behind Su Xiaowan and gently pressed Su Xiaowan's forehead. "Wife, you are worried." "Honey, no. I just feel a little tired." In the end, Su Xiaowan still didn't muster up the courage to confront Qin. It was precisely because Qin and Su Xiaowan did not communicate in time that a tragedy almost occurred between the two of them. "Dad, I'm also very tired from school. Please rub my forehead for me." Qin Yanyan, who was playing on the side, said with a tired face while lying in Su Xiaowan's arms. "Okay," Qin said, gritting his teeth. When Qin Yanyan saw that her father was about to take ruthless action, she immediately wanted to sit up from her mother's arms. Unfortunately, she was held tightly by her mother and would not let go. "Mom, let go, your precious daughter is about to be killed by your husband." "Nian, I let go," Su Xiaowan said with a smile. "Mom, you're lying. If you let go, I won't be able to sit up. Come on, Dad is coming." When Qin was just one step away from reaching Qin Yanyan, Su Xiaowan finally released her hands that were pressing on Qin Yanyan. Immediately afterwards, a chaotic scene broke out in the living room. Su Xiaowan looked at the father and daughter circling around her, and she almost wanted to tell Qin about the conversation between her and Boheo today. Until going to bed at night, Qin did not ask his wife what she talked about with Boheo at noon today. Su Xiaowan didn't bring it up, so Qin thought that his wife and Boheo probably didn't say anything important. Before I knew it, it was next Monday after these few days. After the Lu Group finally figured out why the new energy vehicles under the Yuan Group could not be mass-produced, Lu Yuanbo was furious. "Brother Qin, you are amazing. You don't know how happy I was this morning when I saw Lu Yuanbo and his mistress's mother, whose faces were distorted with anger." In the teahouse box, Lu Boyi sat opposite Qin and said with a beaming face, "Hey, Mr. Lu, this has nothing to do with me. I don't know the situation at the factory at all. Brother Qin, you are going too far. There is no outsider here, why are you pretending?" After Qin heard this, he coughed awkwardly a few times, then smiled and said, "I'm used to it." Lu Boyi didn't care. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Then he looked at Qin and said, "Brother Qin, let's go. I found a fun place. Let's celebrate together." "No, I have to go to the company this afternoon." "Okay then. I'll go play by myself." As they were talking, Qin and Lu Boyi left the teahouse box. When Qin walked towards Su Xiaowan's office, the employees in the group would stand in their seats far away and greet him when they saw him. So much so that when Qin arrived at Su Xiaowan's office, he immediately picked up Su Xiaowan's cup of water and drank it in big gulps. "Hubby, even if you don't come to the company every day, your popularity remains the same. I can't help it. My personality is too charismatic. It's just that you acted quickly, otherwise, how could it be your turn?" "Yes. Yes. Yes. That's why I worry about gains and losses every day." Then, Su Xiaowan looked at Qin and asked, "Husband, Wu Yeye was discharged from the hospital today, didn't you go over to help?" "I called and asked, and Wu Meier said it was not necessary." Then, Qin continued, "However, Wu Meier wants to invite our family of 3 to have dinner at her place tonight. You see. I'll contact her on WeChat later. I'll ask her to send us the address." After a moment of silence, Su Xiaowan glanced at Qin, then asked, "Hubby, Wu Meier once said that she wanted to open a beauty salon in Tianhai City. You don't have anything to do anyway, why don't you help her find a good store?" This. Qin glanced at Su Xiaowan secretly, then immediately looked away. After pretending to think for a while, he said, "I'll ask her tonight if she needs our help." "Yeah. Okay." Just now, Su Xiaowan really had no intention of testing her husband. On the other side, Su Yuxia was shopping with her best friend. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. When she saw the caller ID, she answered the call decisively. "I thought you were dead. There has been no news for so many days," Su Yuxia said in a dissatisfied tone as soon as the phone was connected. Ms. Su. That woman named Wu Meier has been staying in the hospital and never leaves. I can't find a suitable opportunity. I even called her pretending to be a courier, but she was unwilling to leave the hospital. What can I do? So is there any progress now that you're calling me? Su Yuxia asked into the phone. Yes. Her daughter was discharged from the hospital today. I will have a chance in the future. I am afraid that Miss Su will be anxious. I will explain the situation to you in advance. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Then, Su Yuxia ordered into the phone, connect all of them. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuxia's face immediately showed a look of revenge. Chapter 47 Purchase a Store. In the evening, Qini and Su Xiaowan brought Qin Yanyan to the community where Wu Meier lived. As soon as the car arrived at the gate of the community, Qini saw Wu Meier standing there waiting for them. Mayor, it's not like we can't find a seat. Why are you still waiting for us at the gate of the community? Su Xiaowan got out of the car and said to Wu Meier. There are many buildings in this community, and it's hard for people who are not familiar with it to find it. At this time, Qin Yanyan and Qini also came to Su Xiaowan and the others. Hello, Aunt Wu. Qin Yanyan said politely to Wu Meier. Nian Nian, you too. So, the group walked towards the house that Wu Meier rented, chatting and laughing. Sister Yaya, this is the discharge gift I give you. Qin Yanyan came to Wu Yaya and handed the gift in her hand to Wu Yaya with a smile. Thank you. Sister Nian Nian. Wu Meier had prepared dinner when Qin Yi and the others were on their way, so they could start eating right away. After dinner, Wu Yaya took Qin Yanyan to her room to play with her toys. Qin Yi and the other three sat on the sofa in the living room and started talking. Mayor, didn't you say before that you wanted to open a beauty salon in Tianhai City? I'll ask my husband to help you find a good store. After hearing this, Wu Meier looked at Qin Yi with some confusion. She didn't understand. At the beginning, Qin Yi wanted to send her and Yeye abroad, but recently, Qin Yi stopped mentioning this matter. She didn't dare to ask Qin Yi privately, for she was afraid that her frequent contact with Qin Yi would arouse Su Xiaowan's suspicion. I'll ask my friends tomorrow. Qin Yi looked at Su Xiaowan and said calmly. Okay. Thank you for your help. I will definitely return the money to you as soon as possible. Although Wu Meier didn't know why Qin Yi suddenly changed their arrangements, she still believed that Qin Yi would not harm her and Yeye. After everyone chatted with each other for more than half an hour, Qin Yi and the other three left Wu Meier's house. After Qin Yi and the others left, Wu Yeye looked at her mother and said, Mom, I miss Dad. Why didn't Dad contact us for so long? Maybe your father is busy. Even now, Wu Meier doesn't know how to tell her daughter the news of Chen Yachuan's death. Although Chen Yachuan is not Wu Yeye's biological father, Wu Yeye has called Chen Yachuan Dad for so many years after all, so Wu Yeye must have feelings for Chen Yachuan. Oh. Got it. Wu Yeye replied somewhat disappointedly. She also knew that her mother and father were divorced, and she also knew that her father liked to play outside, and that her father used to beat her often. However, she still misses her father very much. After Qin Yi sent a few messages, he took Wu Meier to find a suitable store the next afternoon. Xiaoyi, this location is great. And the store is very spacious, with 3 floors. Wu Meier's face was full of excitement. She was now confident that as long as she opened this store, she would be able to pay off her foreign debt quickly. Not only did she owe Qin Yi money, she also owed money to many relatives and friends. Well, let's buy this store. Ah. Just rent it. Qin Yi pretended not to hear Wu Meier's words. He called the real estate agent and said, I want to buy this store. Sir, do you want to buy this store? Okay, I'll help you contact the landlord right away. With Qin Yi's financial ability, the landlord soon agreed to sell the store to Qin Yi. Under the pressure of Qin Yi's eyes, Wu Meier became the owner of this store unknowingly. Qin Yi did not use the money Su Xiaowan gave him to buy this store, but used his own earned money. Even though Su Xiaowan doesn't know Wu Yeye's background yet, Qin Yi will not use Su Xiaowan's money to support Wu Meier and Wu Yeye. For Qin Yi, even though he is a gigolo, he still has a bottom line. After all the formalities were completed, Wu Meier sat in the passenger seat. She turned to look at Qin Yi who was driving, and asked with a worried tone, Xiaoyi, will Sister Xiaowan blame you? This is my own money. She won't know about it for now, and she won't ask about such trivial matters. Then, Qin Yi looked at Wu Meier and said, Meier, just stay in Tianhai City with peace of mind. I'll take care of the rest. In Qini's opinion, since the other party has already set their sights on him and Wu Meier, there is no need for him to let Wu Meier leave Tianhai City. Besides, since Wu Meier is staying in Tianhai City, he can still take care of her. Xiaoyi, didn't you ask you and I to settle abroad before? Why are you now? Mayor, something happened in the middle. After hesitating for a moment, Qini decided to tell Wu Meier the truth. Ah. Xiaoyi, what should I do? Who is the other party? Is he the same person who threatened me? No. Qini answered affirmatively. Then, Qini comforted her, Mayor, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. After saying that, Qini continued to drive the car with full concentration. Seeing that Qini didn't want to say anything more at the moment, Wu Meier could only turn around and look at the scenery outside the car window. After Qini sent Wu Meier to the gate of the community, he drove to pick up Qin Yanyan after school. However, when Wu Meier walked towards her home, a middle-aged man wearing a hat and a mask on his face followed her. The middle-aged man turned and left only after Wu Meier opened the door and entered the house. He has now figured out all the surveillance areas in the community. Since the community is entirely inhabited by outsiders, most of the surveillance equipment is broken and has not been repaired in a timely manner. After the man arrived outside the community and got into his car, he immediately took out his cell phone and started making a call. Brother, there's work, do you want to play? Is it safe? An excited male voice came from the phone. It's safe. She's a single mother. As long as we can control her daughter, then. How many people do you need? Including you and me, call 3 more people. When? Tomorrow morning. As soon as she leaves the house, we will force our way into the house. Good. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man called Su Yusha again. Record the video more clearly. Su Yusha's cold voice came from the phone. Miss Su, are you still not confident in my ability to do things? This is not the first time we have worked together. Well, I'll wait for your good news tomorrow. On the other side, after Su Yusha hung up the phone, she whispered to herself, Qini, just wait for the gift I give you tomorrow. In Su Yusha's opinion, there are no such things as innocent people. Since she couldn't touch Qini, she had to touch the people around Qini. As for what the relationship between Wu Meier and Qini is, she doesn't care. Chapter 48, Forcing the Lu Group. When Qini drove to pick up Qin Yanyan from school, Ibo Heo and Lu Yuanbo were sitting in a teahouse box talking about something. Bossy, we were all fooled by that kid Qini. Lu Yuanbo put down the teacup in his hand and said angrily. Seeing that Ibo Heo didn't say anything, Lu Yuanbo continued to ask, Bossy, do you think this was a conspiracy between Su Shaowan and Qini? No. Then, Ibo Heo immediately explained, I secretly asked someone to investigate yesterday. Su Shaowan has always insisted on producing new energy vehicles. She believes that those technical difficulties will be solved sooner or later. To be honest, on the day Qini sold his shares to Lu Group, Su Shaowan was planning to transfer another 500 million yuan in research and development funds to the factory. But now, the factory is a hot potato for the Lu Group. If they want to completely solve all the problems in the factory, the Lu Group will have to spend more than 1 billion yuan. After hearing this, Ibo Heo took a breath. He did not expect that the Lu Group would need to continue to invest so much money. This is really not worth it for the Lu Group. If Lu Group continues to invest in that factory, it can build a new factory. So what does your Lu Group plan to do? Ibo Heo looked at Lu Yuanbo and asked. Many people hope that the group can stop the losses in time. Lu Yuanbo said with a somewhat sad tone. After hearing this, Ibo Heo signaled Lu Yuanbo not to say anything, and then he called Qini. Brother Hao, hello. Qini, you are so dishonest. There was silence on the phone for a while, and then Qini's voice came, Brother Hao, what do you mean by this? That factory is a hell of a place, but you sold it to Lu Group. How can I continue to associate with young Master Lu? It's unfair. Brother Hao, let me tell you the truth. My knowledge of that factory is limited to last year. As for this year, I haven't even been to that factory. Then, Qini's voice continued to come from the phone, Brother Hao, what happened to that factory? I'll let young Master Lu tell you. Afterwards, Lu Yuanbo told Qini about his grievances over the phone. After Lu Yuanbo finished explaining the whole story, there was a moment of silence on the phone before Qini's voice came, Second young Master Lu, do you think this is okay? You can sell the factory to Yuan Group. Don't you know that my wife has been complaining about this to me every night during this period of time? Well, Mr. Chin, you are not kidding. Second young Master Lu, I never joke with my friends. But I can't give you the price that your Lu group paid for it at. How much are you prepared to pay? Half. After hearing Qin Yi's words, the corners of Yi Boheo and Lu Yuanbu's mouth twitched at the same time. After a long while, Lu Yuanbu said in a slightly angry tone, Mr. Qin, you really know how to do business. Our Lu group has acquired all the shares of the factory, and now you want to spend half the price to buy 100% of the factory's shares. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Second Master Lu, I didn't force you to sell it to Yuan Group. Then, Qin Yi's voice continued to be heard on the phone. Second young Master Lu, I'm going to pick up my daughter from school. Let me know when you've made up your mind. After he finished speaking, the sound of the call being hung up came from the phone. Looking at the black phone screen, Yi Boheo and Lu Yuanbo looked at each other in bewilderment. At this time, Yi Boheo picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip, then he called Su Shaowan again. Shaowan, do you know the situation inside the new energy vehicle factory? Yi Boheo asked as soon as the call was connected. Boheo, of course I know. It makes me angry just talking about this. In my opinion, the factory will definitely succeed if they persist a little longer. If Lu Group wants to sell that factory now, are you still willing to buy it? Of course I do. On the other side, the office of the president of Yuan Group. Su Shaowan, at this moment, felt very happy. She did not expect that things would develop in the same way as her husband had expected. Then, Su Shaowan continued to ask on the phone, Boheo, does the Lu Group want to sell the factory now? Yes. They have this plan, it depends on your sincerity. Su Shaowan deliberately pondered for a moment before she spoke. The most I can offer is the price that Lu Group paid for my husband's shares last time. So how many shares are you going to buy? Of course it's all the shares of the Lu Group. Otherwise, how can the Lu Group explain to the Su Group? Su Shaowan said righteously. Shaowan, I know what you mean. I'll help you mediate. Okay, Boheo. By the way, don't tell my husband yet. I will tell him about this. After hanging up the phone, Su Shaowan happily sat on the swivel chair and turned around. Previously, Yuan Group only owned 55% of the shares of that factory, but if the Lu Group was willing to sell it to Yuan Group at the previous price, then Yuan Group would earn 45% of the shares for free. That factory is indeed not worth continuing to invest in for the Lu Group, but for the Yuan Group, that factory can be perfectly converted into a lithium battery production factory, and it is a 100% controlled factory. On the other side, in the tea house box. At this moment, neither Yi Boheo nor Lu Yuanbu spoke. They just silently picked up the tea in front of them and drank it slowly by themselves. After a long while, Lu Yuanbu put down his teacup, looked at Yi Boheo and said, Bossy, Su Shaowan is right. If the Lu Group only sells her 55% of the shares, then the Lu Group and the Su Group will have trouble explaining it. If they are not careful, the Su Group will think that the Lu Group is helping the Yuan Group develop. Second young Master Lu, the Lu Group can also be sold to other companies. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuanbu's cell phone suddenly rang. When he looked at the caller ID, he answered the call immediately. About a minute later, Lu Yuanbu angrily threw his phone onto the tea table. What's wrong? What happened? Yi Boheo asked curiously. I don't know who leaked the actual situation inside the factory. I'm afraid no other company will buy that factory. Could it be Qin Yi? Yi Boheo asked with a frown. Is it him? If it really is him, then we really underestimated him before. After saying that, Lu Yuanbu said goodbye to Yi Boheo and left the box. He needed to discuss countermeasures with the senior management of Lu Group. The next day, in the morning, Wu Meier opened the door and walked outside while talking on the phone. At this moment, several figures suddenly jumped out from the corner and pushed Wu Meier back into the house. Chapter 49 Qin Yi's Vision. On the other side, Qin Yi, who was talking to Wu Meier, first heard a burst of noise coming from the phone, and then he heard the sound of the call being hung up. Seeing this scene, Qin Yi immediately guessed that Wu Meier might be in danger. So he immediately called Wu Meier. After a long time, the call was finally connected. Hello, Meier, what's going on over there? Qin Yi asked anxiously as soon as the call was connected. There was silence on the phone for a while before Wu Meier's voice came. Xiaoyi, I just knocked over the trash can. I need to sort out the trash on the ground. Please wait for me at the gate of the community. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of Wu Meier hanging up the phone came from the phone. Xin Yi, who was still slowly putting on his clothes, immediately realized that Wu Meier might be in danger. So he immediately called the property management of the community where Wu Meier lived. After Xin Yi learned about the residential area where Wu Meier lived, he established a good relationship with the property manager of the area. After Xin Yi briefly explained the situation to the property manager of the community on the phone, he immediately put on his clothes quickly and drove quickly towards the community where Wu Meier lived. When Xin Yi arrived at Wu Meier's rental house, he saw that the house was in a mess and he could faintly hear Wu Yeye crying from the bedroom. The elderly security guards of the residential property were standing in the corridors or living rooms, chatting in low voices. "Mr. Qin, the criminals are all young men and we can't catch them." However, Ms. Wu and the others were not hurt at all. When the property manager saw Xin Yi coming, he immediately stepped forward and briefly explained the situation. The property manager knew that Xin Yi was very generous. This time, he had made such a great contribution, so he would surely get greater benefits this time. "Did you call the police?" Xin Yi didn't expect these grandfather-like security guards to catch the criminals. He just wanted the property people to scare the criminals away. "Ms. Wu didn't let us call the police. She asked you to make the decision." "Okay, I got it." Xin Yi then immediately transferred a sum of money to the property manager via WeChat, and then he whispered, "Give them some of the money first, and I'll find you later." After hearing this, the property manager immediately understood what Xin Yi meant. So, in front of Xin Yi, he distributed the money that Xin Yi had just transferred to him to the security guards. "This money is this gentleman's way of thanking you. You must remember not to tell anyone about this." When the security guards saw the money, which was more than their monthly salary, they immediately promised that they would never talk nonsense about what happened today. After the property management staff left, Xin Yi knocked on the bedroom door and walked in. "Mayor, yeah, it's okay. This kind of thing will never happen again." Xin Yi looked at Wu Meier and Wu Yeye, who were still hugging each other and crying softly, and comforted them in a low voice. When Wu Meier and Wu Yeye saw Xin Yi, they immediately stood up, came to Xin Yi, hugged his shoulders and thighs and started crying. It took Xin Yi a long time to comfort Wu Meier and Wu Yeye, mother and daughter. After Wu Yeye had completely calmed down, Xin Yi took Wu Meier to the living room to ask about the matter in detail. "Mayor, do you know those people?" Xin Yi asked in a cold voice. "I don't know them, but I seem to have heard one of them mention Miss Su." After Xin Yi heard this, he immediately knew who had sent those people. On the other side, at Su Yuxia's home, after she answered the phone, she was so angry that she threw the phone to the ground. Waste. Absolute waste. After Su Yuxia vented her frustration, she switched the SIM card to another phone. As soon as she installed the app on her phone, she received a call from Xin Yi. When Su Yuxia saw this, she immediately knew that Xin Yi knew what she had done. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuxia answered the phone. "Su Yuxia, it seems that I was too kind to you last time. Wait, I will come to you later." As soon as the call was connected, Xin Yi's voice came from the phone. Immediately afterwards, Su Yuxia heard the sound of the call being hung up on the phone. Looking at the phone screen after the call was hung up, Su Yuxia was stunned for a while, then she quickly walked out of the house. She was going back to her parents' home to seek help. Xin Yi was driving to Su Yuxia's house. After he got through to Su Yuxia, he immediately called his wife. "Hey, husband, why did you get up so early today?" "Wife, I want to settle accounts with Su Yuxia. Which side are you on?" Xin Yi asked in a heavy tone. "Ah. Husband, why?" "She hired someone to rape Wu Meier today." There was silence on the phone for a while before Su Shaowan's voice came. "Husband, when did you have a conflict with Yuxia?" All Su Shaowan could think of was that Su Yuxia must have had a conflict with her husband, and then Su Yuxia was thinking of taking revenge on the people around her husband. "Wife, it's hard to explain these two sentences now. After this matter is over, I will tell you everything." In the president's office of Yuan Group, Su Shaowan stared at the desk with a serious look and said, "Husband, wait for my news." After Su Shaowan finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Then, she immediately called Su Yuxia. "Yuxia, why?" Su Shaowan asked into the phone as soon as the call was connected. "Sister, I'm doing this to vent your anger. Give me some vent?" "Yes, sister. Xin Yi and Wu Meier have a shady relationship. I just want to scare Wu Meier and make her reveal the relationship between her and Xin Yi. I don't want to hurt Wu Meier. What evidence do you have to prove that my husband and Wu Meier have a shady relationship?" Then, Su Yuxia told over the phone what she heard about the conversation between Wu Meier and Qini in the hospital that day. After Su Yuxia finished her story, Su Shaoan was silent for a long time before she said, Yuxia, come to my house now, and we will solve this matter face to face. Sister, if Qini insists on seeking revenge on me, will you stand on my side? Yuxia, I just want to resolve the conflict between you and my husband. Sister, you didn't answer my question directly. Yuxia, where are you now? I can come find you. I'm on my way to my parents' house. I understand. After Su Shaoan finished speaking, she hung up the phone silently. After sitting there blankly for a while, Su Shaoan stood up and walked towards the office door while making a phone call. Chapter 50 Su Yuxia gets beaten. On the other side, after Qini received a call from his wife, he immediately changed direction at an intersection and headed to Su Yuxia's parents' home. Since the community where Su Yuxia's parents live is a high-end community, Qini can only enter the community with the consent of Su Yuxia or Su Yuxia's parents. After Qini parked the car, he immediately called Su Yuxia. After a long time, Su Yuxia's voice came from the phone. Before Qini could speak, Su Yuxia's voice came from the phone, my sister will be here soon, wait a moment, come in with my sister. As soon as he finished speaking, Qini heard the sound of the call being hung up on his phone. Seeing this, Qini had no choice but to get back into the car and wait for his wife to come. At this moment, Qini also knew that some things could no longer be concealed. Oh! If I had confessed the matter about Wu Yeye to my wife earlier, perhaps this situation would not have happened. Qini whispered to himself while sitting in the driver's seat. After Qini waited for about 10 minutes, Su Shaoan drove to the gate of the community in person. Wife, you're here. After Qini saw his wife's car, he immediately got out of the car, came to the main driver's seat and said in a low voice. Come up. Let's go together. Su Shaoan said calmly. After Qini heard this, he said and then sat in the passenger seat. When Qini and Su Shaoan arrived at Su Yuxia's parents' home, Su Chenbin had been waiting in the living room for a long time. Sister, brother-in-law, I would like to apologize to you on behalf of Yuxia first. Su Chenbin said as he bowed to Qini and Su Shaoan. Although Su Chenbin didn't know why Su Yuxia did that to Qini's friend Wu Meier, at this moment, he could only protect his sister first. Where is Su Yuxia? Ask her to come out. Qini ignored Su Chenbin and said while looking towards the stairs. Brother-in-law, I know this is Yuxia's fault. How about this? Anyway, no substantial harm has been caused. I will take out some money as compensation. Su Chenbin said as he took out a cash check. If Wu Meier was not Qini's friend, and Qini cared about Wu Meier very much, Su Minggen's family would not give Wu Meier any compensation at all. For Su Minggen's family, it was not a big deal that Su Yuxia hired someone to rape a powerless woman. Qini took the check handed over by Su Chenbin, took a look at it, and then put it away without hesitation. He would not refuse money that was delivered to his doorstep just for the sake of so-called face. I accepted the money for her, but I still have a few words to say to Su Yuxia. Qini said calmly after putting away the check. After Su Chenbin saw Qini accept the check, he thought that the matter was over. So he let Su Yuxia come down from upstairs. When Su Yuxia walked in front of Qini, without waiting for Su Yuxia to speak, Qini slapped Su Yuxia twice with lightning speed. Qini, you were so brave to hit Yuxia here. Su Chenbin said as he called the bodyguards in. When Su Shaoan saw Su Chenbin calling the bodyguard in, she immediately pointed her finger at Su Chenbin, looked at him sharply and said, Su Chenbin, if you dare to touch my husband, just try it. Sister, you saw it too. He dared to hit Yuxia in front of me. Are you still defending him? Su Chenbin said with anger in his tone. As Su Chenbin spoke, he waved his hand to let the bodyguards at home retreat. Since Su Shaoan has already issued a warning, in order to avoid the situation from escalating, Su Chenbin had no choice but to swallow his anger for the time being. Qini's behavior was a complete slap in the face of Su Minggen's people. At this time, Su Yuxia also reacted. With a red and swollen face, she said with tears in her eyes, Sister, I told you on the phone that I did that to investigate the relationship between Qini and Wu Meier. Yuxia, you have exceeded your authority. Even if your brother-in-law has a private relationship with Wu Meier, it is not your turn to investigate. Wu Meier is still a friend of mine and my husband, so your brother-in-law is justified in beating you. After listening to Su Shaoan's speech, Su Yuxia knew that Su Shaoan was completely on Qini's side. Okay. Sooner or later you will regret it. Su Yuxia looked at Su Shaoan and said. After finishing her words, Su Yusha turned around and walked upstairs. When Chini saw this, he immediately shouted, "Wait! What else do you want?" Without waiting for Su Yusha to ask, Su Chenbin stood between Chini and Su Yusha, looked at Chini with cold eyes and asked. If Chini was not Su Shouwan's husband, based on the 2 slaps Chini had just given Su Yusha, Su Chenbin would have 100 ways to make Chini leave the world quietly. However, this does not mean that Su Chenbin loves his younger sister Su Yusha very much. This is all because of a family's face issue. After hearing this, Chini did not answer Su Chenbin's words, but moved his position with Su Chenbin, then looked at Su Yusha with warning eyes. After Su Yusha looked at Chini, she knew what the warning in Chini's eyes meant. If she dares to cause trouble for Wu Meier again in the future, I'm afraid Chini will post those videos online. After realizing the warning in Chini's eyes, Su Yusha immediately turned around and continued to walk upstairs. "Wife, let's go." Chini looked at Su Shouwan and said after Su Yusha's figure disappeared at the stairs. Outside, Su Shouwan was very protective of Chini's face. As long as Chini clearly expressed his attitude towards something, even if Su Shouwan was very dissatisfied, she would not refute her husband in public. Good. Su Chenbin was standing in the living room. After watching Chini and Su Shouwan leave, he immediately called his father Su Minghan. Then, he quickly told the phone everything that had just happened. After Su Chenbin finished his story, there was silence on the phone for a while before Su Minghan's voice came. "Okay? Su Shouwan doesn't give us any face at all." After a pause, Su Minghan's voice continued to be heard on the phone. "Chenbin, you don't have to worry about anything in the future. You younger people can personally deal with you in group." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chenbin heard the sound of the call being hung up on the phone. On the other side, after Chini and Su Shouwan arrived at the gate of the community, Su Shouwan looked at Chini and said, "Husband, you shouldn't have hit Su Yusha just now. You are completely stomping on the faces of my second uncle's family. Doing this will cause Su Chenbin and others to retaliate against us." "Wife, I know." After a pause, Chini seemed to have made up his mind, and then said, "Wife, let's go home first. There is something I need to confess to you." When Su Shouwan saw her husband like this, she couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 51 Doubts about the authenticity of the paternity test. At this time, Chini was driving home while making a certain decision in his heart. "Wife, even if you choose to divorce me in the future, I will secretly help you become the chairman of the Su Group," Chini said to himself while looking at his wife's car in front of him. When Chini and Su Shouwan returned home, it was already time for dinner. Butler Su and the servants were preparing to have lunch in the villa. When they saw Chini and Su Shouwan suddenly return, Butler Su immediately stood up and walked up to them. "Sir, madam, I didn't know you were coming back for lunch, so..." "Butler Su, don't worry about us, just eat your food." After Chini finished speaking, he motioned for Su Shouwan to come with him to the bedroom upstairs to talk. After arriving at the bedroom, Su Shouwan immediately looked at Chini and asked, "What you want to say is related to Wu Meier?" If this had not happened, how long were you going to keep it from me?" Su Shouwan continued to ask calmly. "Have no idea." After hearing Chini's answer, Su Shouwan took a deep breath, then she slowly sat down on the sofa in the bedroom, waiting for her husband's explanation. After Chini saw that his wife was ready to listen to his explanation, he slowly told her everything that had happened between him and Wu Meier. They also talked about the secret love between them when they were in high school, and what happened that night. Chini was telling the story while Su Shouwan was sitting beside him listening. It took Chini about 10 minutes to recount in detail what had happened between him and Wu Meier. After finishing the story, Su Shouwan looked at Chini for a long time and said, "Chini, you hid it so well. You cheated on me before we got married, and you even had an illegitimate daughter. Honey, I'm sorry. Wu Meier and I were both drunk at the time, and I didn't want that to happen." It would have been better if Chini didn't explain, but this explanation directly triggered Su Shouwan's anger. "You don't want that to happen. I think you did it on purpose. If you were really drunk and unconscious, you wouldn't be able to do that kind of thing at all," Su Shouwan said, pointing at Chini's nose. If Su Shouwan hadn't still had some rationality, she would have hit Chini with tools by now. "Wife. Don't call me wife." Chini pretended not to hear and continued, "Wife, I swear, I really have no memory of what happened back then." After Su Shouwan heard Chini's convincing words, she forced herself to temporarily suppress her anger. She knew very well that her husband would not react at all after getting drunk. She has done many experiments before. No matter what she did, her husband just couldn't get up. "You really didn't lie to me?" At this time, Su Xiaowan's reason had prevailed. The first paternity test may have been tampered with, but there will definitely be no problems with the second paternity test. Unless Li Jiqing was bribed by someone. Wife, it has come to this, why would I lie to you? After Qini finished speaking, he immediately lowered his head in shame. Have you and Wu Yeye done a paternity test? No. Qini lowered his head and answered in a low voice. I've done it for you. I know. Qini replied with his head still lowered. I did it twice. After Qini heard Su Xiaowan's words, he immediately looked up at Su Xiaowan in surprise. What's the result? Qini knew very well that if that person knew that his wife had done another paternity test, he would definitely call him and tell him. But even now, the man has not called to tell him. This means that no one modified the data of his wife's second paternity test. Then what result do you want? Su Xiaowan asked back. After hearing Su Xiaowan's words, Qini immediately thought to himself, if the second paternity test showed that Wu Yeye was my biological daughter, then my wife would have told me the truth long ago. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Qini immediately shook his head and said, why would she lie to me? Even if Yeye is not my biological daughter, I will pay to help treat Yeye's illness. What if Wu Meier was behind all this? Su Xiaowan gave an idea. Qini was about to open his mouth to refute, but he was afraid that his wife would think he was defending Wu Meier. Seeing this, Su Xiaowan snorted coldly and said in a sour tone, it's already this time, and you still want to protect the white moonlight in your mind. Wife, I will do another paternity test tomorrow. Qini did not refute Su Xiaowan's words, but changed the subject. In fact, even if Qini didn't do this, Su Xiaowan would do another paternity test. What else are you hiding from me? Wife, no more. After taking a deep breath, Su Xiaowan stood up from the sofa, then looked at Qini and said, I need to think about our marriage. Let's sleep in separate rooms tonight. After the paternity test report comes out tomorrow, we'll have a good talk. Okay. Qini then continued, wife, this is my fault. No matter what decision you make, I have no opinion, but I only ask you not to embarrass Wu Meier. Qini knew that saying these words at this time would definitely anger Su Xiaowan. But he knew that a short pain is worse than a long one, so he had to explain it clearly to his wife all at once. Sure enough, after Su Xiaowan heard what Qini said, she immediately couldn't help but slap Qini in the face, then turned and left the bedroom. Qini looked at the tightly closed bedroom door and lay limply on the bed, feeling powerless. After Su Xiaowan returned to the living room on the first floor, she walked straight towards the entrance door. At this moment, she needs to use work to regain her sanity. When Su Xiaowan returned to the company, she immediately called Li Jiqing. Jiqing, when we did the paternity test last time, were you there watching the whole process? Yes. Su Xiaowan lowered her head and was silent for a while. Then she looked up at Li Jiqing and ordered, continue to investigate Wu Meier in detail. Mainly investigate to see if there is anyone behind Wu Meier. Okay, President, I'll arrange it myself now. During this period, Su Xiaowan was secretly observing Li Jiqing's micro-expressions. After Li Jiqing left the office, Su Xiaowan whispered to herself, it seems that Li Jiqing did not betray me, but I still need to investigate her. After speaking, Su Xiaowan skillfully dialed a number. At the beginning, Qimani gave Su Xiaowan two forces, one open and one hidden, and Li Jiqing belonged to the open force. Chapter 52 Qini gets Wu Yeye's hair. In the afternoon, Qini drove to the community where Wu Meier lived. Before Qini went to Wu Meier's community, he had sent a WeChat message to Su Xiaowan long ago. However, until he drove to Wu Meier's community, Su Xiaowan did not reply to him. Qini stood at the door of the building unit, looked up at the floor, then sent another WeChat message to Su Xiaowan, wife, I will leave as soon as I get Yeye's hair. After this message was sent, just like the previous one, there was no reply. After sighing, Qini walked towards the elevator door. On the other side, Su Xiaowan was driving while communicating with Lu Yuanbo on the phone about the factory acquisition. She knew very well that now the Lu Group could only sell the factory to the Yuan Group in order to minimize the losses. Chairman Su, can't you increase the price a little more? Second young Master Lu, you should also know that all the funds of Yuan Group are now invested in the project in Shangjing City. Now Yuan Group really has no extra funds. Okay, I'll think about it. In Lu Yuanbo's office in Lu Group, after Lu Yuanbo hung up the phone, he immediately called Yi Boheo. Boss Yi, Su Xiaowan still doesn't want to pay more. The phone was silent for a while, and then Yi Boheo's voice came over, sell it to her. I have a good project here, and we can cooperate with Lu Group. The final profit can cover the losses of your Lu Group. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuanbo frowned, sat on the swivel chair, and stared at somewhere. He always felt that Iboheo dealt with Su Xiaowan and Qini not just to get Su Xiaowan. There must be some reason he didn't know. The manpower and material resources that Iboheo is investing now far exceed the benefits he can receive in the future. Even if Iboheo can acquire Yuan Group in the future, the risks he takes will still be greater than the gains. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanbo whispered to himself, in the future, whether dealing with Iboheo, Su Xiaowan, or Qini, I have to be more careful. Although Qini and Su Xiaowan were not seen in the leak of the actual situation in the factory, Lu Yuanbo always believed that there would be no such coincidence in the world. On the other side, after Qini played with Wu Yeye in the living room for a while, he signaled Wu Meier to let Wu Yeye go back to her room first. During this time, Qini had already obtained Wu Yeye's hair. After Wu Yeye returned to her bedroom, Qini looked at Wu Meier and asked in a low voice, Meier, can you tell me what happened that night? Xiaoyi, you don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can. Before Wu Meier could finish her words, Qini stretched out his hand to interrupt her and said, Meier, it's not that I don't believe you. I just feel like we were tricked that night. After a pause, Qini continued, Meier, think about it. We didn't drink much that night, but after I sent you back to the hotel room, I couldn't remember everything that happened afterwards. This is very abnormal. After listening to Qini's story, Wu Meier's anxious expression finally calmed down. After a long while, Wu Meier finally spoke, Xiaoyi, I don't remember clearly what happened that night. I only remember that when I woke up in the morning, the two of us were lying naked on the bed. Then how come I found I was wearing clothes after I woke up? I put that on for you. After Qini heard this, he was silent for a while, then he reached out and put the check in his pocket on the coffee table, saying, This is the compensation Su Yusha gave you, keep it. Xiaoyi, I can't take this. Wu Meier said as she picked up the check and wanted to return it to Qini. Meier, take it. Just as Qini and Wu Meier were pulling each other, a knock on the door interrupted them. Seeing this, Wu Meier had no choice but to stand up and go open the door first. After a while, Qini sat on the sofa and heard Wu Meier's voice, Sister Xiaowan, you are here too? Yes. I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of my disappointing sister. As they were talking, Su Xiaowan and Wu Meier came to the living room and sat down. Sister Xiaowan, Qini has told me everything. Let's end this matter here. Wu Meier replied while handing the check on the coffee table to Su Xiaowan. Meier, just take this check. Su Xiaowan stuffed the check into Wu Meier's hand without saying anything. Seeing Su Xiaowan's firm attitude, Wu Meier had no choice but to take back the check. After a moment of silence, Wu Meier finally spoke up, Sister Xiaowan, what conflict did Qini have with your cousin that made your cousin take revenge on Qini like this? After Su Xiaowan heard this, she immediately looked at Qini. Until now, Su Xiaowan still didn't know what conflict had occurred between Su Yusha and Qini. At noon, she was so angry that she didn't even have time to ask her husband what happened between Su Yusha and Qini. It's just a small conflict, let's not talk about it. She won't bother you again in the future. Qini said calmly. After Wu Meier heard this, she immediately changed the subject and said, I'll call Yaya over. As she spoke, she walked towards Wu Yaya's bedroom. When Qini and Su Xiaowan left Wu Meier's house, Su Xiaowan also got Wu Yaya's hair in his hands. Arriving at the gate of the community, Qini shamelessly sat in the passenger seat of Su Xiaowan's car. Go down. Wife, I now seriously suspect that I was framed. After hearing Qini's words, Su Xiaowan's tone softened a little and asked, What about your car? I'll come back and open it tomorrow. Qini said as he handed Wu Yaya's hair to Su Xiaowan. Seeing this, Su Xiaowan took the hair Qini handed over without hesitation. Then she started the car smoothly and left. Along the way, Qini told Su Xiaowan the information he had just received from Wu Meier. Because it is too late today, a paternity test cannot be performed today. When I got home, Qin Yanyan had already returned from school. Dad, Mom, why do you look unhappy? No. Su Xiaowan forced a smile and said. Nian Nian, you are seeing things. At this time, Qini immediately took advantage of the situation and took Nian Nian with one hand and Su Xiaowan with the other hand and sat down on the sofa in the living room. You are so shameless. Su Xiaowan whispered in Qini's ear. If I wasn't thick-skinned, my wife would run away. At night, after Qin Yanyan fell asleep, Su Xiaowan unceremoniously kicked Qini out of the bedroom. Qini stood in the corridor and looked at the closed bedroom door. He knew that whether he could save his marriage would depend on the results of the appraisal tomorrow. Chapter 53 Misunderstanding Cleared. The next morning, Qini and Su Xiaowan got up together, and after breakfast, they sent Qin Yanyan to school together. Dad, Mom, are you going to get a divorce? Qin Yanyan, who was sitting in the back seat, suddenly asked. After Qini and Su Xiaowan heard this, they looked at each other. Then Qini turned to look at Qin Yanyan and asked, Yanyan, why do you have such an idea? Dad, one of my best friends in kindergarten, his parents divorced in this way. Then, Qin Yanyan continued, although you said I was wrong yesterday, I could feel that you were angry yesterday. Today you personally sent me to school. I was afraid. Yanyan, you think too much. Your mother and I will not get divorced. That's right. Yanyan, how could mommy divorce your daddy? Don't think too much. Can mommy and daddy accompany you to grandpa and grandma's house tonight? Okay. When Qin Yanyan heard her parents' answer, she immediately laughed out loud. While having breakfast, Qini and Su Xiaowan were wondering why Qin Yanyan was so depressed. It turned out that she was afraid that they would get divorced. After sending Qin Yanyan to kindergarten, Qini sat in the passenger seat and said with emotion, "Who said that children can't read people's expressions?" After hearing this, Su Xiaowan glanced at Qini coldly, then started the car and drove to the hospital without saying a word. Since Su Xiaowan had arranged everything yesterday, when Qini and Su Xiaowan arrived at the hospital, they were taken directly to the identification department. Just in case, Qini and Su Xiaowan stayed in the identification department and watched the doctor make the comparison in person. Wife, if it's true, will you really divorce me? Qini asked in a low voice. Wait for the results. I don't want to talk to you now. According to the theory of relativity, Su Xiaowan and Qini felt that time was passing too slowly at this moment. Around noon, the appraisal report finally came out. Seeing this, Su Xiaowan immediately took the appraisal report handed over by the doctor, and walked towards the hospital parking lot without looking back. Seeing this, Qini immediately followed his wife's steps and walked towards the parking lot. When he got into the car, Qini saw that Su Xiaowan had not opened the appraisal report for a long time, so he immediately reached out and took the appraisal report. Then he opened the appraisal report with trembling hands. When he saw clearly that the appraisal report did not show a father-daughter relationship, he felt mixed emotions. Seeing this, Su Xiaowan immediately picked up the appraisal report and started reading it. After a moment, Su Xiaowan said in a slightly angry tone, "What a Wu Meier! I didn't expect Wu Meier to be a white lotus." Then, Su Xiaowan turned to look at Qini and said, "I have arranged for someone to continue investigating Wu Meier. If they find out that Wu Meier was behind this, I will immediately send them to see Chen Yachuan." Wife, after the investigation results come out, can I handle Wu Meier's matter? What? You still want to show mercy to your white moonlight now? Aren't you also kind to your childhood sweetheart? After Su Xiaowan heard this, she immediately retorted, "How could I?" After Qini heard this, he just looked at Su Xiaowan quietly without saying a word. After a while, Su Xiaowan was defeated. Then, Su Xiaowan said resignedly, "Husband, the person behind the threat to Wu Meier is most likely Iboheo. I can guess. If it wasn't for Iboheo, you would have caught that guy long ago." Su Xiaowan looked at her husband, then sighed, started the car and left the hospital. After the car drove smoothly for a while, Su Xiaowan finally spoke, "Husband, let's take advantage of today to ask each other all the doubts in our hearts. Otherwise, our marriage will have problems sooner or later." Good. Soon, Su Xiaowan drove to the park where they often dated in college. "Honey, this place hasn't changed at all since then." "Yeah. It just becomes just human nature." "Hubby, your words are meaningful." Then, Su Xiaowan continued, "There is one thing I have never told you, that is, Iboheo once saved me." "Ah. When?" "It was the night before Igbaheo was going to study abroad. I was drugged and then Igbaheo rescued me. I have never told anyone about that." Without waiting for Qini to ask, Su Xiaowan immediately explained, "Nothing happened that night. Iboheo just helped me to the bathroom, and then I soaked in the bathtub alone, using cold water to suppress the reaction of the drugs in my body. That night, it wasn't that Iboheo didn't want to do something. The main reason was that Su Xiaowan had a clear mind at the time and he didn't dare to use force. Moreover, after Iboheo helped Su Xiaowan to the bathroom, Su Xiaowan immediately pushed Iboheo out of the door. It is because of this incident that you trust Iboheo so much." Then I told you to be careful Iboheo before you." Qini stopped talking halfway and stopped asking further questions. Some things are better said than not said, as long as both parties are clear about it. Su Shaoan also knew the meaning of her husband's unspoken words, so she immediately changed the subject and recounted the conversation between her and Yi Boheo that afternoon in detail. Su Shaoan wants to prove with practical actions that she will never hide anything from her husband again. After Chini finished listening to his wife's words, he sighed deeply and said, Yi Boheo is very good at taking advantage of human nature. Hubby, even if he continues to exploit human nature, as long as we trust each other in the future, no one will be able to destroy our relationship. Wife, this incident can be regarded as a lesson for each other. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard 2 stomach growls. Then, Xin Yi and Su Shaoan smiled at each other. They knew that the crisis was completely averted. Hubby, I can't walk anymore, you have to carry me. Okay. Come on. Xin Yi said as he bent down. The two of them tacitly stopped mentioning anything about Wu Meier. They were both waiting for the results of the investigation. Honey, have I gained weight? Su Shaoan asked while lying on Xin Yi's back. No. It's still the same as the first time I carried you. Husband, if Wu Meier hadn't transferred to another school, would you have been together? I refuse to answer questions that haven't happened. Xin Yi then asked, if Yi Boheo hadn't gone abroad, would you have been with him? After Su Shaoan heard this, she immediately replied, no. Well. Why? You two are a perfect match. I have always had a brotherly and sisterly relationship with Ibaheo since we were little. And I always feel that the time when Ibaheo showed up to save me was too accurate. It's just that I don't have any evidence. After Chini heard this, he thought to himself, fortunately, Su Shaoan is not that kind of naive girl, otherwise, where would I find such a good wife? Chapter 54 Investigation Report on Wu Meier. After a long while, Chini said self-deprecatingly, Wife, our experiences are really similar. You seem to have been schemed by your childhood sweetheart, and I seem to have been schemed by my white moonlight. After hearing this, Su Shaoan looked up at the envious eyes around her, then lowered her head and lay silently on Chini's back. In the evening, Chini and Su Shaoan brought Qin Yanyan to Su Xingxiang's house on time. When Shimani saw Su Xingxiang playing games with Qin Yanyan, she signaled with her eyes that Su Shaoan and Chini should talk somewhere else. After the three of them arrived at the tea room on the first floor, Chimani immediately asked, Xiaoyi, when did you have a conflict with Su Yusha? After Chini heard this, he immediately signaled his wife to explain. Some things were better for his wife to say out loud. Who made your son-in-law so handsome? Su Shaoan said helplessly. Shimani had heard about some of the ridiculous things Su Yusha did outside. I guess Su Yusha's purpose is not that simple. Shimani said to Chini. I suspect she wants to get something on me and threaten me. After hearing this, Shimani nodded first, and then spoke, it's just as I thought. It looks like Su Minghan is ready to take action. At this point, Shimani looked at Chini and continued earnestly, Xiaoyi, if there is anything, the couple must communicate in time. Otherwise, it is very likely that outsiders will take advantage of the opportunity to break in. Mom, I know. Chini replied in a serious tone. Xiaoyi, you are a smart person, and you can probably see that Xiaowan and I's biggest goal is to make Xiaowan the chairman of the Su group. We could have planned slowly, but your 2 slaps were a direct declaration of war to Su Minghan. At this time, Su Shaowan suddenly said, Mom, my husband beat Su Yusha with my consent, and Wu Meier is also my friend. Su Yusha did that and she didn't give me any face at all. I didn't blame Xiaoyi, but you started to defend Xiaoyi. You are really a traitor. Shimani said while tapping Su Shaowan's forehead with her finger. Mom, even if Xiaowan cannot serve as the chairman of the Su group in the future, I can guarantee that the strength of the Yuan group will not be worse than that of the Su group in the future. Chini promised. Okay. You must fight for my honor. I just want to let Mr. Su know that my daughter is no worse than his grandson. Afterwards, the two sides talked for a while before returning to the living room to play with Qin Yanyan. After dinner, Shimani saw the right opportunity and pulled Su Shaowan aside again and asked in a low voice, Shaowan, when are you going to have a second child? Let it be. Okay. But have you discussed the second child's surname with Xiaoyi? After Su Shaowan heard this, she shook her head slightly and said, Mom, I don't know how to tell my husband. Find an opportunity to test Xiaoyi's opinion. If the second child can have the surname Su, your chances of becoming the chairman of the Su group will be greater. Mom, just like my husband said, even if I can't be the chairman of the Su group, my husband and I can still make the Yuan group bigger and stronger. Xiaowan. You think so, But can your second and third uncles think so? Now your father and I are still here. When your father and I are gone in the future, will your second and third uncles and their people try their best to suppress you and Xiaoyi? Can you guarantee it? This. Xiaowan, I heard that the old man is going to return 10% of the shares of the Su group to your father. This move is likely to cause a counterattack from your second and third uncles. Mom, I know. I'll be careful. Chimani patted Su Xiaowan on the shoulder, then sighed, turned and walked towards Qi Nianyan. There are some things that you can't quit just because you want to. As the eldest daughter of the Su family's eldest branch, even if Su Xiaowan does not take the initiative to compete for the position of chairman of the Su group, there will be opportunists who push Su Xiaowan to the front to compete in order to gain the credit of following the dragon. At night, Su Xiaowan and Qini lay in bed, both unable to sleep. Hubby, we are even now. I hid something from you, and you hid something from me. It's even. I won't hide anything from you anymore. Me too. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaowan asked cautiously, Husband, if we have a second child, can we have the surname Su? Am I alive and son-in-law? Qini asked back. No, I'm just making an analogy, Su Xiaowan replied immediately. Is it your mother-in-law who gave you the idea to use the child's surname Su to increase your chances of becoming the chairman of the Su group? My husband is really amazing. He guessed the answer right away. Su Xiaowan said while giving Qini a thumbs up. Immediately afterwards, Su Xiaowan pressed Qini down. Before I knew it, 3 more days had passed. During these 3 days, Qini has been going to and from get off work with Su Xiaowan. This made Su Xiaowan feel like she was back to the time when they first got married, so much so that Qi Nianyan complained in front of Su Xiaowan and Qini. Dad, Mom, I feel like I'm redundant. At this moment, in the conference room of Yuan Group, Su Xiaowan and Lu Yuanbo were signing a factory transfer agreement. Mr. Lu, happy cooperation. Chairman Su, happy cooperation. Afterwards, the two sides exchanged greetings for a while before parting at the door of the conference room. When Su Xiaowan returned to her office, her image as a strong woman immediately disappeared without a trace. Honey, we made a fortune this time. Su Xiaowan said as she jumped up and lay on Qini's back. Ouch. You almost hurt my waist. Come down quickly. I won't get off. The two were playing in the office when they were suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. So, Su Xiaowan immediately returned to her role as female CEO and sat down on the swivel chair. President, this is the result of the investigation. Li Jiqing said as he handed the file bag in his hand to Su Xiaowan. Yeah, I got it. According to the secret investigation of Li Jiqing did not betray Su Xiaowan. After Li Jiqing left the office, Qini immediately moved a chair and sat next to Su Xiaowan, and looked at the latest investigation information with Su Xiaowan. The two people looked at each other and communicated with their eye contact. After Qini finished reading all of Wu Meier's information, his face had become extremely ugly. Chapter 55, Husband and Wife United in Heart. Su Xiaowan ignored her husband and continued to take the document in her hand and read it again. Then, she gently placed the document in her hand on the desk, looked at Qini and said, It seems that Wu Meier is also a victim. Wife, is Yaya really not Chen Yachuan's daughter? Qini asked with a somewhat sad tone. No matter how you calculate the time, Wu Yaya can't be Chen Yachuan's daughter. But what is certain is that Wu Meier got pregnant on the night you two drank together. Fuck. Who is the person behind this? Since he has been planning for so long. Qini said angrily. Qini couldn't believe whether Wu Meier could withstand such a blow if she knew the truth. Back then, the person behind the scenes wanted to use Wu Meier to ruin our wedding, and now the person behind the scenes wants to use Wu Yaya to force you to do things for him/her. Then, Su Xiaowan continued, it's obvious that Chen Yachuan was set up while gambling. The person behind this wanted to use this to force Wu Meier to come to Tianhai City to find you. Wife, could it be Su Minghan or Su Hongwei? Then, Qini continued, it's obvious that Iboheo didn't know about Wu Meier before, so Iboheo can be ruled out. The biggest suspect now is Su Minghan or Su Hongwei. Su Xiaowan said cautiously. The office was silent for a long time before Qini said, Wife, let's not worry about it for now. Let's first find a way to increase our strength. As long as we are strong enough, all conspiracies and tricks will not be a problem. Tomorrow, we will announce that we will enter the lithium battery industry. Good. After hesitating for a moment, Qini was about to speak, when Su Xiaowan took the lead and said, Hubby, I know what you want to say. I won't tell Wu Meier the truth. Thanks. Husband, we are husband and wife. Wu Meyer was implicated because of you. As a wife, I should help you repay this favor. After a pause, Su Xiaowan immediately changed the subject and said, Husband, I know you feel guilty about Wu Meyer now. You can use money to make up for it, but you can't. Wife, I know what you mean. After Su Xiaowan saw that her husband understood what she meant, she looked at Qin Yi and said, Husband and wife are of one mind. Then, Qin Yi continued. Its sharpness cuts through metal. At this moment, Su Xiaowan and Qin Yi both wanted to thank Su Yuxia in their hearts. If Su Yuxia hadn't caused that incident, the rift between Su Xiaowan and Qin Yi would probably have gotten bigger and bigger. It was because Su Xiaowan and Qin Yi experienced this incident that they realized the importance of communication and trust. On the other side, Wu Meyer was taking Wu Yeye to look at houses in the sales office. After her last experience, she wanted to buy a house of her own in Tianhai City. It just so happens that the compensation given by the Su family is enough to buy a nice commercial house. While Wu Meyer was looking at the house, she suddenly heard a female voice behind her, Meyer, are you here to see the house too? After hearing this, Wu Meyer immediately turned her head and found that the person talking to her was someone she knew in the club. Well, keep watching. Then, the woman dragged the man next to her to other areas of the sales office. Why don't you talk to her more? We just know each other. We're not that familiar with each other, and she was kept by the big boss on her first day at work. Oh. Who is it? I think she has a child. After hearing this, the woman looked around, and then she whispered, I heard it was Qin Yi, the husband of the president of Yuan Group. After hearing this, the man opened his eyes slightly, then turned around and looked in Wu Meyer's direction again. It was obvious that the man knew Qin Yi. What's her exact name? Wu Meyer. Wu Meyer. After the man muttered something, he immediately took out his cell phone and started chatting in the WeChat group. By the time Qin Yi learned about the rumor, it was already the afternoon of the next day. And with the arrangement of someone with ulterior motives, Su Xiaowan also heard this information. However, after hearing this information, Su Xiaowan just smiled and did not express any opinion. Su Xiaowan's work style has always been vigorous and resolute. Within just one day today, the news that Yuan Group is going to enter the lithium battery industry has spread. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the chairman's office of Lu Group, Lu Xiong was looking at Lu Yuanbo with disappointment. How come Yuan Group has lithium battery technology, and it's even more advanced than our Lu Group's lithium battery technology? Lu Xiong asked in a dull voice. Dad, I'm not sure either. Lu Yuanbo knew that at this moment, Lu Xiong had already begun to suspect that there was a secret collusion between him and Su Xiaowan. Otherwise, why would Yuan Group suddenly sell the factory to Lu Group? At this moment, Lu Xiong's personal cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw the call display clearly, he sighed before picking up the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Su Minggan's voice came from the phone, Lao Lu, what's the matter with the lithium battery released by Yuan Group? Second brother Su, I just got the news too, I'm not very clear about it. Since Lu Xiong and Su Hongwei are the same age, Lu Xiong calls Su Minghan's second brother. Old Lu, you are such a joke. Your Lu Group is the leader in the lithium battery industry. How could you not know that? Second brother Su, I know what you are suspicious about, but our Lu Group really did not provide any help to the Yuan Group. As for the Lu Group's purchase of the new energy vehicle factory under the Yuan Group, I believe you also know what is going on. Lu Xiong explained patiently into the phone. Lao Lu, you misunderstood me. How could I doubt you? I have something else to do here. If there is a chance, let's come out and sit together. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiong waved goodbye to Lu Yuanbo. On the other side, in the president's office of Su Group, Su Hongwei was also sitting in Su Minggan's office. Su Hongwei also heard clearly the conversation between Su Minghan and Lu Xiong just now. We all underestimated our niece. Su Hongwei said with helplessness in his voice. Don't forget about Qin Yi. That guy is no pushover. Over the years, we have not been able to find any evidence against him. Second brother, we can't deal with Su Xiaowan slowly any longer. If the old man agrees to let Su Xiaowan return to work in the group, we will be in a passive position. You have to know that there are still some people in the group who want to wait for Su Xiaowan to come back and take charge of the situation. Su Hongwei said in a heavy tone. Isn't it rumored that Qin Yi is supporting a divorced woman with a child? I will reveal this news to the old man. Aren't these all rumors? If it were true, would Su Xiaowan spare Qin Yi? You don't care whether it's true or not, as long as the old man believes it. Then, Su Hongwei continued with some resentment in his tone, "Old man, what a fool. He is so old, but he is still unwilling to retire. The old man wants to pass on the throne to the next generation. Second brother, the old man doesn't really want Su Xiaowan to inherit the position of chairman of the Su group. It is very possible. Otherwise, wouldn't it be just a lot of noise but little action when Su Xiaowan disobeyed the old man? Otherwise, could Qi Mani and Su Xiaowan have established the Yuan group?" As soon as Su Minghan finished speaking, the office fell into silence. Chapter 56: Yi Boheo's phone call. After a long while, Su Hongwei finally asked, "Second brother, do you think Yi Boheo's plan can succeed?" "It depends on how much Su Xiaowan trusts Yi Boheo. If Su Xiaowan keeps on being wary of Yi Boheo, I'm afraid Yuan Group will take advantage of the Shangjing Old Town reconstruction project to rise quickly." Hey! Risks and benefits are often proportional. As long as Yuan Group goes bankrupt, even if the old man pushes Su Xiaowan to the top in the end, I'm afraid the old man can't do it. The biggest obstacle to Qin Yi and Su Xiaowan's marriage was not the old man of the Su family, but Su Minghan and Su Hongwei, who were hiding behind the scenes. The two of them have always wanted Su Xiaowan to marry into a family alliance. Only in this way can they completely cut off the roots of their eldest brother's lineage in the Su group. The reason why there are still people secretly supporting Su Xiaowan within the Su group is, on the one hand, because Su Xiaowan has the advantage of being the eldest wife. After all, this is not ancient times. As long as a woman's husband's family is not a powerful family, the woman can still inherit the family business. As long as one of the woman's descendants takes the mother's surname in the future, she can continue to inherit the family business, or it can be passed on to other direct descendants in the family. On the other hand, it was because those people saw that Yuan Group was thriving, which brought them hope. After a moment of silence, Su Minghan tapped the table with his fingers and whispered, "I feel the chances of success are very high. We all know Su Xiaowan, she is not a love-brained person. The reason why she agreed to cooperate with the group was probably not because of Qin Yi's pillow talk, but because of her careful consideration." Indeed. If Su Xiaowan decisively sold the land in the South District and cooperated with the group to develop the Shangjing Old Town project just because Qin Yi blew pillow talk, then she would not be Su Xiaowan. While Su Minghan and Su Hongwei were discussing Su Xiaowan. On the other side, on the road, Qin Yi was driving while talking to Su Xiaowan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. "Honey, look who's calling me." After Su Xiaowan heard this, she immediately took out Qin Yi's mobile phone, took a look, and said, "It's Yi Boheo. Connect." As soon as the call was connected, Yi Boheo's voice came from the phone, "Qin Yi, are you available to answer the phone now?" "That's convenient. I'm driving home alone. Come out to play tonight. I've arranged everything for you. Brother Hao, if you have anything to say, just tell me over the phone. I can't go out tonight. Are you really not coming? They are all your favorite types." On the other side, in the office of the president of E Group, after Yi Boheo finished speaking, he immediately listened carefully to the sound coming from the phone. The reason why he said this was that he was afraid that Qin Yi was staying with Su Xiaowan now. He now feels more and more that Qin Yi and Su Xiaowan are working together to confuse people outside. During this period, Yi Boheo found out everything about Qin Yi's previous experience in the club. Whenever the critical moment came, either Su Xiaowan would make a video call to Qin Yi on time, or Su Xiaowan would come to the club to find Qin Yi at the right time, and then leave by grabbing Qin Yi's ear. It might be understandable once or twice, but if it happens every time, it would be hard for Yi Boheo to have to suspect that Qin Yi and Su Xiaowan did it on purpose for outsiders to see. Strangely enough, those people who used to hang out with Qin Yi never thought about it in this way. But it is understandable, after all, Qin Yi always paid off all the expenses early every time. Others are too lazy to care about what happens to Qin Yi later. "Brother Hao, I really can't go out at night. I have already promised my daughter that I will have dinner with her in the evening," Qin Yi said with regret in his tone. After hearing what Qin Yi said, Yi Boheo hesitated for a moment before he told the purpose of the call. "Qin Yi, did you know that Yuan Group has a lithium battery research and development project?" "Have no idea." On the other side, after Qin Yi finished speaking, he turned around and glanced at Su Xiaowan. After a long time, Yi Boheo's voice came from the phone again, "Qin Yi. It seems that Su Xiaowan has been on guard against you." After Qin Yi heard this, he deliberately kept silent for a moment, and then he said, "Brother Hao, I also thought of this today. Now I understand the real reason why Su Xiaowan didn't let me sell the factory. So are you still planning to move Yuan Group to Shangjing City?" "Hey! I don't know why, but my wife has suddenly become wary of me. Now I can't even see the core information of Yuan Group. Even if I own shares of Yuan Group now, I'm afraid I can't move Yuan Group to Shangjing City. Qin, according to the current situation, you'd better make plans early. Su Xiaowan has already become suspicious of you. Qin turned his head and looked at Su Xiaowan again. He found that Su Xiaowan's face was very calm at the moment, and no emotion could be seen. Brother Hao, I understand. Okay, let's make an appointment tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaowan said indifferently, people's hearts are fickle. The righteous Ibo Heo back then is gone. Then, Su Xiaowan continued, if I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I really wouldn't believe that Ibo Heo is now a villain who stabs you in the back. In the past, Su Xiaowan still had some childhood affection for Ibo Heo in her heart. At this moment, Su Xiaowan had completely let go of the childhood friendship between her and Ibo Heo. Before Qin could speak, Su Xiaowan's cell phone rang. After Su Xiaowan saw the caller ID, she turned to look at Qin and said, it's Ibo Heo. Catch. After hearing this, Su Xiaowan immediately answered the call and turned on the speaker. Boheo, is there something wrong that you are calling me at this time? Su Xiaowan asked calmly. Xiaowan, are you still in the company now? No, I'm driving home. Didn't Qin go home with you? No. Then, Su Xiaowan continued to ask, Boheo, is there anything wrong? Xiaowan, did Qin know about the lithium battery project? He doesn't know. I didn't tell him. I wanted to tell him after it was done. In the president's office of E Group, after Ibo Heo heard Su Xiaowan's words, his suspicions towards Qin and Su Xiaowan were reduced a little. He couldn't believe that Qin and Su Xiaowan had reached an agreement on words in such a short time. No wonder. Then, Ibo Heo continued to talk to the phone. Xiaowan, I just talked to Qin on the phone. I feel that he is very dissatisfied with you hiding the lithium battery project. He is likely to take some action during this period. You have to be careful of him. Boheo, I understand. But I have clearly rejected my husband's proposal to relocate Yuan Group to Shangjing City, and I will not let him access the core secrets of the group. It's good that you're prepared. I'm just afraid that in a few days, when we go to Shangjing City to bid together, Qin will do something behind the scenes. After saying this, Ibo Heo began to plan in his mind how to let Qin stay in Shangjing City. Even if Yuan Group cannot move to Shangjing City, he will find a way to let Qin set up a branch in Shangjing City, and then let him run the branch alone in Shangjing City. Chapter 57 Qin Nian diverts the trouble. After hearing Ibo Heo's words on the phone, Qin and Su Xiaowan immediately looked at each other. They immediately understood that the other party also understood the meaning of Ibo Heo's words. Boheo, when the bidding starts, I might bring my husband with me. Su Xiaowan said according to the implication of Ibo Heo's words. You can take him with you. And let him broaden his horizons. Boheo, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll hang up now. I'm still driving. Good. After hanging up the phone, Qin said in a heavy tone, Ibo Heo has always wanted us to go to Shangjing City. I'm afraid there are calculations that we don't know about. After hearing this, Su Xiaowan dialed a number with a serious expression. Then, in front of Qin, she told him to arrange someone to go to Shangjing City first. After hanging up the phone, Qin immediately asked, Wife, if you arrange for people to go to Shangjing City now, will our protection here be weakened? Husband, no one in Tianhai City dares to touch the Su family, not even my second uncle and third uncle. The title of the Su family's eldest branch is not for nothing, not to mention that our mother is the most favored daughter of the Qi family. This may be the reason why Ibo Heo tried every means to get my husband and I to go to Shangjing City. Qin concluded. Then, Qin said comfortingly, Wife, as long as we are united as a couple, no difficulties can stop us. Well. It's just right. You can still get some information from Ibo Heo tomorrow. Leave it to me. Qin then changed the subject and said, Wife, now you understand the importance of me and those people going to the club. Look, how well we cooperate now. I see you're enjoying it. Nonsense. Honey, I endure the condemnation of my conscience and the scorn of the world every day. I have made great sacrifices, okay? After Su Xiaowan heard this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly and she said, Hubby, why don't we switch places? I'm not afraid of being scorned by the world. Wife, you've gone too far. Just wait and see how I deal with you tonight. After the previous conversation, the atmosphere in the car became less depressing. When I got home, Qin Yanyan had already returned home from school. When Qin Yanyan saw that only Su Xiaowan came back, she immediately hugged Su Xiaowan's thigh and asked, "Mom, why hasn't Dad come back yet?" "Yanyan, you are such a heartless kid, you only know how to look for your dad every day." "Mom, aren't you right in front of me? Why would I look for you? I'm not nearsighted." As he was speaking, Qin Yi's voice came from the direction of the entrance door. "Yanyan, your dad is here. Come here quickly and let your dad hug you." "Dad, here I come." In an instant, Qin Yanyan ran from Su Xiaowan into Qin Yi's arms. "Dad, when will you deliver the toy you promised to buy me?" Qin Yi thought his daughter was just missing him, but when he heard his daughter asking him for toys, his heart immediately sank. "Yan. You really know how to pour cold water on your father's heart." Then, Qin Yi continued, "The toy is in the car, I'll get it for you now." After Qin Yi finished speaking, he put Qin Yanyan down and turned to walk towards the garage. "Yan, are you pestering your dad to buy you toys again? Don't you know that your toys have already filled up your entire bedroom?" Qin Yanyan saw that her mother was about to get angry, so she immediately pushed her father out as a shield. "Mom, it was Dad who insisted on buying it for me, I have no choice but to buy it." "Really? When your father comes over, I will ask him myself." Soon, Qin Yi came to the living room with an exquisite toy. Without waiting for Su Xiaowan to speak, Qin Yanyan immediately ran to Qin Yi and said, "Dad, did you have to buy this toy for me?" Qin Yanyan said this while winking at Qin Yi. Her action immediately amused everyone in the living room. "Uncle Su, why are you laughing?" Qin Yanyan saw that Butler Su and the others were laughing, so she asked. "Miss, we just thought of something funny." After Butler Su finished speaking, he immediately asked the servants in the living room to leave. After Butler Su and the others left the living room, Qin Yanyan looked at Su Xiaowan again and asked, "Mom, why are you laughing?" "I saw your father laughing, so I laughed too." After Su Xiaowan directly asked the question to Qin Yi, she slowly drank the milk on the coffee table. Before Qin Yanyan asked, Qin Yi immediately changed the subject and said, "Yes, I did buy this toy for Yanyan." Sure enough, when Qin Yanyan heard that her father was taking the blame for her, she immediately ran to Su Xiaowan with her toys and said, "Mom, see. I didn't lie to you." "Well, since it's your father's fault, then your father won't have dinner tonight," Su Xiaowan said with a stern face. "Ah. No. Mom, I was the one who pestered Dad to buy me the toy. It's not Dad's fault," Qin Yanyan explained in a crying voice. In Qin Yanyan's current thinking, the most terrifying thing in the world is the feeling of watching your favorite food but not being able to eat it. "Yan, how did I teach you before? You must be an honest child." As Su Xiaowan spoke, she used her eyes to stop Qin Yi from coming over to comfort Qin Yanyan. "Mom, I won't dare to do it again. I will tell Dad now that I used to." Before Qin Yanyan could finish her words, Su Xiaowan immediately blocked Qin Yanyan's mouth and said, "Okay, Yanyan, Mom is not angry anymore." Su Xiaowan knew what her daughter was going to say next. She can't let her husband know that Qin Yanyan is a double agent yet. Then, Su Xiaowan hugged Qin Yanyan and said, "Yanyan, tell Mom, where do you want to put this toy?" "Mom, I've already thought about it." Su Xiaowan and Qin Yanyan talked as they walked towards the bedroom where the toys were kept. Qin Yi didn't react to what was going on until Su Xiaowan and her daughter left his sight. How come Su Xiaowan's anger suddenly disappeared without a trace? When Su Xiaowan came to the bedroom where the toys were kept, she first looked at the room full of toys and sighed deeply. Then, he said, "Nian, you can't tell your father about that yet." "Mom, you just taught me to be an honest and good child?" Qin Yanyan asked with a frown. "Yanyan, this has nothing to do with honesty. This is just a little game between Mom and Dad. But you can't let Dad know now. When the time is right, I will let you tell your dad." "Well, okay," Qin Yanyan said as if she understood. To be honest, little Qin Yanyan didn't want to tell her father so early. After all, she gets double the money every time. Chapter 58, Going Out Without Checking the Almanac. After dinner, Qin Yanyan insisted on going out to play. There was no other way. Qin Yi and Su Xiaowan could only drive and take their daughter to the children's playground in the mall to play. Unfortunately, when Qin Yi and Su Xiaowan were standing outside the children's playground watching Qin Yanyan playing, Su Yuxia happened to pass by them. "Sister, haven't you heard the rumors outside?" Su Yuxia said, glaring at Qin Yi. "What rumor?" Su Xiaowan asked in a flat tone. "Wu Meier. Now everyone in the circle is saying that Qin Yi is supporting Wu Meier." Yuxia, Wu Meier is actually your brother-in-law's high school classmate. Then, Su Shaowan said in a slightly serious tone, Yuxia, you shouldn't get involved in family disputes. You can't beat those people at all. Although Su Shaowan did not explain what was going on, Su Yuxia could still understand the meaning of Su Shaowan's words. Sister, I get it. I was also bewitched. Su Yuxia said with a slightly ashamed tone. Su Yuxia knew very well that in the Su family, the only one who was sincere to her was Su Shaowan. As for the others, they were all trying to use her for their own personal gain. The reason why she developed her current personality is all due to family reasons. Su Minghan and Su Hongwei's wives are named Zhang Wenping and Hiani respectively. Both of them come from small families, and they can't care less about Su Minghan and Su Hongwei fooling around outside. At first, the two of them could only feel sad at home. However, slowly, they seemed to have figured it out, so they began to find ways to gain benefits in the Su family. Therefore, Zhang Wenping and Hiani did not have much energy to educate Su Chunbin, Su Mingyuan, and Su Yuxia. As a result, the three of them did not establish the correct values since childhood. In their minds, everything is for profit. After Su Shaowan heard this, she glanced at Su Yuxia and sighed helplessly. In fact, if Su Chenbin hadn't been whispering about Qini and Su Yuxia's ear all day long, Su Yuxia would never have had any idea of pursuing Qini. When Su Yuxia saw Su Shaowan sigh, she immediately turned to look at Qini and said sincerely, "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I was so angry at the time. That's why I chose to do that kind of thing. I also did something wrong," Qini said in a cold tone. Once a crack is formed, it is impossible to restore it to its original state. Everyone knows this. However, now that Su Shaowan was standing in the middle, Qini and Su Yuxia could only maintain superficial peace. Qini knew very well in his heart that if Su Yuxia gained the upper hand in the future, Su Yuxia would definitely counterattack him. The two sides chatted for a while, and just as Su Yuxia was about to leave, Wu Meier and Wu Yeye came to them. Seeing this, Qini regretted not checking the almanac before going out today. Wu Meier didn't know Su Yuxia, but Su Yuxia knew Wu Meier. After Wu Meier came over, Su Yuxia looked back and forth between Wu Meier and Qini. She wanted to know if this was Wu Meier's trick to get close to Qini. Sister Shaowan, what a coincidence, we meet here. Then, Wu Ye also shouted, "Hello Uncle Qin, hello Aunt Su." Yeah, you too. At this point, Su Shaowan looked up at the amusement park and said, "Nian Nian insisted on coming out to play, so I brought her here." At this time, Qini also touched Wu Ye's head and asked with a smile, Yeah, how long has it been? Why can't you gain weight? At the beginning, Qini's kindness to Wu Ye was out of fatherly love, but now it is more out of guilt towards Wu Meier. If it weren't for him, Wu Meier wouldn't have been pregnant due to the conspiracy of others. To the extent that until now, Wu Meier still believes that Wu Ye is Qini's daughter. Su Yuxia, who was standing nearby, watched the interaction between Wu Meier, Su Shaowan, and Qini, and she thought to herself, am I really overthinking? Sister Shaowan, who is this? Wu Meier looked at Su Shaowan and said with a smile, "She's my cousin. I met her here too." After hearing this, Wu Meier suddenly increased her strength in holding Wu Ye's hand. "Mom, you pinched me." "Oh. I'm sorry. Mom didn't mean it," Wu Meier said while gently rubbing Wu Ye's little hand. Su Yuxia was afraid that it would be awkward if she stayed any longer, so she said goodbye to everyone immediately. After Su Yuxia left, Su Shaowan comforted her, "Meier, don't worry. She won't bother you again. I was just educating my cousin." Wu Meier nodded gently and said softly. Since Su Shaowan said so, Wu Meier didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction. After all, she was afraid of bringing unnecessary trouble to Qini. Afterwards, Wu Meier took Wu Ye to buy tickets first. Originally, Wu Meier brought Wu Ye out tonight just to let Wu Ye come here to play. "Husband, you were too cruel to Yuxia back then. No wonder she would seek revenge on Meier," Su Shaowan said with some dissatisfaction. After all, Su Yuxia is her cousin. However, her husband hired someone to rape Su Yuxia and even filmed the incident on video. "I gave her a chance, but she didn't know how to seize it. I think you wanted to hide it from me." Then, Su Shaowan continued to ask, "Husband, tell me the truth, how did you plan to deal with Wu Meier and Wu Ye, mother and daughter?" Qini knew that his wife would ask this question sooner or later, so he answered directly, "Send her to settle abroad, and then I will tell you everything." After Su Shaowan heard this, she asked back with some dissatisfaction, "Am I so terrible?" After Qini heard this, he smiled but did not say anything. There is no point in discussing this issue now. At this time, Wu Yeye had already arrived at the amusement park and found Qin Yanyan, so the two of them started playing inside. Mayor, how is your beauty salon going? It's still in the decoration stage. Wu Mayor said in a low voice with her head down. At this moment, she was a little afraid to look at Su Xiaowan. She was afraid that Su Xiaowan would know that the store was bought for her by Qin Yi. Seeing this, Su Xiaowan immediately complained in her heart, "No wonder my husband has been thinking about her for so many years, it turns out she is so considerate. And she is not bad looking either." For the rest of the time, Qin Yi just quietly listened. The time soon came to 9:30 in the evening. Qin Yanyan and Wu Yeye were both tired from playing, so both sides left them all. At 10 o'clock the next morning, when Qin Yi was still sleeping in, Yi Boheo called him.